Well, good morning again, Club.
Good morning, folks. If we could all take our seats, we're going to get started here shortly. Good. Are you gentlemen ready for the pledge? Because we're about to do it. All right, if everybody could please rise, we're going to go ahead and get started with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance. All righty. Thank you, everyone, for joining us for day 2, where we will be discussing agriculture, public lands and natural resources, and water. We will go ahead and start with our federal office updates. We will start with the office of Senator Michael Bennett, which we will have Hillary Henry, the regional representative for his office, give us an update.
Good morning, everyone. As Brittany said, I'm Hillary Henry. I'm the regional representative for Senator Michael Bennett, based here in Grand Junction. I have some updates today about agriculture, water, public lands, and natural resources. But I wanted to start off with a quick update that perhaps was better for yesterday, but I should mention, and just that, it's that Senator Bennett and Senator Hickenlooper have invited Postmaster DeJoy out to Colorado to see our post offices. We're hearing from folks across the Western Slope with problems with delivery and staffing and troubles getting packages of medications. So I think a really important issue to our communities and something that we are tracking on. So if you're having post office difficulties, know that we're working on it, and please let us know. It's something we continue to try to engage the postmaster about and get better service, especially for our rural communities. Okay, so let's talk about agriculture and natural resources. Senator Bennett is again on the U.S. Senate Committee on Agriculture, Nutrition, and Forestry, and he's the chair of the Subcommittee on Conservation, Climate, Forestry, and Natural Resources. So in this position, he's paying really close attention to the Farm Bill, which was last reauthorized in 2018 and will be reauthorized again this year. So we're really excited about this. This is a great opportunity to get some work done on really important natural resource issues, and so it's a huge priority for our office and the senator this coming year. Last year, we held 25 listening sessions for the Farm Bill across Colorado, with many in the Western Slope. And out of those, we created 5 priorities that the senator has for the upcoming water bill. And some of those priorities include addressing the Western water crisis and making sure that the Farm Bill programs are effective for drought and the conditions we face in the West. Ensuring that USDA programs work for Colorado and the West. We heard from lots of folks that there's a great program, but it doesn't really apply to our conditions where we have irrigated agriculture. The rates are too low for Western farmers. And so we're really trying to make sure that all of the federal programs work well for the West. And then finally, we're trying to invest in our forest and our watershed health. So I think 3 great priorities that we're really focused on. So as part of this process, the next step is for us to start introducing marker bills. We'll introduce these into committee, and then as the Farm Bill gets passed, they'll be rolled into the larger Farm Bill and hopefully passed into legislation. So right now we're working on marker bills. We've introduced some. Just this week, we introduced the Protect the West Act, which you may have formerly known as the Outdoor Restoration Partnership Act, so ORPA, now called Protect the West. We introduced it with Representative Crow this week, and it's a $60 billion investment in our forests to reduce wildfire risk, restore watersheds, and protect communities. And it's interesting in that not only does it provide funding to federal agencies, but also to states, local governments, and tribes. So really trying to recognize that there's a wide range of partners that we need to engage on forestry and restoration work. And the $60 billion is quite a big number, but I think we're really trying to change the narrative about this type of size and scale of work we need to be doing to protect our forests in the face of warmer conditions and drought. So we're really excited about this and we're successful in the last Congress in getting some forestry money, about $10 billion based off of this money, based off of the act, and we're hopeful that the Farm Bill will build on that investment. So continuing to elevate the need for large-scale landscape-wide restoration work to happen. We've also introduced the SHRED Act, which is a bipartisan act with Senator Bennett that allows forests to retain a portion of their ski fees and then allows that money to be used for winter recreation as well as general recreation needs. So we've heard from our forests just about the critical need for more funding for recreation as we see more tourism on our public lands. And we're really excited about this as a way to create a new revenue stream to manage those impacts. And we've also worked to update the Collaborative Forest Landscape Restoration Program, so called CLFRP, you may be familiar. We have been really excited to see the work done on the Uncompahgre and just seen great results. Based off of that program, we got the program doubled in size in the last Farm Bill. We have seen 2 new CLFRP projects in Southwest Colorado and 1 on the Front Range. And we're hoping to continue to build off of that success and strengthen the program. So there's more to come. For Farm Bill, we're also going to be thinking about addressing drought and making sure we build a water resilience fund for our river systems, given the ongoing sort of crisis conditions we're facing. And then we're also going to be updating the PL 566 Small Watershed Act to bring it into the 21st century. We're also trying to make our USDA programs more flexible, work better, as I was saying earlier. And one of the ways we're doing that is with the Flexible Partnerships Act. We included this in the last Congress, and what it does is it allows the Forest Service to lease their administrative sites to state and local governments. And so the Forest Service has these great parcels, oftentimes right in the middle of ski towns, or in other areas that would be great sites for affordable housing. They have difficulties maintaining them. So it allows them to get some revenue perhaps from local governments to update their sites, provide housing for their own workers, and then also provide a resource to the community. So we're really excited about this. We got some good progress since it was passed in 2018, but also some information on fixes that need to be made. And so we're updating it to make sure that these projects move forward a bit quicker. And then the last one is we're trying to work on mega fire recovery. And so for the last year after Cameron and East Troublesome Fire, we saw really significant watershed damage in Grand County and on the Front Range. And then we also saw a huge funding shortfall to restore that watershed after it happened. And so we hosted the chief of the Forest Service and the USDA Secretary Vilsack, last spring to talk about forestry funding and the needs for this funding. And we just got another $39 million to do restoration work there. And we're really excited about that. I think we're perhaps a bit disappointed that it didn't come sooner, because we would have been able to make more of a difference had we had that money earlier on after the fire there. So we're trying to think about fixes in the system so that we can get funds on the ground immediately after our fire. Because as you saw, and as we've all seen, there's landslides, and there's needs for reseeding immediately in the aftermath, and the current mechanisms aren't working well. So we're working on legislation to make it a more streamlined process so that we can do that restoration as soon as possible. And then finally, I'll just say this is not drought. So that's sort of our Farm Bill efforts. I think I would encourage you all to be engaged with us on this effort. Let us know what you're hearing, and let us know if you'd like to be looped into our legislative efforts, where it's really important to us that everything we do works for Colorado and works for the Western Slope. And so I look forward to engaging with folks in this room as we go through this process. With drought, Senator Bennett last year was successful in getting $4 billion in the Inflation Reduction Act for drought funding. We're continuing to see the USDA and the DOI put together plans for that funding. And just a couple of weeks ago, we got the first word of some of that funding hitting the ground. So we're excited to see that funding come out, and there'll be lots more conversations about the Colorado River and how we can support our efforts there. I think this is perhaps the most important conversation we'll be having this year. And so Senator Bennett remains committed to backstopping whatever solution the states come together with on the Colorado River, and then also supporting our other basins like the Rio Grande and others. And then my last update is on Dolores. So for almost 15 years, Senator Bennett has worked on putting together a bill in the Dolores that's a compromise that would take away wild and scenic protections in the Dolores River Basin in 3 counties, and in exchange put together an NCA. And I think this was a great way to think about how can we protect the really critical values of this special ecosystem while also giving the producers, ranchers there, water users, certainty about their water rights. Because as you all know, wild and scenic comes with a federal water right, and there was concern in the basin there. So this was a bipartisan effort on the ground to get a compromise solution to protect that area. We introduced it in the last Congress, and it's supported by 2 Republican counties on the ground, Dolores and Montezuma, and one Democrat. San Miguel, as well as the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe, a rancher who runs counties in the area, the conservation groups, the Southwest Water Conservation District, sportmen, and others. It's a 68,000 acre bill. And Representative Boebert also introduced an identical companion bill in the last Congress. It had a hearing in the Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee last fall. And we were really hopeful that things might come together for it to be passed in the omnibus appropriations package as part of that. But unfortunately, it didn't happen, but we are continuing to work on it this Congress and looking forward to reintroducing it soon. So happy to take any questions now, or you can always find me. I'll be in the back. Yeah, Jeff.
Hillary, thank you. You covered a whole bunch of topics.
I sure did.
Let me ask you about the PL 566 changes that the senator's looking at for changing. What do you know? Have any idea what he's looking at?
I don't have those off the top of my head, but I can get you that and I will send it over to you. I would love your feedback.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, great. Yeah. Yeah.
The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is having hearings on the 10J rule for the wolf introduction. Is there any way that the senator could chime in on that and give his support for that, because we need that flexibility in managing the wolves, the introduction of wolves?
So Senator Bennett and Senator Hickenlooper sent a letter requesting flexibility under Section 10 last summer. And then we did just see that process get kicked off last week. So we're excited to see that moving forward. And both senators do support that. And I think Sarah from Senator Hickenlooper's office is going to talk more about that as well.
Okay, thank you. And, you know, one of our biggest costs, and we're talking about agriculture, is our fuel costs and then inflation. I buy groceries for all of my men, so I'm getting hit both sides. I don't get a very good price for my products, and I'm paying a heck of a lot in the grocery stores, and a lot of that's because of inflation, and that's federal spending. And you talked about a lot of federal spending, and there's a lot of waste there. And you know, as far as I'm concerned, we need to think about cutting back on federal spending. And you know, I mean, there's some things that we need to spend the money on, but there's a lot of things, and then the increased taxes also, and at the federal level. And, you know, I think I'd like for you to send that back to Senator Bennett and Senator Hickenlooper. And just as an example, Debbie and I just did our taxes, and our cost for fuel went from $20,000 in 21 to $45,000. And I think all of the ranchers and farmers in the state can say the same thing. We cannot sustain our operations like that. Thank you.
Thanks for your feedback. I'll be happy to share that. Yeah, Bonnie.
Okay, well, I'm a little off topic here, but I just have a question for a little bit later this year. Is there going to be another round of Senate-sponsored funding for like local communities?
Yeah, there is, and actually I talked about that yesterday as well. It's actually, the process is open now, and applications are due March 10th.
Oh,
so I'm happy to send that your way.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes. All right, let's give Senator Bennett's staffer a round of applause. Next, I'd like to bring up Sarah McCarthy, who we haven't seen in a while, so we're happy to have her here again. She's with the office of Senator John Hickenlooper, and she is his outreach director. Thank you.
All right. Can you all hear me? Great. Great. So to shed a little more light on Bonnie's question, yes, the congressionally directed spending process is happening again this year. Last year, this process brought $178 million directly to Colorado projects. You know, these were health clinics, these were housing projects, early childhood development centers, improving aging infrastructure in rural Colorado and really across the state. Really exciting to see direct money coming to projects that are so needed in Colorado. Hi, Callie. So yes, that's live again. Senator Hickenlooper and Senator Bennett's office have been doing informational sessions statewide. We have fact documents. We have all the info you need. So reach out to either Hillary or I or one of our staff to get your hands on that. March 10th is coming up fast, so reach out to us if you need info. Process is basically the same as last 2 years. All right, for a few issue area updates, I'll start with water, since that's on the docket today. I don't think any of us, we're all painfully aware of the situation that we are in the West. And last year, after Bureau of Reclamation Commissioner Tootin mandated the 2 to 4 million acre feet cut from the 7 basin states, Senator Hickenlooper, in pure John Hickenlooper fashion, started quietly convening Western senators to have discussions on how to find solutions. So, you know, this effort was to make sure that we're talking across the aisle, that we're working together across states to find a negotiation. Ultimately, if we don't find a negotiation together, everybody is in pain. So that formed into the Western Senators Caucus, something that the senator continues to convene. And really the goal is to just find solutions to make those cuts so that we can move forward with that process. And of course, we're seeing a lot of funding coming down from the Inflation Reduction Act that Hillary mentioned, also the bipartisan infrastructure law for climate resilience, for aging infrastructure, for drought resilience, all funds that are going to be much needed to address these issues. Additionally, Senator Hickenlooper last year led on a bill in conjunction with Senator Barrasso up in Wyoming called the Colorado River Basin Conservation Act. This bill passed, and basically what it does is it allows the agencies to work with the upper and lower basin states to incentivize and support voluntary water conservation at the user level. So we were excited to see that pass. Additionally, Senator Hickenlooper led on a bill along with Mitt Romney over in Utah called the Upper Colorado and San Juan River Recovery Program Act. This bill protects the 4 endangered fish in those river basins, as well as allows Endangered Species Act compliance for tribes, cities, irrigators, basically anyone trying to do a major water project above Lake Powell. These programs over the 3 decades have provided ESA compliance for over 2,500 projects. There have been no lawsuits, which is a miracle. And it's really, these programs are a win-win. And after that passed, we're now seeing that extension till 2024, and the states are currently working with Bureau of Rec on a plan to find a more long-term extension for those programs. So you'll see that coming down soon. And one other note on the Farm Bill, in addition to what Hillary was saying, is the Agriculture Committee has their own form online. So if entities, individuals, local governments want to submit requests for that bill or provisions, you can go directly to the committee and make that request online on their website. The deadline for that is March 17th. Of course, you can also reach out to one of our offices directly to chat through any provisions in that upcoming bill. Then I guess a little more on wolf reintroduction from Jay Paul's question. So both senators requested from U.S. Fish and Wildlife and Department of Interior that we need more management flexibility. After the wolf went back under the Endangered Species Act as a species, this is going to mean that the reintroduction of the animal was going to be suddenly under a lot of federal regulations, and the state needs flexibility to manage this animal properly. So we were really pleased to see last month that the agencies responded to that request and that they are moving forward with the 10J ruling. This is going to be really important for our ranchers, agriculture producers, and our state to be able to actually effectively manage this animal. This 10J ruling will apply to every wolf in Colorado because the wolves that have already shown up, they haven't technically developed populations. So it will apply to those wolves who have already shown up and the wolves that will be reintroduced before the end of the year. So as far as your question on the hearing, we're definitely tracking that, and I'll chat with the team today to see how we can continue to be involved, but we've been monitoring it closely. I think that, yeah, Wendell.
Sarah, that's very good that the senators have supported the 10J rule. We all need that. But rather than a broad support of the rule, it's like everything, the devil's in the details. And one of the things that 10J rule does not do is it doesn't let you manage wolves in the name of wildlife to protect wildlife populations, and that's critical to outfitters, guides, ranchers, everybody in Colorado. And it does a great job on the livestock side, or at least it's addressed. On the wildlife side, it's not. And it would be really helpful if the senators would weigh in and say, guys, if we're going to throw this top line predator in the state, we got to protect what's been critical to our economy forever, which is wildlife.
Yeah,
that specificity would be helpful.
Yeah, I was chatting a bit with a U.S. Fish and Wildlife regional rep about that recently, and I think, from their perspective, that's a really tricky thing. From what they were telling me is that they were telling me that one of the points of a keystone species is those interactions with wildlife, and so I think there would have to be a really fine needle to be thread there of when those interactions are managed.
Well, I would think you would be able to thread that needle when you look at economies and livings and livelihoods for what has been here prior to the wolf.
Yeah. No, thank you for that. I think that definitely is something that they're all chewing on. Hey, Kelly.
Good morning. Thank you. I guess along that line with the wolf issue is the 10J rule and lawsuits. So if we get a lawsuit that prevents that from going into place, and then they introduce wolves, we're in the same spot. So anything you can do, I understand there's potentially a bill being looked at the state level, but anything you guys can do to encourage that to no introduction of wolves until we have that 10J rule in effect and will continue to be in effect would be very, very helpful.
Yeah, and that's exactly why we sent the letter so long ago, is because we knew that this thing needed to be in place as soon as possible, and litigation is only going to slow the whole process down. But yeah, I think that's definitely something we have our eyes on as well. Yeah, thanks. J. Paul?
Thank you very much. On the wolf issue, on the water issue, you know, there's just so much conservation that we can do to help, and there's a great demand for Western Slope water to go over to the Front Range. There was a study done based on House Bill 16-1256 on the South Platte River and how much water is going into Nebraska above the compact that could be stored. And I don't know why people won't get serious about this, but this is the only real water that we have, extra water that we have in the state of Colorado. And we're going to need a partnership of the federal government, the state government, and everybody. What we need is a structure, a dam, a reservoir on the South Platte. And there have been some that have already been proposed years ago. The one that I think that would work is the Hardin Reservoir project. And I'm going to keep preaching it, I guess, till I'm dead. I had a heart attack a few years ago. And so I might die tomorrow. But this is something that we really need to get serious and think about at the federal level, at the state level. And I guess I'm going to keep preaching it until we get something done. But anyway, I just like to say that. And then the other thing on water, if you want to conserve water, there's a huge problem with Russian olives along the rivers. And this is an invasive species. The entomologists of Colorado have developed a bug that will take care of this and not mess with anything else. But it is something that we need to get released, and we need to start saving water by getting rid of the Russian olives in our waterways. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. So this is Merritt Linke, Grand County, and I just want to reemphasize one thing that Callie said just a minute ago, because it's so important. And I just request that all of the congressional delegation at the federal level take that to heart. And that is that we've got to have that 10J rule in place before we release wolves in Colorado, bring any more. And I will remind you, and I'm going to read it, because if we're going to follow the law that the citizens passed in Colorado, we need to follow all the law. And this is what it says. This is CRS 32-105.8 section 2D says, take the steps necessary to begin introductions of gray wolves by December 31st, 2023, only on designated lands. Nothing anywhere does it say we're going to go to Montana or Idaho and haul wolves 1,000 miles and dump them off in Colorado. This is what the law says. So because of the complications, we've got to have that 10J rule in place before we bring any more wolves to Colorado. So I just want to emphasize that. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
All right, let's give her a round of applause, folks. Next, we have another video update from the Congresswoman, so I'll go ahead and play that, and then we will ask McKenna Farley, her regional or Western Colorado field rep, to come on up afterwards.
Well, good morning again, Club 20. I appreciate a second opportunity to update you all on what I'm working on with regard to water, public lands, natural resources, and agriculture. Water is the most important issue in our district and the West right now. For years, we have suffered from historic drought. I support increased water storage projects like the Wolf Creek Reservoir expansion and worthwhile delivery projects that will supply clean water in dry times. I am a strong advocate for protecting local communities' water rights and keeping our water in the 3rd District. I'm a member on the Natural Resources Subcommittee on Water, Wildlife, and Fisheries, and it was really important for me to remain on this subcommittee in this Congress, given the Colorado River Compact negotiations that are coming up. And everywhere I go, people are talking about water challenges, and they want solutions. I understand the best solutions to these challenges come from working closely with local communities. I will be putting out substantive water legislation this Congress, and I am optimistic about several of these bills' chances for success. Next week, I am planning to reintroduce the bipartisan Dolores River National Conservation Area and Special Management Area Act. I have worked closely with Senator Bennett and bipartisan local stakeholders in San Miguel, Montezuma, and Dolores counties on this legislation that has been lingering for a decade. Thanks to our efforts, I genuinely think we will get this bill passed and signed into law this Congress. I am working on legislation regarding increased water storage and plan to introduce that in the upcoming months. Recently, I met with Colorado Governor Jared Polis in my DC office, and the primary discussion was on water and ways we can continue to work together to combat these important challenges. Good forest health is also important for water quality and improving water supplies. According to the Colorado State Forest Service, more than 80% of Colorado's population relies on forest watersheds for municipal water supplies. If we want clean water, we also need to start actively managing our forests to prevent catastrophic wildfires and keep soot and other chemicals from getting into our water supplies. I will be introducing important forestry legislation in the upcoming months, and am very optimistic about the chances of passage. There is a real bipartisan opportunity to do something on water and forestry. Last Congress, I helped secure hundreds of millions of dollars for the Bureau of Reclamation and rural water projects. In the last Congress, I also helped secure an important appropriations victory for a pilot program that would combat salt cedars and other phreatophytes that was signed into law. This was a homegrown solution that came from a meeting that I hosted in Montezuma County. Invasive salt cedars consume about 200 gallons of water per plant each day. This pilot program will help remove these water guzzlers, saving our critical water resources. Let's switch gears and talk a little bit about agriculture. The most important conversations with regard to agriculture right now centers around the reauthorization of the Farm Bill. My team and I are actively meeting with farmers and ranchers, committee staff, and other members to ensure our priorities end up in this Farm Bill. This includes important provisions on water, forest health, dairy, and beef. Colorado has 38,900 farms and ranches encompassing 32 million acres in Colorado. Many of these farms are in Colorado's 3rd District, and our hardworking farmers and ranchers help feed the nation. Know that I will continue to fight to ensure Colorado's ag industry is strong. Let's talk about public land and natural resources now. It was incredibly important for me to stay on the Natural Resources Committee, and I'm on 2 of the most important subcommittees, water and energy and minerals. I talked a lot about energy yesterday, so let's hit a few other things that I've been doing. I'm working closely with the Mesa County Commissioners to finally allow them to acquire a 30-acre parcel for economic development at a fair market value that the Bureau of Land Management has designated for disposal and no longer has use for. I secured $48 million in legislation signed into law for the U.S. Forest Service to actively manage our forests and address high-priority invasive species and pests like the bark beetle infestations ravaging Colorado and creating deadly wildfire hazards. When the Biden bureaucracy tried to move the Bureau of Land Management headquarters in Grand Junction back to the swamp, I led a public pressure campaign that kept the Western headquarters, 56 headquarter jobs, and 70 other good-paying BLM jobs in Grand Junction, Colorado. Last Congress, I secured 30 important appropriations victories for Colorado that were signed into law. We also secured some major wins in terms of fixing Congress's broken process and procedures during the first week of this Congress. These fundamental, historic changes were worth the 4 extra days it took to get them right. Our conference is more united than ever, and we are off to an effective start. This Congress, the full House of Representatives, has already passed 5 of my amendments, each time with bipartisan support. In fact, the amendment I passed this week received 386 votes and only had 31 Democrats vote against it. Heck, even Nancy Pelosi voted for my amendment. My staff and I are working tirelessly, and I'm very optimistic about what we are going to get done for you all in this Congress. Please continue to meet with us, reach out to us, and let us know what your federal priorities are so we can continue to work together and deliver for the 3rd District. I look forward to seeing you all in person soon. God bless you and your families, and may God bless the great state of Colorado.
Hello again, and good morning. And just to follow up, one thing that the Congresswoman did not touch on in that video is at the beginning of February, we reintroduced, similar to last Congress, the Trust the Science Act, and this would federally delist wolves from the endangered species list permanently, and leave it up to the states how they want to manage wolves that are existing or to be introduced as well. And we are planning on attending the upcoming wolf meetings and inputting public comments as well. This has been something our office has had a high priority on since the proposition passed, and we'll continue to advocate for our farmers and ranchers and everyone affected on the wolves. And another thing, news that came yesterday after I gave our updates yesterday morning, our appropriations rulemaking process has finally came out of committee. So those are opening up our applications for any community projects that will develop that, excuse me, that will benefit Colorado's 3rd District. So if you are interested in applying for any of those appropriations, please reach out to our office. And we also have some community project spending available as well on a case-by-case basis. So please reach out to our office. We have those applications open until March 22nd. That's when the committees will need them for approval and go through the committee process on that. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions you all may have. Yes, Bonnie.
Good morning. Bonnie Brown, Colorado Wool Growers. And this comment is actually for all the staffers that have been here this morning. But right now there's a Federal Register comment period open on the U.S. Citizen and Immigration Service through Department of Homeland Security on H-2A application fees. And we'll be submitting comments. I'll share our copies. But the administration is fixing to pass on 137%, 137% fee increase on processing 129 applications. The asylum fee that they're trying to pass on to American small businesses is a 267% fee increase for a federal asylum program that is broken because of our porous borders. And any way you slice it, that's wrong. And the government needs to fix our immigration and our open border and stop taxing employers that are working so hard through the legal conduit to bring in legal workers to pay for illegal immigration. So I'll send our comments when we've got them ready.
No.
I think the application or the comment period was extended to March 13th.
Perfect. And
Thank you.
please send those comments our way. As most of you know, with public comments, especially with federal agencies, normally with that, we send congressional oversight letters after the scoping period has ended. As you all know, our office strongly supports our H-2A visa holders, and our office works very closely with constituents and farmers and ranchers to help assist and get those permit applications processed and pushed through. And we need to fix the system, and right now that's something that hasn't been happening. So we're on it.
Thank you. Thank you for being here this morning, and please take the time to thank the Congresswoman for going to the trouble to make a video covering a lot of data, and it was great to hear it right from the person that we elected.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And that was her priority. As you know, she's in DC this week, so since you couldn't be here, wanted to make a point to make those videos for y'all. Thank you. And J. Paul?
Thank you very much for being here. And I guess you heard my comments about the Russian olives.
Yes.
If you could add that to the salt cedars, that would be great. And there is already a bug that gets the salt cedars. If you go along a lot of these, if you go west of here and look at all those arroyos and stuff that had salt cedars, they're dead, and that's because of this bug that gets the salt cedars. They've got one developed for the Russian olives, but haven't been able to get it released. We need that released so that we can start working on reducing the water consumption of the Russian olives. And I think the size of the Russian olives, I'd say they drink a lot more water than the salt cedars.
Yeah, and if I recall, a part of that, Russian olives were a part of that appropriations, if I remember correctly. I'd have to double check, but I know we have a bill or an appropriations that was passed on that as well from last Congress. So, but thank you. Thank you very much, everybody.
Let's give her a round of applause. And I think most of our staffers will be in the room throughout the day should you want to find them for any other questions, but we do want to get this show on the road. A couple of housekeeping items first. Restrooms are through that door and to the left. Watch your step around all of these cords. We have some drinks in the back provided by Squire Coca-Cola, a great partner of ours, so let's give them a round of applause. And with that, I'll pass it along to Ron to start the Ag Committee.
Good morning and welcome to our Ag Committee. Brandon Boehner is also the co-chair, and he's had to go to a Farm Bureau meeting in, I think, Florida. He said it was 80 degrees, so he made sure and tell me that. So anyhow, I'll just start off with some of the first stuff here and try to go through as fast as I can. But in accordance with our bylaws, we ask that our only current Club 20 members participate and vote in matters of policy development. If you're interested in becoming a Club 20 member, please see a member of our staff for more information. Discussion is open to members and guests and is a critical part of our committee meeting. When asking questions or making a comment, please use a microphone and speak loudly so everyone can hear you. For those seated in front of the table top microphone, please do not turn on your microphone until the committee chair has acknowledged you, and then turn off when your microphone once you're done speaking. For those in the back room, Club 20 staff will be walking around with the microphone for you to use. We will now ask the folks who are joining us virtually to please introduce themselves.
And I'll just go ahead and do that. So we have Doug Monger, Janet Farmer, John Whitney, Kathy Fackler, Melanie Worley, Melody Villard, Nancy Fisherine, Paula Stepp, Steve Harris, and Tracy Sakaguchi. And then we're going to go ahead and start with our introductions in the room as well. So Rachel, why don't you give us the first one?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Rachel Richards from Aspen and Pitkin County, and I serve on the City Council currently, and I serve on the Executive Board. Thank you.
I am Liz Smith, Gunnison County Commissioner and voting member on behalf of Gunnison County to Club 20.
Mary Jo Coulihan, Archuleta County Representative. I also sit on the Executive Committee and chair the Tourism Subcommittee.
R. Wayne Jeffries, La Plata County.
Jeff Comstock, I sit on the executive committee, the board, and I work for Moffat County.
Bonnie Peterson, Mesa County.
Ray Beck, membership chair, also co-chair for transportation, sit on the executive board, and also the voting director for Moffat County.
Delta County, also on the executive board, and Ray broke my microphone.
Wow, Ray.
Brad McLeod, Club 20's chair, Mesa County, and I'm not going to let Ray Beck touch another microphone for the remainder of the day.
Ron Velarde, co-chair.
Cindy Dozier, I sit on the Executive Committee of Club 20, and on behalf of Club 20, I sit on the Rocky Mountain Restoration Initiative.
J. Paul Brown, La Plata County, Ag Committee.
Robbie LaValle, Delta County, and sit on the Club 20 Executive Committee.
Kathy Welt. I am Merritt Linke, Grand County Commissioner. I also sit on the Executive Committee of Club 20 as past chair.
Tom Harn from Eagle County, past chair on the executive committee, and happy to be here.
Michael Murphy, chair-elect, Hinsdale County, co-chair of the Telecommunications Committee.
Callie Hendrickson, Executive Director for the Douglas Creek and White River Conservation Districts out of Rio Blanco County.
Bonnie Brown, Ag Committee, and I'm the Executive Director for the Colorado Wool Growers Association.
Matt Solomon, member from Eagle.
Margie Joy, Colorado on Housing and Finance Authority, your Western Slope Community Relationship Manager. Glad to be here today.
Good morning, Ray Scott, past senator, recovering slowly. And I guess I'm now sitting on the Transportation, Natural Resource, and Energy Committee for Club 20.
Kate Daniel, Mesa County member.
Adam Frisch, here to listen and learn.
Andrea Fields, same.
Kohlberger, member, Garfield County.
Tom Kleinschnitz, Director of Tourism in Moffat County, City Councilor at the City of Craig.
Deborah Kalish, voting member on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Mesa County.
Laura Andrews, member of Mesa County visiting.
Raven Finnegan, Western Colorado Field Representative for Congresswoman Lauren Boebert.
McKenna Farley, Western Colorado Field Representative for Congresswoman Lauren Boebert. Riley Scott, member of Colorado Springs.
Greg Hart, member, trustee, Town of Cedar Ridge. Richard Udd, mayor, Town of Cedar Ridge.
Mike Goolsby, HDR, Transportation Committee member.
Jeff Snedden, trustee, Town of Granby.
Steve Dahm, member, Mesa County Planning Commission.
Charlie Oswald, member, Montrose County.
Ken Beckedahl, Moffat County.
Sarah McCarthy with Senator Hickenlooper's office.
Hillary Henry with Senator Bennett's office.
Annabelle Diaz, Administrative Assistant for Club 20. Happy to be here.
Brittany Dixon, Interim Executive Director for Club 20. And a heads up to everybody in the room, please use the microphones. The ones on the table slide very nicely, okay? And for any presentations that we have that they will be using the handheld mics up here, we will try to get the headset back there, but if you have any questions, please feel free to come up to the table and use one of the tabletop mics.
Thank you. Lastly, we'd like to thank our sponsors, venue and lunch sponsors, Chevron and Rocky Mountain Health Plans. Committee sponsor Mark and Kathy Fackler. Well, we'll get started. Obviously, we're a little bit late, but we'll just keep on moving. Just to let you know, Robbie's here and Bonnie's here. Senator Will's going to obviously do it virtual, but he did call me last night and said that it all depends on whether or not he's out of his committee or not. So we'll get started. Robbie?
Thank you and good morning, and I will do my best to catch us up. Brandon and Ron just asked me to give a quick update on Ag Next. This is a Colorado State University program initiative. It's very critical, especially as we think about ag across the entire state. I do have the slides up on the screen, as well as I've passed slides around the table here. But anyway, again, just real quickly, Ag Next is a Colorado State University, and they've taken this very seriously. And what this is a broad address. And if you look at the second slide here, the vision is animal ag as a sustainable component of our global food system by providing economic, social, and environmental benefits to Colorado, the nation, and the world. And the mission, of course, is then to identify and scale innovation that fosters the health of animals and ecosystem to promote profitable industries that support vibrant communities. But guess what? That means a lot of words, but if you turn to the next slide, it just boils it down to this very thing. It is a need to, oh, not that one right there, a need to address industry and academic partnership to solve wicked problems. And that's exactly what Ag Next is for Colorado State University and the entire state. And this came to light where we're addressing this very critically when we look at Colorado Climate Smart Natural and Working Landscape draft document that was clearly put out there for public comment, but the public comment that was being asked for specifically as in regard to agriculture was quoting agricultural emissions from the world, not even the United States, not even Colorado. And so part of that was to address there is so much misinformation when it comes to climate, as well as trying to get to the research-based information that our producers can actually use. So let's skip the next two slides. Those are not critical. If you go to the phased cluster hires, Colorado State University has put money where their mouth is in regard to addressing these climate problems, to address research based on what we are seeing, especially when it comes to emissions and especially when it comes to the impact on ag. So already Colorado State University has hired a population health, 2 positions for disease epidemiology, systems modeling, 2 positions, again, all based around the climate. The feedlot side, the dairy specialist, the livestock economist too. Here's where we still have to move forward with animal health and welfare, rangeland scientists. We know that carbon is stored in the roots of our rangeland, and it does not get itself to the conversation when we talk about the balance sheet of emissions and the balance sheet of carbon. So critical on the rangeland side, as well as the grazing system, the social science, as well as our human health. And cow-calf population, beef cattle is still, despite what is being said in some of the information, cow-calf is still #1 as far as the ag industry in the state. And then we want that continual story because it is that social media side, it is that continual story that we have those individuals out there. So next slide, please. Again, I'm trying to hurry. Here's our strategic priorities for Colorado State University as well as Ag Next as a whole. Advancing the science, evaluate the sustainability indicators and trade-offs of our decisions. And again, it's about putting that research where the mouth is as far as climate change. Ag is not the evil that is sometimes portrayed. It is part of the issue, but it is not the evil. And so we are trying to put the research to that to say, where are we and what can we change to actually address the emissions and that, especially when you look at the emissions that ag puts out there for the climate smart, and that is very short-lived, and that sometimes gets lost in the conversation as well, especially when we have agenda-driven conversations. We're also looking at those modeling. We know that when we look at the climate impact, again, it's very short-lived. But what can we do to, again, evaluate that and fix some of the emissions issues that we have there as an industry? Especially when we think about, we have this food security issue in a lot of our areas, not just around the world, but even in the United States, we have food security issues that need to be addressed. And those individuals that rely on all sorts of areas for their food deserve to have that food security just as much as the individual that's able to go to Whole Foods or anything else. Again, innovating those scalable solutions. How do we continue to look at the technologies? We're always introducing the producer on this. It's not as if this is an ivory tower project that only will account for the Five Rivers or the larger corporate. We're always having the producer. If we were to look at the advisory committee and that, it includes a significant number of producers from across the West, not just Colorado. And then that storytelling. How do we get this message out there? Next slide, please. Colorado State University, in partnership with Five Rivers, has literally, and we'll have additional pictures for you, has the actual on-the-ground research facilities to address the reduction of emissions, whether it be through a feed additive, whether it be through genetics, whether it be through any kind that we can work on, is reducing the methane emissions. And, you know, it's not from the backside of the cow, which is erroneously talked about in several different venues. It is from the front side of the cow, again, very short-lived. But we also have the climate smart pins and the irrigated grazing pivots. So just trying to make sure this is scalable. This isn't micromanaging the minutia, it's at the landscape scale as well. Next slide. Again, organic and traditional milk production, intensive and extensive grazing systems, feed additives, and other technologies for large and small scale producers. Next slide. Here's just where you can find out more information. Here's where we're putting the information out there on the website. I'd be glad to take any questions. I was trying to get us caught back up. But just be proud that Colorado State University is addressing the climate issues. They're doing it at the large scale, the small scale. They've gone after a significant number of grants. Unfortunately, sometimes just the fact that we're addressing climate and we're trying to do it on the practical level, we have not always been successful at the grant level. But Kim Stackhouse, our director, is amazing. She's got the backing of the president, the board of governors for Colorado State University, and we're making real headway. We're in year 3. And again, this just makes me proud as a Colorado State alum and a former employee of Colorado State University, and still sitting on this producer side of this project. So I think I almost got us caught up. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer.
Great job. Thank you. Thank you, Robbie. You didn't have to make it all up, but I'll tell you, really some good information, and I think it's important that we hear it. So, any questions? Yes.
Can I make one comment?
Yes.
So, as Merritt Linkey, Grand County, as a University of Wyoming graduate, I want to shout out to CSU for this work. So, thank you, Robbie.
Just a quick question for Robbie. Robbie, are there going to be any bigger public presentations of this work or anything like that in the future?
Oh, absolutely. Again, you know, just getting started, just got the pins done from the feedlot side, just getting these larger landscape projects in place from the grazing side. The modeling work is it's further along, especially when it comes to the fact that the emissions are so short-lived, and it's just erroneous, some of the comparisons, especially when you look at the larger, and then the modeling on the food security. Do we really need everyone trying to produce their food? Some of that kind of modeling is already out there to not only inform policy decisions, regulatory decisions, but again, just to say, look, this whole issue, this holistic issue when it comes to agricultural and food and all of this is so critical to the conversation, and to pinpoint blame is not acceptable and does not provide any results.
I fully agree with what you're saying. I'm just wondering, it's great information, and as it evolves, I'd love to see it presented, say, at Water Congress at their next meeting. Or,
it will be.
You know, trying to get it out in more formats. So that's
it will be. Yep.
Thank
that's
you.
part of the reason we have individuals that their only job is to get this message out, because that's what we've failed as an industry, to get our message out.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, Robbie. Good job. Appreciate it. Now we have Bonnie Brown, and she's going to talk about a subject that is near and dear to a lot of hearts. I think Merritt's, right, Merritt? This next topic is near and dear to your heart. So anyhow, we have Bonnie Brown.
Okay.
And
Robbie's a trendsetter. I think this worked really well. I'm just going to stay seated. And so I have to just tell you a quick story. It's you know, you just heard from one of the best public speakers, Robbie, and then there's me. And so I was at a livestock meeting with Mark LaValle, and Mark said, "You can hear my wife clear across the fairgrounds." And I said, "That's great, because this is important when you're in rooms like this. Hell, if you're standing right next to me, you can't hear me." And so, yeah, the public speaking is always a struggle for me because of my vocal cord paralysis. So my claim to fame as a public speaker is that I'm brief, so I'm going to help us pick up some speed here. So I took basically what's been an ongoing 4-year process in a 293-page wolf plan, and I've condensed it to 13 slides for you. So a lot of us in the room are wrapped around the axle on this. But for those of you that aren't, I'm just going to kind of step us through where we've been. The Proposition 114 passed in November of 2020, and so that's what's the impetus for the wolf plan and putting wolves on the ground. Passed for less than 2%, so I think a lot of you know on the western slope this has not been something we're comfortable with. This is from the draft wolf management plan, and it's just the counties in green that passed, that the proposition passed in, and then the red counties were what voted against it. So wolves are currently classified as both on the state and federal endangered species list. Something to point out that's really important right now, since we already do have wolves on the ground, is take, that's killing a wolf. Right now, you can only kill a gray wolf in self-defense of an individual's life. That does not include livestock or pets. And so that's why this 10J designation gets to be really important as we move along. So as was previously mentioned, the 10J designation has been requested by CPW, and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has just put out their draft. So CPW held stakeholder advisory group and technical working group meetings through 2021 and 2022. Merritt, please note there's no abbreviations in there. And Merritt was on the technical advisory group. I don't know if there was any stakeholder advisory group members in here or not, but everybody worked really hard and very diligently on this to help produce this plan. Stakeholder advisory groups were open to the public. Technical advisory groups were closed. Those reports from both working groups were presented to CPW, and they incorporated that information as they put together this draft plan. So the public comment period for the draft plan closed last week. It closed on the 22nd, but you can still go to the website and put in comments that will directly go to the CPW commissioners. As I go through here, there are several links, and I printed out the last page of my slide presentation. It's back here on the table, and it has every one of these links that you need if you're interested in continuing to participate in this project. So the goal of the plan is to recover a viable and sustainable wolf population while minimizing wolf-related conflicts on domestic livestock, other wildlife, and people. So these are the key elements that the plan covered. In order to keep us on track, I'm not going to editorialize too much, except I do want to say, you know, there was a lot of focus on livestock compensation, which that was in the proposition language that passed. The wildlife species and the outfitters in the rural communities got kicked to the curb in this process, and their needs were not addressed to the level that it needs to be, and we need to continue to push on that. So these are the two proposed release areas. The first release area is going to be around in the Gunnison Valley, so there's a lot of concern over that. There may be a second release that'll potentially be up around Vail. Again, this is from the draft management plan. So another issue that's a lot of concern as this draft is rolled forward is CPW is going to be releasing wolves on state lands. Talking with Reed DeWalt a few weeks ago, at that point in time, there had been no private landowners step forward and said, hey, you know, put wolves on our property. I don't know if that's changed in the last few weeks, but that was the last word I had heard from Reed. CPW does clearly state that they didn't have the final financial resources to undertake NEPA to release on the forest. And there's a tremendous amount of concern about that because during the ballot initiative process, one of the key tenets to move this forward was all of our federal lands for wolves. And while CPW cannot advocate on political issues, they can provide information, and they failed to tell the voters that they would circumvent NEPA to release wolves. This is not their first go around on endangered species. They've done lynx and they've done black-footed ferrets, and they knew exactly at this point in time what this process looked like, and they failed to provide the public with the information on that component. And I think that's very troubling right now. So the release, as it's in the draft, is going to be about 30 to 50 wolves over a 3 to 5 year period. That's also a bit concerning because it closely mirrors what happened in the Northern Rockies, and we don't have the land base, the unoccupied land base that the Northern Rockies do. So there's a whole matrix in the wolf management plan on possible scenarios on what can happen through different phases of management. But ultimately on phase 3, wolves could be delisted if there's at least 150 wolves anywhere in Colorado for 2 successive years, or a minimum count of 200 wolves in Colorado. So it's going to take us a bit to get to that point. So we've talked a little bit about the 10J. Just to clarify what that is, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is the agency that has the authority to designate 10J. The 10J designation can be either essential or non-essential. And honestly, I haven't read the draft yet. That's on my to-do list for next week. But what I did flip through and look is under the rulemaking component of this, it does specify that the Colorado population will be non-essential, and that's very important. And then Jeff pointed out the other important thing on this draft EIS is it's not addressing the impacts on wildlife. So those are the types of comments that we're going to need to push forward through this. So what that 10J does is it'll allow for legal take if there's problem wolves that are chronic depredators causing problems or potentially causing problems with people. I know that there's a lot of folks that don't think wolves do cause problems with people, but Colorado doesn't have much land mass here that's unoccupied. So it would give the flexibility to manage wolves, and the wolves that are not causing problems can stay on the landscape, and if they are causing significant problems, they could be removed. So yeah, just so the public comment period on the 10J designation is April 18th. That website's on the handout that I provided. And just to add a little more confusion and muddy the water, there's a second 10J process also in play. The comments were due on that in August, but it's a broader implementation of the 10J process that I think a lot of us oppose. But the Colorado specific 10J process, which gives management flexibility on our wolves in the state, that's something that we need to support. So next steps, the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission meeting, April 6th in Steamboat, the final draft will be presented. And then May 3rd and 4th, the goal is to have CPW Commission adopt the plan at the Glenwood Springs meeting. And then if you move over to the federal component, those are the upcoming meetings on the 10J process. So this slide is copied for you with all those websites, the links that you can get to continue to participate in the process. Okay, you're on schedule.
Thanks, Bonnie. I mean, I just wanted to make sure. I mean, you didn't have to do that much in a hurry, so, but I appreciate it, and thank you very much. Thank you. I'm sure we have some questions, so go ahead, Rachel.
Thank you so much for your presentation and your work through these committees. I know it's been tedious and frustrating. I'm just wondering, it seems that if it's been relisted as endangered federally, shouldn't there be a pot of money at the federal level to do the EIS to put them on federal lands? Or could we insist that, hey, this has changed from a state vote in Colorado. It's now you guys, the feds, are the ones who told us it's endangered. You need to help us get them onto the federal lands.
Well, as it currently stands, this is not a federal action, and CPW is sticking with it's not a federal action because we're going to do it on private lands. There's a lot of us that feel that it's a de facto introduction on federal lands because you know the range overlap. So unfortunately, I think this discussion is going to have to play out in the courts. There's very limited federal dollars for that. So,
Rachel, I might also, just to make sure you understand, is that the money that the feds are using to do the 10J designation has been paid for by the CPW. They gave them $1 million to do it, so they've not spent that money. It hasn't come out of theirs. It's come out of ours.
It just seems like the relisting should come with some support, but I understand. Thank you.
Cindy?
Thanks, Bonnie, for everything that you continue to do. So I'm confused. I am confused about releasing one endangered species that is an apex predator in anywhere near the vicinity of another endangered species, the lynx, that has been reintroduced in Hinsdale County. I am also confused about why you would put an apex predator anywhere near the Phil Mason Family State Wildlife Area, which has a boatload of bighorn that is something that is considered important to us. I don't understand the logic behind this release area.
Well, we're really fortunate we have a technical advisory member amongst us, and I absolutely agree. Sage grouse is another concern, but I don't, Merritt, do you have some wisdom to share?
I can sum up the answer to Cindy's question in 2 words. I'm confused. Sorry. But that is true. I think and maybe Bonnie can help me understand this too, because truly the parallel processes that are going on here are very confusing in terms of what trumps which in terms of timing. I mean, I just read the state law, December 31st. That doesn't, nowhere in that does it say dump wolves on the ground, as has been said. But what does that mean? Develop plan. What does it mean when the 10J process gets completed and we get accepted? What does that mean in terms of timing? I truly don't know the answer to those questions. And hopefully, and I have said this over and over and over again, and I know my head is probably full of wood and sawdust, but we have to have that 10J ruling completely, clearly, and understood and in place before we go to the Colorado law and bring in more wolves. We have to have the management tools in place. Otherwise, as I've said this many times on the technical working group, it becomes a runaway train. It's an apex predator. And if we don't have controls and ability to management, it truly is a runaway train. And the people that are affected are the producers directly. So
Well,
Bonnie, do you have any insight on the timing of how this goes and what law trumps what law?
so that's my question. We have dueling endangered species, in my view, as I just look at this from my little window. In addition, I don't understand why you would put it where I get the producer portion of all this, the wildlife portion and the calving that is going to go on and the calves that are going to be lost of everything that we've tried so hard to build up, including moose in that neck of the woods, just doesn't make any sense to me, and that is why I am confused.
Well, I mean, Cindy, I agree with everything you've said, and I think we all know that the governor's driving the bus on this. You know, and I've heard different staff people say that they don't feel that wolves should be on the ground if we don't have a 10J in place. We know there's going to be litigation, but you know, at the end of the day, our governor's driving the bus on this, and he wants wolves on the ground.
Yeah, I do want to add that, and Cindy, the 10J, we definitely need it, and it's to protect the livestock producers. But I can tell you the 10J has nothing to do with protecting big game, and that's what Jeff brought up. So that is a concern. And the other thing is that, and Merritt knows this, is that one of the recommendations on the draft plan was that the CPW have the ability to manage wolves. That's been taken off the table. So there will not, I guess maybe future commission and legislators can look at that. But for right now, that's not even on the table. So I did want to point that out. Am I correct, Merritt? Yes. Yeah. Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, Ron, you're right. And technically what they did is remove phase 4 at the last commission meeting. I have two things. One, would you back up to the slide that showed the heat map? Cindy, I'm gonna offer you there. Can someone back up to the slide that showed back again? There. So you see that thing in the lower right-hand corner, Cindy, that conflict risk and the ecological suitability. So what the technical definition of trying to get to those locations was looking at where the risk would be least and the ecological suitability. In other words, the habitat would be greatest. That's how those circles got drawn. Now we can argue all day about whether that was legitimate science or not, but that's what you're going to get from an answer on that. And to back up what Bonnie said about the governor driving this, we just recently learned that the governor specifically requested a meeting in Denver to have the 10J rule public comment. So those three you listed up there, Bonnie, absolutely still in effect. But the Fish and Wildlife Service basically is being strong-armed to have a meeting in the Denver area to add that, to add to the public comment. So you know what that means.
Yep. Go ahead, Brad.
So in another life prior to working for the finest utility in Colorado, I worked a lot in public affairs and was very familiar with NEPA and the EIS process and everything else. In this, you talked about with the lack of NEPA in this, and our governor loves to quote that the people spoke and they voted they want wolves. He never, ever mentions the fact that less than 2% of the people want them and that virtually no one in Western Colorado where they're going to impose them voted for them. That doesn't come out in his narrative. But when we talk about the lack of NEPA in this, I can't think but this is just an absolute litigious nightmare. And you've kind of alluded to that, but do you have an idea of what groups or where that may come from in this process? Because I can't see how this doesn't end up for decades in the courts and cost the state millions of dollars.
Actually, I do, and I'm not at liberty to say at this point in time. So.
Okay, we'll have one more question. Perry is on the phone, and no. Oh, really? Hold on a minute. Yes, sir.
Thank you. That in a bigger, picking up where you left off, but a bigger picture of it, how in the world did we as a state put ourselves in a position where a group of people who are not located at the site, they have no knowledge or understanding of how the Western Slope works. We are the voice of the Western Slope for 70 plus years, and yet it was funded by outside money and backed by outside folks and the population on the Eastern Slope, and we're stuck with the whole mess. I don't know that we can do anything about changing this, but as Club 20 is, if we are the voice, we need to find out how this kind of thing cannot happen to us in future generations. Thanks.
Thank you. Question.
This is for Bonnie or Merritt or anybody who has actual knowledge of how this works, but what does it mean for the Southern Ute and Mountain Ute tribes to either support or not support this wolf introduction? Merritt, you're smiling.
Oh, thanks. Well, I believe it. I believe early on, actually, the Southern Utes did do a resolution that they were opposed of. And Cindy, kind of back to your question on how did we end up here? You know, they put in the 60-mile buffer zones because the tribes said no wolves. The surrounding states are saying no wolves, and so that's how it dials down. And I don't know. I think isn't there ongoing discussions if you have wolves on tribal lands, how those are going to be addressed?
So, I hate to say this, but yes, the governor is probably driving the bus here unofficially. And I think the things that we could maybe do as Club 20 is make sure, yes, the voters passed a law, as Tom reminded us. But if we're going to have a law, we need to follow all of the law, all parts of it. And I think we can emphasize that. And part of the process was going through some of these public meetings that we've done. And I don't want to say this for sure, but the Southern Ute thing might have just been a check the box. We contacted them, but we're not going to listen to them. So I hope it's not that, but they have done, as Bonnie said, they are in conversations with them. So I don't know what that's going to amount to.
Okay, go ahead.
Nancy,
Brittany.
you can go ahead and unmute yourself and ask your question.
Thank you, everybody. Excellent presentations from Robbie, LaValle, all the way down. The last question from Tom Harden, I thought was great, because that's a problem I look at from being chair of PLNR, is we're constantly being told we've got constant laws coming from Denver that they don't understand this. You get into look at the detail that you get into with 10J and did you do your NEPA? And so I'm going to propose at PLNR at the end of today, having a little think tank session rather than just writing a new resolution. How do we begin to have a voice for Club 20 when we're letting very small percentages in the state of Colorado set direction? We need to have an open dialogue, obviously, with the governor, but it's so frustrating, isn't it? Because then we get, stay in your lane. And it's like, but this is our lane. We're representing an awful lot of people on the Western Slope. So I think that's an important question for Club 20, not just on the wolves. You look at the Farm Worker Bill of Rights, PAWS Act, over and over and over. We're seeing this coming our way that'll affect the economies and the values that Robbie raised, LaValle raised. I'm very happy to see CSU stepping up, because for years I've just been frustrated. They seem to be a black hole of no information. And Robbie, we have moved a great deal with that university, and I'm very happy about that. So I just want you to know, I think we need to spend some time as Club 20 in a constructive way of figuring out how do you address these things that are polarizing in our state. So, and the other comment I'd have for Brittany, if you can ask the people, identify themselves. I recognize 3/4 of the people asking questions. but I don't know every voice of the room. And if they could introduce when they ask a question, say, I'm so-and-so, and here's my question, that would help. Thank you very much, everyone. Sorry I can't be there in person.
Thank you, Nancy. Sorry you couldn't be here either, but we understand. So thanks. Jeff?
One of the things that Club 20 could really focus on is a topic that hasn't yet been brought up, but the funding issue. I saw when you clicked the slides there that Perry Will was on, and I know he's got a couple bills in the legislature that would drastically impact this plan, and that's an area where we might be able to support, because we all know that it would be catastrophic to introduce wolves without the appropriate funding. Could we get Perry to answer or to give us an update on where he's at with some of this stuff?
I'll get in a minute. I do think that there's, and I'm not saying it's the solution, but one of the things we can do with referendum is say that it takes more than 50%. That it takes 60% or 70%. So it's just something to think about. We've tried that in the past and it hasn't passed through the legislature, but it's something that you might just want to think about. So anyhow, Brittany, do you have Perry on the phone?
Hi, everyone. This is Luke Howes. I'm Senator Will's aide. He's on the Senate floor right now, but I know that he's going to try and come in and speak with you guys, but the timing is tough. So I'm standing in his place here to just keep him updated about what we talk about.
I really couldn't understand much of that. I know he said Perry's on the floor, right?
Yes.
Jeff?
Well, bouncing back to what you just said, Ron, there is an ability that Club 20 could support a change in law that would say that if you're voting on an issue that only affects part of the state, that you actually must get 50 or 50, well, that percentage of vote must win that part of the state that's affected. And
I agree.
We could actually propose that concept as a resolution, direct staff to draft it, but get that concept out there right now during this committee.
I really think you ought to think about that, because we tried that from a sportsman's perspective when I was a AWM down in the San Luis Valley, and it somehow, and it's politics, it just didn't fly. But I think that's from a Club 20 perspective with the support. I think you guys ought to think about it. Michael?
Well, actually, we could take some action on that concept if you wanted right now.
Is there a time where Club 20 can go back to the Capitol? We were there last month, but go back to the Capitol and enforce like we did during Voices and basically let them all know how we feel. Sitting in those chambers made a big difference when we were there the last time. This is something we probably need to go back for. So if there is a certain meeting that we need to be at, let us know and we'll hop in the trucks.
Okay, thank you. Jeff, go ahead and, you've been around here longer than I have from a Club 20 perspective.
Sure,
so.
well, just big picture for those that are new, this is the workhorse of Club 20. These committees are where policy is drafted. The ideas get drafted here, they work their way up through the board of directors and get officially adopted by the organization. And so it would be, if there is broad support for the concept of affected area of the state must win the vote in order for a statewide initiative to happen. If that concept is supported within this committee, let's move it. And I'd be happy to do that and direct staff to get the words down and polish it. And since we won't be reviewing that in today's committee, it's very doable for staff to send it out to your advisory group, Ron, in the Ag Committee. And if that vote of the concept goes forward right now, your advisory group could massage the words and bring it to the board of directors. Okay, and so
That's the motion, I seconded.
and that's fine. And do you want to do it now? I mean, or Perry's on the line. Can we do it after Perry? Senator Will, you're on.
Hey, thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
I just jumped off the Senate floor. We're on second reading of bills, and we did our third reading, and I got the vote, and so I jumped off to come join you all. So thanks for having me.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
Ron, you want to talk a little bit about some of the bills, and more particularly the agricultural bills that are up this session? There's quite a few. So if you want me to just kind of go through some of what we're dealing with and what we're talking about.
That'd be great. Thank you.
And did you already talk about wolves? Did you already talk about wolves and those bills?
Well, we've been talking about wolves, yes.
Okay. Well, just so you know, I have two bills up on wolves. One of them has to do with compensation and how that, and permanent funding for wolves into the future, not a year-to-year thing, but a permanent funding source out of the general fund. Obviously, no portion of dollars. That bill, it dropped, and then the other bill will drop today on the 10J rule on wolves. So, and then also we're putting in a legislative declaration on that bill as well. That is a really good declaration dealing with you know, the whole ballot initiative in 114 and how it was codified in the statute and amended, and then the citizens of Colorado voting on it. So it's in the declaration, it goes through chronologically what happened there, and I think that's important having that bill. But the 10J, and what our 10J bill says is that you can't implement the 114 until 10J is in place, and that is including after all litigation. So after all lawsuits. So we know there will be lawsuits.
Perry, yeah. Senator, can you give me the bill number?
Well, I don't have a number yet.
Okay.
It'll be numbered today. Yeah, it'll actually be numbered today. Let me look here. I just got the draft. The drafter just handed me the copy this morning, and it'll drop today. And it'll have a number on it, but at this point it does not. And then some other
Senator.
Yes.
Any chance you could speak a little closer to your microphone? We're having a little bit of a hard time hearing you.
Oh, sorry. Hang on a second. I'll have my aide see if he can help me. There's some reason that's not picking up well. Oh, I guess. Hang on a second. Yeah, we might have to. Is that any better?
Yes.
Okay. I'll lean in tight. So I apologize for that. Do you want me to go over any of that again or not?
Yes.
Well,
okay.
Perry, this is Jeff Comstock. I heard you say that you're dropping a bill to support the 10J concept of wolves not being released in the state unless the 10J is fully functioning. And I also heard you say something about a bill that would fund the process. And I think it would be great for this committee to go on record supporting those concepts so that Brittany or whoever the new executive director is can lobby in support of that. Did I hear those right? And if so, do we probably need to pass 3 separate motions in this committee?
Yeah, you did hear me right. So the 10J rule says that 10J has to be in place, and so probably 114 can't be implemented without 10J in place. That includes after all litigation, because we know there's going to be suits, right? And that's one bill. The other bill is the compensation bill, and we had it in there that it was on the 10J that you couldn't introduce and moves in the areas that were where the introduction would affect prey animals, like where we had DAUs that were under objective, et cetera. We're pulling that out. They just said there's no way we're going to get that bill passed, so we are going to pull that out. And then on the compensation part, that's that funding is gonna be general fund money. And we need to find out an amount that we need to have in there, but it's funded into the future and general fund money. That's the other bill. Did you hear me all right there?
Well, I think we heard most of that. It's just coming in and out, but.
Wow, I should have good, I mean, I'm right here in the Capitol. I should have really good, yeah, yes, yeah. We'll try and get a headset and see if that doesn't help. See if there's one out there.
Okay.
I apologize. Yeah, I've never had this trouble actually.
My name is John.
Go ahead. You obviously have some other stuff for us, right?
Oh, yeah, I do. And
Senator?
I wanted to talk about, I'm getting some, I don't know, well, I only got help with the, it is, okay. Hang on a second, we're trying something.
Okay.
Said that, and I thought, that's funny.
Okay, is that any better? Is that any better?
Seems like it. Yeah, let's try it.
Okay, hopefully that's better. And then some of the ag bills we're talking about this is 23092, and that's agricultural producers use of agrivoltaics, and that what this bill does is incentivize the use of agrivoltaics to integrating solar panels into agricultural activities, and authorizes research and investigation into the costs and benefits of the practice, and including impacts on wildlife. And there's also a part of this bill is that this is interesting, but the feasibility of floating solar generation in reservoirs. And then the other part of that bill is greenhouse gas reduction techniques and agricultural practices. We'll see how that bill goes. Then there's
what's that bill number, Senator?
It's 23092.
Thank you.
And then what I think is probably near and dear to us over there in the West Slope is the sunset continue of the custom processing of meat animals, and that passed in an ag committee, but and that just implements a number of DORA recommendations, and just extending the custom processing of animal meats act for 9 years. So that helps. During COVID, we had no issues with that bill will help with that. And there's I know one you're interested in and probably have talked about a little bit about is the non-toxic bullet replacement hunting program. And that bill creates a non-toxic bullet replacement program that allow hunters to exchange hunting rounds that have lead bullets with hunting rounds that have non-lead bullets. So and it also includes a muzzle loader with non.
Senator, that's voluntary? Is that correct?
It is voluntary. That's 23-1036. And then the one that I think you've been hearing a lot about is 23-1165, and that's the county's authority to prohibit firearm discharge. And that passed the House already. That's been on the House floor and passed. And that bill gives the Board of County Commissioners authority to prohibit the discharge of firearms in unincorporated parts of the county. I think it's up to 30, as long as there's no more than 35 residences, and that includes apartments or individual trailers, etc., per square mile.
So, Senator?
Yeah.
So, just to make sure I understand that one, that's statewide?
Statewide. Hopefully we can kill that bill in the Senate.
Because it passed the House. I heard that correctly?
It passed the House. and I don't remember the vote count, but it was about, it seemed like it was 40, maybe 50 something to, I don't remember it, but it passed handily in the House. Hopefully we can kill it in the Senate. It's not a good bill. You know, it's allowing the counties to say, hey, you can't discharge a firearm on your private property. And I've got more emails and people opposing that than any other bill this session.
So just to understand, even on private land, if you own the land, you can't shoot your gun within that area. Is that correct?
Yep. If the county commissioner says you can't.
Okay.
Not a good
Yes.
bill.
Hold on a minute. We have a question. Merritt, go ahead.
So this is Merritt Linke, Grand County. Thanks for being on the call, Senator Will. But Grand County has studied that bill a little bit, and it's an interesting conundrum because it's a permissive bill that allows counties to decide about shooting ranges. So that's the clarification here. It's not state saying yes or no to do this. It's a permissive bill that allows counties to make that decision.
Thank you, Merritt.
Well,
Jeff?
Senator, I'd second what Commissioner Linke said. Also, you should know that AGNC took a strongly opposed position to that bill.
Yes, and Merritt, thank you for that. But I mean, it doesn't apply to shooting range or lawful hunting. That it does not apply to that. But what I've told them all along in this bill is that, you know, we already have all kinds of laws. What precipitated this bill, you know, someone's scared their neighbor's shooting over there. And I say that, you know, we already have laws in the books like reckless endangerment or whatever. If I'm you know, over there shooting my high-powered rifle towards Ron's house, you know, a quarter mile away or something, then there's other laws to cover that. And so it does exempt shooting ranges and lawful hunting, livestock management activities. But I think this bill scares me a lot.
So just to follow up, I am also saying Grand County is going to strongly oppose that, but we just need to be clear that that's what it is. It's a permissive bill, but it has a lot of devil in the details kind of things that are problems with it.
And
Right.
I understand that, and I think what's scary about this one is that it's obviously a front range bill, and I can see them imposing some regulations in those counties outside of Grand and Moffett and Rio Blanco, because they are not going to do it. But there are other counties I could see that will do it, and it will inhibit hunting.
Yes.
And in those areas, they need to have hunting to harvest the elk that's been building, or the deer, because the wolves aren't going to handle that problem. But
Right.
that is a concern, right?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, it's a Boulder County bill. So yeah, more to come on that. I like I say, it passed the House. I really don't see it getting by the Senate, but maybe. I really don't see it maybe getting out of Senate Ag actually. So I don't think we'll even have to see it on the floor. And then the other bill that I want to talk about was 23-1066, and that's the corner crossing bill, the public access to landlocked publicly owned land, the corner crossing. And I think y'all know what that is, allows for the corner crossing one parcel of public land to another. And that bill is really really contentious, and I don't know. My read on a lot of legislators around, it seems like kind of half and half over here on this. Of course, it doesn't involve a vehicle or anything, just foot traffic over that corner.
Is this still in, Senator? Is this still in front of a committee, or is this past the House?
You know, I don't know if it's. I don't think it is past the House yet. I didn't check on that one. It's in House Ag now. Okay, just check.
Okay.
House Ag. It's
Jeff?
in House Ag now. We'll see how that goes.
Senator, this is Jeff again. I will say that I personally have some real heartburn over this concept, because what it does is it allows, it legalizes trespass. Right now, somebody can't cross that corner. And the amount of, I understand the logic. I understand why a hunting group or outfitters would like that ability to access those public lands through a infinite point on a corner. However, because that corner is an infinite point, you literally have to put a foot or whatever across private land. And that although there is frustration about landlocked parcels, this is not the solution to that. This will allow trespassing to the degree that will create problems beyond anything that's been contemplated at this point. And so I lean toward the private property right protection side of this, and it's a tough bill, but I think you got to look at the private property owners' rights in this more than just public use perspectives.
Well, I'm in agreement with you on that, but there's obviously some other opinions. And it seems pretty split down here on that, so that's going to be interesting. We'll see how it comes out of House Ag.
Okay,
And then
thank you. You got any?
Yeah, the other one.
Go ahead, Senator.
Briefly is the equine slaughter. I think you've heard a lot about that. And
I couldn't catch that. What was it?
The equine slaughter bill.
Oh,
that's 23038. And basically, the bill originally made it criminal to slaughter a horse or other equine for the purposes of human consumption. But they had a big strike below amendment, and the current version is just concerned with the transport of horses to be slaughtered for consumption. And that just imposes a lot of numerous requirements on the type of trailer, the type of flooring to be used, the dimensions of the trailer, et cetera. And that's where that bill is at currently. It was on the second reading calendar, and it's in it today, but it'll get laid over. We won't be talking about it. And then the other one, 23059, is I know the counties are interested in this, but that's the state parks and wildlife areas local access funding. And that bill provides funding to the local governments to facilitate access to state-owned parks and outdoor recreation areas, improvements to access, helping the roads out, grading, whatever. But the funding comes from extra dollars from the Keep Colorado Wild Pass and administered by the Parks and Wildlife Commission. So a lot of angst over that bill.
Any questions on that one? Yes, Kelly.
I'm sorry, Senator, I was having a hard time understanding you, but if I understand you correct, the horse slaughter bill is still alive. And sorry, this is Callie Hendrickson. Can you tell me what the number of that bill is?
Yes. It's 23008. 23038.
Okay, thanks. I'd be happy to weigh in on it when I can.
Yeah. That was, from the county commissioners there, what are they thinking about this 059?
He's asking if we have any questions on that last bill he talked about regarding counties getting funding from state wildlife areas and state parks within their jurisdiction. Am I correct, Perry?
Correct.
Doesn't look like there's any. No questions here.
Okay. And then there's numerous other bills. One that I was going to run, had I got elected back to House, was the timber industry incentives. A lot of incentives to expand the timber industry in Colorado and trying to reduce the risk of wildfires. That's a good bill. The one that's I think that you might find a little bit interesting is the hang on a second, let me look for the number here. hold on, I had it written down here, but I can't remember where I had it. Oh, yes, this is 23016. That's 23016. It's greenhouse gas emission reduction measures. And that was in Senate Transportation and Energy. But the part of this bill that's interesting is Section 6 of the bill updates the statewide greenhouse gas emission reduction goals to add a 65% reduction goal for 2035, an 80% reduction goal for 2040, and a 90% reduction goal for 2045 when compared to 2005 greenhouse gas pollution levels. But the interesting part of this is with cattle being no exception, and I'm not sure how that works, but I think that's pretty interesting. Cattle are not exempted from this. Did you all hear that? Oh, yeah. Did you all hear this?
Yeah. Go ahead, Perry.
Yeah, did you hear that?
Yes.
Yes, we did.
Okay. So I don't know how we're going to reduce emissions from cattle, but anyway, that's part of that bill. Several other bills concerning water, food systems, the workforce program, agriculture workforce, the loan program is a good one. And then, you know, the consumer right to repair agriculture equipment, that passed the House and now it's in Senate Ag. That's going to be an interesting bill, and a lot of different opinions on that one as well. So that, Ron, I really apologize about the audio on this. I don't understand it. I'm not techy enough to fix it. So I apologize.
That's all right. I mean, I know that you didn't do it on purpose, Senator. We tried. Well, I want to ask if there's any questions for Senator Will on anything that has to do with what his job is in the legislature. Any questions? I don't see any, Perry. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Yes, thank you. I'm headed back to the floor. So thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, when it's appropriate, I have a couple motions I'd like to make and see if they'll move through the committee.
Let's do it now. Well, we can.
Okay.
Let's go for it.
The first motion I'd make is that that the Ag Committee ask staff to create a resolution that supports the concept of 10J rule being fully in place before wolves are introduced in Colorado.
Any comment, any questions, anything further? Yes, Brittany?
Point of clarification, the creation of resolution falls under the committee itself, not under staff, the advisory panel.
Fair enough. When I said that, I meant that it actually, if we need to go through the advisory panel to draft words, we can do it. In the past, many times, staff has drafted a draft resolution for the advisory panel to commit to actually consider. So, I mean, I was hoping you'd be a better wordsmith than our advisory panel was. And
I guarantee you'd be better than me.
So I mean, honestly, this is a long-standing precedent that staff can put some words together, but you're right in that staff doesn't adopt it or anything. But if you could get a draft, the intent of my motion is that staff would give a draft to the advisory panel for Ron and then they can wordsmith it at that point. And the concept within it would be that 10J is in fully functioning before wolves are introduced in Colorado. And I'll volunteer to help draft that. If that makes you uncomfortable, I will volunteer to help get the first draft out there.
We'd appreciate it. So, go ahead. You got?
I think you need to help.
Sure.
I mean, that's, we don't have an interim
Okay, so
director
we've
right
got a
now.
couple,
So we have Jeff and Merritt that'll help sort of put this together.
what's that?
Oh. Bonnie and Robbie?
Okay, then.
Can I get a hand raised for who all would be interested in helping draft that? Keep them raised, please. Bonnie, Merritt, Jeff.
Sure.
And then Robbie has
do
a
it that way.
question.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
It's easy to say in fully fund 10J, but it is the detail of 10J that we want to make sure is reflected. It is the ability to have the individuals that are creating the problems and the lethal control and that. So I want to be careful. It's not just fully fund 10J.
No, I didn't
10J
say
front.
fully fund. I said have it functioning in place. I haven't addressed funding yet.
I understand the devil is in the details, but I'm just making sure that we capture it's what we need. So
Perfect. I support your idea, Robbie, and we probably have another committee member now.
That'd be great if Robbie would help. Yes, Cindy?
Jeff, do you not think we already have a resolution that could be utilized to support this?
I'm happy to look at what exists. I would be skeptical that it's that detailed.
Okay, that's what I needed to know.
Oftentimes Club 20's resolutions, we do two sets. We do one that's broad overarching concept stuff, and then we do a separate set often for just specific issues that come up at the moment. And those resolutions often retire after the issue is gone. So I would assume what's still on the books is big concept stuff, but not specific related to current bills in the legislature.
Yep, behind you.
Yes.
Brittany?
It's Marty Whitmore.
Please use a microphone. I'll bring one to you.
She's bringing me one.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a question, and because it might be something you also want to fold into this policy draft with. So if they're looking at introducing these on private lands, are there private landowners who are willing to have them released? And if not, I mean, there's a whole trespassing issue, but I would add to it, frankly, that not only is 10J fully completed, but I would really go back to the fact that they ought to be released on federal lands.
They're not going to be released on private land. They're going to be released, as I understand it, and Bonnie can clarify this, they're going to put them on state lands. Now, they're going to go on private lands. I mean, that's obvious, but they're going to put them on state lands. Bonnie?
Well, the wording in the plan says private or state, but talking with CPW a few weeks ago, they had had no private landowners agreeable. So at this point, they are sticking to state release on state lands.
Ron, Nancy has a comment online.
Go ahead, Nancy.
Hi, thank you. We did do, as Jeff just mentioned, a very specific resolution, but it was through Public Lands Natural Resource Committee with input from Ag. But we never did touch that federal issue that Marty just talked about. I mean, I write that down as something new to me, that they should have done maybe a NEPA document if you're going to introduce it on the national forest. So is there a way, Jeff, in your mind, that we could throw that in as well as 10J? I think it's nice to be on record some of these issues that we are finding now that were never publicly educated before that vote.
Well, my thought is it's a different topic than this resolution, but I have no problem at all with Club 20 taking the position that adequate NEPA should be conducted and compensation should occur to those that are negatively affected on federal lands. I have no problem with the concept that we think that the state has bypassed NEPA intentionally, and that I have no problem with that policy statement, but it's probably best put into another resolution.
Robbie, you have a comment?
The NEPA question has been put forward numerous times from numerous lawyers and that through this whole wolf management process and through the draft. The commission, as I understand it, listening to the meeting at the very last meeting, they were in executive session, and the state of Colorado attorneys for state Colorado then had advised that based on precedent out of the 10th district, if I'm remembering correctly, they did not need to do NEPA because it was going to be released on state land. So I'm not discounting that we don't continue to say that. There's lots of groups and lots of counties and lots of Club 20 members that are pushing that point very clearly. I'm just indicating what was said in the commission meeting and what was told directly to the groups that have brought this up regarding the federal land and the implication that they will end up on federal land 5 minutes after they're released on state land.
No, I totally agree. It is legal for that to happen. There's no doubt about that.
And Bonnie has a comment, but I do want to point out, because I work for the Colorado Division of Wildlife, and I'll continue saying Division of Wildlife for the last 47 years. It's a double-edged sword with this NEPA. And I think in this case, NEPA was needed, but there are other things. Let me tell you, California uses NEPA, and it has totally limited the authority of the commission from the game and fish. So it's a double-edged sword, and I understand it, and I think I wanted to throw that out there, because there are times when the Wildlife Commission, the CPW Commission, may want to do something, and some group, not necessarily Club 20, but some group different than Club 20, can say you're going to have to do NEPA to do some simple thing that would benefit landowners, that would benefit sportsmen, or that would benefit. So it's just something I want to throw out there. Bonnie?
Ron, that was exactly my point. I mean, I feel strongly that how this is being handled is wrong, but be careful what you ask for, because there could be other projects on private land adjacent to BLM Forest Service that other groups could say you have to go through NEPA because you might be emitting dust that comes over onto the national forest or something. So I think that's a path we need to consider carefully.
So I'm going to add just briefly to that, and this comes again from that other world I used to come from. That's already being done often, not only in California, but I mean across the West. They use that NEPA process as a tactical tool on a regular basis. So I think you just need to look at this and evaluate it on a case-by-case basis. But there are things within NEPA that make a lot of sense why this would probably be a case where it should have been utilized, especially from the economic standpoint that they'd actually have to take into consideration that obviously was not taken into consideration with this yet. But it's already being done that way. And there are certain factions that use it often as a political, an agenda tool. So just be aware of that. It's not like we're going to wake up the demon that's already there.
And I agree. I think in this situation, I totally understand where Jeff is coming from, but I just wanted to make sure you guys were aware of that. So Jeff, go ahead.
That clarifies that we don't need to, that's a separate issue that we don't need to address at this point. Let's just stick with the motion on the table then.
Okay, so we have the motion. We had a second? Was it Merritt? Okay, and we had discussion. So all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, let's move forward with that one. What else do you have, Jeff?
Well, I could use some help getting the language right, but the concept would be that we that support the legislation that Perry Wills just talked about, where there's adequate funding and permanent funding, not just short-term funding for the wolf management plan. And that includes everything from compensation all the way to management. And the issue is we've got a plan that's about to go into place with no money tied to it, and permanency is required. So my motion would be that Club 20 supports permanent funding of the wolf plan, and details I could use assistance.
We have a motion.
I second it.
And a second, and then go ahead.
Yeah, comment on the motion. I will fully support this. I think it's a good motion. I really just want to point out that I think it's important for the subcommittee to draft these. We are with an interim director right now. We have our very large annual meeting coming up in April, and I just don't want to overwhelm the staff while we're in the selection process for a new director. So that's
Agreed.
all. Thank
Agreed.
you.
I think,
Jeff, I have a question. Are you wanting two separate resolutions, or could it be done as one?
No,
Two separate. Got it.
separate.
Thanks.
I do want to point out that we are going to cover the predator control, and that was part of the predator control motion is that Club 20 supports funding that covers indirect and direct impacts to wildlife and livestock from introduced predators. So I just wanted to point that out. Yes, sir.
I guess my question is, where's the funding coming from? You got to identify that versus it doesn't come back.
Right now,
yeah,
all the funding for game damage comes from the wildlife portion of the Colorado Parks and Wildlife.
Where would you see additional funding?
General fund. Since the citizens of the state of Colorado wanted the wolves, it ought to be the citizens of Colorado statewide to pay for the funding, and not just the sportsmen. Go ahead. Any?
well, I'll ask the pleasure of the committee about this. Oh, I'm sorry. You need to finish a motion.
Well, so we've had a motion. We had a second. We've had discussion. Any more discussion on that?
Nancy has a comment as well.
Okay, go ahead.
I think, Ron, what you just said, we're going to be doing the predator control. So I don't think we need a resolution on this. It's just a motion that we are going to send a letter using AG 06-5 that actually addresses the wolf issue. I'm not sure it needs to be a quote unquote resolution that goes on the policy.
This is Jeff. All I care about is that Club 20 takes that official position that funding needs to be in place. If you believe that we've got that covered and can write a letter on it, that satisfies the desire. If we don't need a resolution, then that's fine.
Because I think our PLNR resolution also said that we wanted that addressed in this one. So I think all we need to do is direct staff that we're going to send a letter under our letterhead signed by our director or however we do it. It doesn't need to be a new resolution, in my opinion.
Ron?
Yes, go ahead.
We need to keep the wolf damage fund separate from the other predator payments. So it's important that we have a special fund for, and I think that's what you're getting at, Jeff, a special fund for wolf damage, or, wolf, and just saying predator, that doesn't cover it. We've got to specify. I get predator damage, as you know, for damage from bear, mountain lions, that kind of thing. We're talking about wolves, and I think we need to have policy that specifies that this is a special wolf fund.
So, Brad McLeod, Club 20 Chair. I'm identifying myself for Nancy because the rest of us aren't, and I know we're driving her crazy. My thought on that, to your point, J. Paul, to your concern, Jeff, is that if we are taking a look at the predator funding, the predator control resolution currently, can't we add a whereas, or we can add to that resolution, exactly. Simplify the process and call it out individually within the predator control resolution that we currently have, which would still allow staff to be able to move forward, and we can have the flexibility to do what we need. We do not need to continue with mission creep and draft in a completely new resolution of its own to stand on. We can add to the one we have where it's at.
Not only that, when I am drafting letters, and I have drafted letters in the past, using the predator resolutions or the term predator, we can frame it as wolves being predators and mention it and frame it towards that way. We don't need the resolution comment to necessarily say wolves, it'll say predator, and then we can frame it as wolves being predators within the letter.
And Brittany, to that point though, and to J. Paul's concern, He's wanting to make sure that we identify that the funds for the wolf predation payments be separate and their own individual line than what we typically would have for predation control, that where they come from. So we can call that out specifically in the resolution itself, and then that would allow that flexibility. And J. Paul, I think that would answer your concern too, correct? Okay.
Jeff? Yes.
Hi, Mary Jo Coulihan, Archuleta County. I would just maybe look to suggest a friendly amendment that you do review your rules on the books, and if you can combine it or call it out within a specific already existing resolution, that would be one. And two, I understand that we're all limited on time, but whether we have an interim director or a full-time director, he or she doesn't know what your group wants to say, so you've got to give them direction.
Thank you.
30 seconds.
Go ahead, I'm going to see if I can pull up the proposed wolf introduction, which is the resolution that was in PLNR. I'm going to see if I can pull that up for everyone.
So we can look at it while we do the other one?
Yes.
Thank you, Brittany.
Merritt?
So I think that
Identify yourself.
I identify as Merritt Linke and Counselor.
Well done, sir.
So I think in order to help this process along, and Brittany maybe is already one step ahead of me, but I think we can go back to the language of Prop 114 that I read part of it. I don't have the rest of it in, but I believe that there's language in there that calls out the funding for, as J. Paul said, for the WOP program. And I think we can use that to draft the letter, as Jeff, I think, originally mentioned, that not only pays for the livestock compensation, but for the actual management of wolves long-term itself. And I think we use that from that language in our letter or our response, whatever we're going to end up doing. But we call out that law, as I said earlier.
And I agree with that, Merritt, because I can tell you from a perspective of the field people and all of the impact that it's going to have on the field staff, we're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars. We're not talking peanuts here. Yep.
I mean, so we had that bill also, remember?
So my understanding is that the ballot initiative basically said that sportsmen were going to pay for depredation, and that was my understanding. And then when we had the discussion about funding at the legislature and we got the bill passed, Perry Will helped us in the House with that bill, it said that funding was going to come from, and this was for the planning, from the general fund and grants and contributions and that sort of thing. So maybe we can pull some of that language out of that bill to broaden that, but I wouldn't want to just be limited to what the ballot initiative said, because it was disproportionately on the shoulders of sportsmen. That's
Look
my
at page,
understanding.
look at page 2 of this, Brittany. Go down to page 2. We were very specific about the resolution where we talk about urges conducting a complete and accurate fiscal analysis of all direct and indirect costs. And it also says it would be coming from the general fund. So I do think the resolutions on board are okay. And we just need to carefully word that letter. But we knew this was coming.
And I agree.
I would modify my motion instead of passing a resolution to direct staff to write a letter. Or, well, I'm sorry, Brittany, when I say staff, let's let it come from Club 20, even if the advisory panel drafts it. But let's let Club 20 send a letter supporting these concepts.
I'm always happy to write a letter.
I second that.
Agreed. Okay.
Let me just say, Ron, I've been in the legislature, and just saying that it comes from the general fund means nothing. If you don't have a special fund, there's all kinds of special funds that you can build up so that in years where you have a lot of predator problems, you can pay for them. And in years that you don't have, you build up that fund. But you can't depend on the legislature on an annual basis to fund those things.
And I agree with you. And I just wanted to add that if my fear is from a CPW perspective, anytime that we looked at getting general fund money, we got nothing, okay? Keep in mind, general fund used to give money to the Colorado Division of Wildlife. The legislature made the decision not to fund it because they said they already had too much money. Well, I can tell you there will be a time when they don't have too much money. And to fund the wolf program is going to take a lot of dough. So I agree with you. Okay, so where are we at?
Ron?
Yes, Cinda.
So my question, for the sake of expediency, to get this done quickly, is can we amend in predator control that's in front of us today to include this funding piece and then utilize this? And does that give us enough to draft the letter? That's where I'm asking.
I think it does, but I'm willing to listen to anybody else.
It seems like some very small additional amendments in this one. I get that it contradicts the other one, and that's the part that's problematic to me, is that then we would be putting in place something that contradicts the other resolution. But how can we accomplish something here at this table today, quickly?
Excuse me, but I don't think.
It does, because the other one says it comes from the general fund.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't.
If this one, if
put the PLNR one back up there, please.
Yeah,
I believe it does.
Go
Okay,
down
hold on here.
1, 2, 3.
Urges all costs to come from the Colorado General Fund.
Go down below,
Right
below
there.
that. And we oppose.
Go below that.
Any wolf introduction management costs charged to CBW game cash funds. So I think it gives you.
Right, that does not accomplish. That doesn't accomplish the specific fund that Jay Paul's talking about.
Yeah.
But we can do that with the letter though, right?
Right, exactly.
So.
You got flexibility there.
Yeah, so Rachel, go ahead.
Thank you. I think that if you do modify, as Cindy is suggesting, urges all costs to come from the Colorado General Fund, which creates a designated special fund.
So this particular resolution is not up for any amendments today. We can't utilize it. It hasn't been done in the proper time frame.
Okay, but maybe
we
on
only
the
can do predator control
bill,
Yeah.
to add that, we expect it to be a permanent, independent special fund that goes with the program. But I would modify the one we can. This one right in here.
Right, which is already highlighted.
Yeah.
And added.
But it should be funding a specific designated fund, right after the word funding. Supports funding for a specific designated wolf management plan fund.
Point of clarification, are we moving into resolution discussion? And if so, we would need a motion on the floor.
Well, let's get rid of it. Let's
It's that you
get
have a
past
motion on the
where we
floor
were
that
at
you gotta
before.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Okay?
Thank you, Callie.
Yeah, go ahead, Kelly. What'd you say?
You have a motion on the floor, Jeff's motion that was seconded, to write a letter.
Right.
Basically what we've been talking about. Let's get that
And
done.
I agree.
One way or the other. I honestly believe we don't need to amend anything else to get what we're trying to talk
agree.
about. Your policy covers you.
So, to write a letter, okay, we had a motion and we had a second. Am I correct, Jeff?
Yeah, and to clarify the motion, let's be simple with it that Club 20 takes the position that permanent funding dedicated specifically to wolf management be in place.
And we had a friendly amendment, right?
Did I just cover the friendly amendment or not?
I think so.
Okay.
All right. So we had a motion, had a second, went through the front. So any other discussion? Cindy?
So are we covered on the 10J, or are we still looking to draft that resolution?
That was a separate motion and it passed.
We already talked about that.
Okay.
So let's go back. So all in favor of the motion? Go ahead and repeat your motion.
The motion as it stands, friendly amended, says that Club 20 will write a letter taking the position that permanent funding dedicated specifically to wolf management be written.
Merritt.
I think it should have maybe one final part there that needs to be in place before bringing any more wolves to Colorado. So maybe can we add that?
I'd consider that friendly.
And what about a permanent, the word permanent in there?
Okay, so we had two other friendly, add permanent and add before, right?
And Nancy was our second, so Nancy, do you agree with that friendly amendment?
Absolutely, all of them.
Okay.
Perfect.
The Club 20 takes the position that permanent funding dedicated specifically to wolf management before introductions occur be established.
Does that cover?
I was just gonna. I was just gonna.
Hey, Merritt, anything else you want to add when we draft it? We'll work on it.
I'm good. I was just gonna say wordsmithing a little bit. The permanent fund be established before bringing any additional wolves to Colorado. That's probably a Brittany thing, but wordsmithing. But we got it.
Got it? All right. So we have motion, we have a second, we have friendly amendments. Everybody agrees. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? So moved. Let's go. All right. So, and I don't know, Brittany, you are almost out of time. Do we have time to go through the two resolutions that we were looking at?
I think we should first look at the predator control and make sure that that one is good to go, and then we can move to the horses.
Okay, let's look at predator control, AG 065, predator control. And there was, and I think Bonnie, you added the be further resolved that Club 20 supports funding that covers indirect and direct impacts to wildlife and livestock from introduced predators. Is that yours? The other one I would just like to throw out there, you know, we talk about that there is significant evidence that predating animals are a major factor in diminishing wildlife, and it just says including deer populations. I'm just wondering if we should say big game populations, because I can tell you it's going to have more impact on moose than it is deer immediately. That's a fact. Agreed. Yes, go ahead.
I think we should probably keep that maybe more general, because as people in Gunnison, we introduce wolves and we drive out another species, the sage grouse, and that's an issue also. I think it should be all.
Okay, so it should say
general.
All diminishing all wildlife?
I think so. Maybe I'm wrong, but
well, I think you have a good point. I mean, we're talking about Gunnison sage grouse, and so
what if we were, sorry, this is Brad McLeod, Mesa County. What if it were to say including multiple
wildlife population?
Well, yeah, and I was thinking of like threatened and non-threatened populations.
And just take out deer.
Yeah, just omit deer and have it say including multiple threatened and non-threatened wildlife populations. Or wildlife including multiple threatened and non-threatened populations. But just omit deer.
Okay. Bonnie, do you have something to add?
Yeah, I was just going to go with a major factor in diminishing other wildlife populations and call it a day.
You would go along with that friendly amendment? Okay, looking at this now, do we have a motion to accept this? Rachel?
This is where I think in that new be it further resolved that we can talk about a permanent fund as opposed to annual appropriations for this. To be just a little more specific, it's Robbie's potential amendment, so I don't want to mess with it. But I think this is where instead of just supports funding, you know, that's where it's permanent funding in a designated fund. You know,
specifically for wolf?
Yeah,
Is that how we should?
for the management plan. But this is where we want to reiterate what everyone was talking about for the last half hour.
I do want to point out that I do believe, okay, this is me speaking, all right, that the CPW does have a responsibility to pay for game damage from bear and lion through sportsmen's dollars. and it shouldn't come from general fund. The general fund needs to support the wolves because that's who wanted the wolves in here. Now, that's just me, so I'm open. Yes, Merritt.
I'm going to have to identify as Merritt Linke. I'm agreeing with Rachel on this, but maybe going back to what Tom said earlier, for the future, maybe we should say all introduced apex predators, as Kathy mentioned a minute ago. What if we decide we want to bring in grizzly bears to Colorado here in 10 years? So maybe all introduced predators would be covered.
Yeah.
Bonnie?
Yeah, I identify as Bonnie. Yeah, I was just going to say what Merritt. I back you up 100%. It says introduce predators, and I know that there's already groups pushing for grizzly.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yes, Bonnie.
So I have a question because I'm sitting here thinking maybe we need another be it further resolved for the permanent wolf funding. But before we start to write that, I have a question. It sounds to me like our wolf plan is going to provide greater funding for depredation than the current plan for bear and mountain lion depredation. That's why I think maybe it should be a separate further be it resolved, so that we don't end up in a situation where they say, well, we already fund, bear and mountain lion depredation, we shouldn't be funding it anymore, and maybe that gives people the opportunity to object. So that's why I think maybe we should have something separate to say we want a separate funding for wolf depredation that is permanent and funded through the general fund.
Well, that would fit what Jay Paul was talking about, right? Merritt?
I identify as Merritt Linke, Grand County, and I probably agreeing with Bonnie, but again, going back to what Tom said a little bit ago, we could say wolf, but not limited to any other apex predator introduced. And that covers something else that is brought in the future. So we could specifically say wolves, but because it is going to be, I think, as Bonnie said, a different compensation level than we're doing for bears and lions now. But maybe that is a separate whereas that covers wolves and any other introduced apex predator on the landscape.
I think that makes sense. Yeah. Can you get that, Brittany?
Do we have suggested language? And can you say it slowly for me?
Go ahead,
Instead of
Merritt,
10,
say it slowly.
one person as well.
Well, just, a point of clarification. I think we need to strike apex because I don't know that a wolverine, you help me out, Ron, I don't know that a wolverine would be considered an apex predator, but they're the next thing coming down the road at us and they will be introduced.
Yeah, grizzly is an apex though, but Wolverine's next. So I'm going to give Brittany the wording.
Let me take a shot at it, and I know this group will help, but be it further resolved that there be a separate's fine, special fund established for reimbursement of depredation It's depredation. Oh, depredation. Yeah. Resulting from wolves and other introduced predators to be funded permanently before introduction is made.
Shouldn't it say by the general fund?
Yeah, so should we say funded through the general fund permanently before introduction is made? How do you like that? Fix it.
Go ahead, Merritt.
All right, so I identify as Merritt Linky, Grand County.
You're doing that well now.
Very proud of you, right?
One more possible suggestion from what Bonnie said is, after depredation, also include in there, and all incurred management costs.
There you go.
I agree with that. We need to add that, because there's a lot of other stuff that's gonna happen because right now, the way that reads is that it's only if you find an animal and you can say that it killed, whether it's cow or heifer or sheep or whatever. So, go ahead, Bonnie.
Bonnie Brown. So just to, Merritt cleaned up, half of that. And then the other thing, I think instead of using reimbursement, use, the word cover, because there's a lot of things up front that, somebody on the landscape shouldn't have to out of pocket and then ask for reimbursement. They should just be able to have access to that at the time.
Compensation cover it, Bonnie?
Yeah, she's got it.
Okay. Rachel?
Thank you for the work on this. The only thing I think is missing is the word permanent. Yeah, that it's a separate, special, permanent fund. Is it, well, it's in the prior, to permanently.
You're absolutely right.
Okay.
Move that around.
Yeah, you could put that up by the special fund as permanently.
Oh, permanent special fund?
Yeah,
Okay,
so it's always there.
all right. So,
Yeah, that works. Yeah.
looking at this,
Not so hard.
any other, yes, sir?
Thanks, Rod, and I'm not sure that we can address that here, but in the cases that have filed for payment on depredation with wolves and other things, there seems to be quite a discussion between the livestock owner and the governing power about what the value, a market steer, but maybe it was a grand champion steer, or maybe it was a llama that's been recognized for 15 other things across the country. But the value, establishing that value, I don't know if we can address that and solve it, but it is an issue in the minds of the owners already out there that they're not, the numbers they're seeing don't coincide with what the value of the animal is.
Well, they did go through that, and I know at the last commission meeting, they raised it from, to 14,000, is that correct? 15,000? Plus veterinary expenses. So they did raise it, and they have looked at that. What's that?
That's quite a bit more than other predators, right? Depredation from other predators, double.
Yes.
Yeah.
The plan's covered.
But what I foresee is they'll probably utilize that for all predators. That's what it's probably. But, yeah. Yep. Yes, sir.
Do you want a motion to get it on the floor?
Yes.
I move that this be approved as amended.
Second? Okay, any discussion on that? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so moved. All right, what else you got, Jeff?
For a second.
Yes.
Well, I know, Ron, I won't make a motion, but I need someone to do a little better job articulating it than me. But the concept of law being introduced that cannot take effect unless the affected area votes to support it also. And the idea in the wolf example would be if the West Slope voted over majority to pass it, then it does pass. But since the West Slope was affected and the East Slope wasn't, that we need to get rid of that discrepancy. And so the idea would be that the area directly affected by a ballot initiative has to support that ballot initiative.
And just for clarification, we need to move on to we got about, well, actually, we don't have any 5 minutes. Can we work on that, Jeff?
And Jeff, Nancy can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that is addressed in the PLNR resolution.
Great. All right, we need to move on. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Ron, great job.
Mm.
So we're not doing the horse one? We are not. Okay.
Can you hear me? We're going to move on to Water Committee. And we do need to move fairly quickly into the Water Committee. I've got,
Can we all give Marty a little bit of respect in the room, please? We are going to start the Water Committee.
No, red light. You got the red light.
There we go. We need to get the Water Committee going because I do have Becky Mitchell, the Commissioner for the Upper Colorado River Commission for the state of Colorado, standing by along with Steve Wolf. And so Becky has some real scheduling challenges these days because the Colorado River issues are sort of a non-stop in a state of non-stop negotiation and meetings. And so, Becky, we very, very much appreciate you being here as well as Steve. I don't know if there's a way, Brittany, to show both Steve and Becky. But in any event, this is a very important topic today, the Colorado River, big river picture issues that are going to be affecting all of us on the western slope and are soon. So with that, Becky and Steve, why don't you go ahead and get started?
Perfect. Steve, do you want me to go first or do you want to go first?
No, Becky, why don't you take the lead? Go ahead.
Good. And Marty, thanks. Thanks for the introduction, and also you are right. I'm running from one thing to the other, so I'm actually sitting in somebody else's office at the University of Northern Colorado. So I've done the update for Club 20 before and kind of where we're at and what's going on. And so it's proved useful. So I want to be able to do that again. And again, thank you guys for having me. I know you all know as commissioner, it's my job to ensure that our priorities and concerns are represented in the negotiations with the 7 basin states. And I take that honor incredibly. I make sure that it's of highest importance to me. And so when I'm representing the entire state in the negotiations, I think that it's important that we recognize that it touches all 4 corners of the state. I'm actually in Northern Colorado right now at UNC talking to folks that are worried about the Colorado River, especially right now as we're facing unprecedented stress, drought, water insecurity. You all know we've been on the front lines of climate change for years. This year's snowpack is giving us a bit of reprieve as it's above average, which is a wonderful change of pace. But as you know, that one good year does not compensate for 20 bad years. And so just giving a status on where we're at, some of what we've done to protect our interests, and then what you can expect to see in the next few months, while all of our challenges are incredibly immense. And so a little bit of the progress, that again, the compact being our foundation and the equity in that compact being the foundation that we stand on, and recognizing how important that is. At the same time, recognizing that we have to be responsive to current conditions. Those layered guidelines, the 07 guidelines, the drought contingency plans, and now some of the work that's happening because of the system or the supplemental EIS that just came out from the federal government. I want to get into that. So I just briefly talking about the 07 guidelines, and they're being developed to respond to the drought conditions, to protect major reservoirs in the system. As I think about the 07 guidelines and actually moving forward, I think it's also very important to focus on those guidelines were developed when the reservoirs were in a much different situation than they are now. And so I'm actually thankful they're getting ready to expire, not because I don't think people did their best at the time, but Again, they were negotiated when the reservoirs were full, and the hydrology that we're seeing, there was a very low chance of what we've seen at that point happening. And what we've seen is that even the unthinkable can happen. So we need to be prepared for it. And then when we think about the drought contingency plans in 2019, those were a Band-Aid, obviously, because there was recognition that more needed to be done on top of those guidelines. And they are temporary response to the situation. As part of those DCP, there's a few elements that affect the upper basin. First being the drought response operations agreement, a demand management feasibility investigation, and then continued weather modification. And so now we have yet the other layer, the supplemental EIS process, which the Bureau of Reclamation is undertaking to consider changes at Glen Canyon Dam and Hoover Dam operations. So I actually think the SEIS is an acknowledgement of these things have not been enough. They haven't been enough. I think in the upper basin, we all know that if more goes out than comes in, that doesn't work. It's taking others a little bit longer to figure that out. I don't know why, but that's the case. So when just kind of popping in on the SEIS, Colorado joined 5 other states proposing consensus-based modeling alternative to the federal government. So not saying exactly how things should be done, but here's what we think should be modeled. It's not a formal agreement, but just saying, hey, you should model that. That just kind of letting you see all the little dirt. That was not easy. It was a result of some long negotiations and compromises and recognition that the crisis isn't going to resolve itself. It's really been designed to help protect Lake Powell and Lake Mead in the near term until we're able to renegotiate, or until we negotiate new operations for those major reservoirs. And so I want to let this group know why I signed on to that 6-state letter. And there were a few things, but I think I want to highlight the 2 most important to me. And based on what I heard across the state, these being like high pivotal issues. One being that hydrologic shortages would be acknowledged. So we're proposing that there's an acknowledgement of the shortages that the upper basin takes on an annual basis. That's a first ever. And I think that is a pretty big deal. The other thing that was the second kind of highest level of why I was willing to sign on with the 5 other states was that there was an acknowledgement of evaporation and transit losses that needed to be taken in the lower basin up to 1.54 million acre feet. And so those 2 things were really the catalyst for me to say, okay, we need to do that. And join in with this a little bit. I want to make sure folks realize we tried to keep California at the table. There was a heavy effort. There were just some sticking points that they were struggling getting over. I think it's important to recognize also some of California's solo response, where they've sent their own letter. The numbers were very similar. It was just how to get there that were the major differences. They obviously have issues with the with evaporation and transit losses accounting. I think obviously they know that will have an impact on them. That being said, I still think it's important to focus on the numbers of reductions that are needed. So then again, big deal. So I think that's a huge win for the upper basin, but not because it's it's just because it's so long overdue, and it's a step to bringing the system more in balance. So prior to that 6-state consensus modeling approach, we also joined the 3 upper division states in submitting a 5-point plan. You recall there was that call to action by Commissioner Tootin in the summer, this last summer, for a reduction of 2 to 4 million acre feet. Another positive that's come out of all these conversations is I think there's real acknowledgement by both California and Arizona that the burden is primarily theirs, and that they know that they're the ones that have to come up with that 2 to 4 million. But that doesn't mean we didn't still. I think one of the things that I'm trying to make sure we keep in focus is that we show that we have done everything that we can, because this will be a largely political situation. And so making sure that we do what we can is critical in all of our arguments. I don't know if the hydrologic shortages would have been something that was addressed, or if we had continued to say not our problem without the justification that we've given. And I don't think transit losses and EVAP would be at the forefront of the discussions as it is now. So we came up with a 5-point plan in response to Reclamation's call for action. I think finding ways to conserve water, including the system conservation pilot program. It's voluntary, it's compensated to reduce consumptive use. The deadline was just a couple of days ago. I have not seen the applications yet, so I want to make sure folks know that. They were sent to UCRC because I think everyone knows that UCRC is the one managing the federal contract to deal with that. And so I'm assuming I will be getting those soon, but there's an analysis of the happening right now on the technical level through the UCRC of what's actually come in and where it's come in from. And then we committed, and I think one of the things just that I want to say about system conservation, voluntary and compensated, and the voluntary piece is a heavy focus for me because obviously that's the local control piece. Each entity or farmer or rancher or municipality being able to make the decisions on what works for their business model is incredibly important and honors kind of the way we operate in Colorado. Secondly, in that 5-point plan, we committed to continuing the demand management feasibility investigation. Unlike SCPP, though, demand management would have some really complex monitoring, verification, and accounting measures in order to store conserved water in a storage pool. So like SCPP, it would be temporary, voluntary, and compensated. We're continuing the investigation on that. It's proving harder. I mean, obviously we're hearing concerns of what the concerns are with that across the state. But first and foremost, anything we do, my biggest concern is that it isn't used as a veil to keep the lower basin from doing things that need to be done, that it's only enhances the push for them to do it. And so making sure that the water just doesn't get sent on down to satiate the insatiable needs. And so in regards to that, you might have heard about the drought response operations agreement releases. Everybody knows, you've heard my opinions on the Blue Mesa releases. I have not been shy about my frustration regarding that, but those agreements, the drought response operations were part of the agreements through the DCP. And making sure that folks know that was prior to my prior to me being the commissioner. And so, but it is still agreements that we have to fulfill. And so I'm happy to say though that the drought response operations agreement releases from primarily Blue Mesa, but Blue Mesa from Colorado, but the majority came from Flaming Gorge. And so those releases in 2021 and 2022 really contributed to about 30 feet in elevation protection in Lake Powell. So what that says to me is they've done their job. And as we see hydrology changing, we need to focus on keeping that water higher up in the system, so in the reservoirs, the initial units and beyond. And so that was the call for this I don't even know if it was this week. It feels so, it might have been last week, but we called to action to pause those releases out of Flaming Gorge because the hydrologic conditions showed that was warranted. And so we're hopeful that suspending those releases this year will provide that opportunity to store water higher in the system. And I think anybody that manages water knows, like, you have more flexibility the higher it is in the system. And so that's what we're hoping for. The fourth part of that 5-point plan was implementing improved monitoring and measurement devices throughout the upper Colorado River Basin to better track our water. And we're moving forward on that. And then finally, I think one of the things as we talk about moving towards the future and continuing to live within the means of the river is that strict administration according to priority. And so that's one of the examples that we're giving to the lower basin of, we have to live with what's available. You all also have to live with what's available. You know that we do that by using strict administration. This has helped the upper basin states consistently, and it makes us respond in real time. We also use 3 to 4 million acre feet less than our compact apportionment, simply because the water's not available. We think it's not available in the lower basin either, but we've got to make sure that message is getting out, but also how we do it. And so maybe there's some shifting that needs to happen there. Again, the tools available to respond to this current situation differ significantly across the basin. And so the messaging I've been giving from the upper basin standpoint and Colorado standpoint is that the 5-point plan reflects what we can do given our status as a headwater state, given what we already take in terms of hydrologic shortages, but also because we are entirely reliant on snowpack for our water supply. We don't have the large reservoirs. We don't have the consistency and security of supply like that of Lake Powell or Lake Mead. Instead, we're reliant on what is provided. And so we're doing what we can to be adaptive and responsive in the way that we use water. And so we're used to that administration. We know how to operate it. We know how to live within our means. We know we don't use what we don't have. And we've never, very clearly, I want to make sure that we say this, we've never been out of compliance with the compact. And you all know that, and it's shown because we used 25% less water in 2021 than in 2020. We used 3.5 million acre feet in 2021. And we weren't able to pull from big reservoirs like Lake Mead and Lake Powell. And that happened when the lower basin states continued to use 10 million acre feet. So we have to, as we talk about and being pushed towards solutions across the basin, we have to recognize our own realities, but we also have to force others to recognize our realities. And so I think that's important, and continue to push for the solution to come from primarily where the problem is. The mass balance problem emphasizes that we need to refocus our attention also, not just on these Band-Aids for the temporary, but really focus our attention on what comes next. I'm often troubled by the fact that it seems like the continued short-term crisis are distracting us or trying to make us lose sight of the need to fix the underlying problems that got us to where we are today. So as we negotiate the post-2026 operations of those reservoirs, I want to make sure that I continue to keep focused, and we all continue to keep focused, and that I have the support that the guidelines must appropriately be responsive to hydrologic conditions, and that those lower basin depletions must come into line with available supply. So, for me, it seems like common sense that if we don't fix this, we're going to remain in crisis indefinitely. And that's where bad decisions are made, or decisions are made that don't provide flexibility. So again, as we're strategizing, preparing, we're going to have to work diligently to implement the tools that we have now, and recognize that everyone is very focused on this great, excellent year of snowpack, but I don't want to lose sight that the crisis isn't over. We need multiple years like this to fill Lake Powell, but I also don't want to lose sight of we've just got to be better. And so we're going to continue to move forward the 5-point plan. But we've also, as I talked about, there's a 6-state consensus. We're going to leave the door open to 7-state consensus, but we're also committed to our 6-state proposal. I'm hopeful that Reclamation will consider that proposal. I'm not positive that they will, but we're going to continue to push it and hold them accountable. And it may get ugly if they don't, and we have a hard road ahead of us. So that being said, one of the things that is most important is that this hard road ahead of us, we have to stay together. When I've talked about some of the successes we have, specifically the hydrologic shortages and the EVAP and transit losses, that's because we've been able to stand united, not just within Colorado, but pulling the upper basin states together. And that, for me, that acknowledgement of the shortages that we take and the acknowledgement of the need for EVAP and transit losses to be accounted for is, I think, there's a direct correlation with the fact that we've been united in the 4 upper basin states and within Colorado. So that's what I have. I did have slides, but I basically just talked through them. And I don't know if you want to hand it over to Steve before we ask questions. I'm fine either way.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Becky. And we do have your slides, and I think staff will be able to put those on our website, the Club 20 website, for those who have been here today or those who have not been here today. Let's hear from Steve, and then we'll have questions for both of you. Steve Wolf is the general manager of the Southwestern District. Both the Southwestern District and the Colorado River District are actively involved in the Colorado negotiations. So, Steve, if you can give us sort of your perspective from the Southwestern District's side.
Sure. Thanks, Marty, and I appreciate the invitation. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person today. I'm going to try and show a few slides if that works. Can you see those slides?
We're not seeing them as being in presentation mode, though.
Okay, but I may as well just go ahead and proceed like this, with 2 screens, it sometimes messes up. So yeah, Marty said I'm general manager of Southwestern Water Conservation District. I think most people obviously are aware of certainly the River District. Some people are less aware of Southwestern. Just realize we are sort of the smaller but cuter sister entity to the Colorado River District. just a map showing we cover the San Juan and Dolores River basins and cover 9 counties in Southwest Colorado. So Becky pretty much talked about the larger big picture Colorado River issues. I thought I would touch a little bit more on sort of the local issues and how the interstate matters apply to us locally. Here's a list of some of the current issues we're working on. I think this list pretty much applies to anybody dealing with water in the Colorado River Basin right now. Certainly we know there's declining water supply and increasing demand. Becky mentioned some of this need for better measurement. It's something we're working on here at Southwestern, both increased in gauge measurement and looking at some remote sensing methodologies that really will help measure the consumptive use, which I think is important. I think everybody knows the state engineer is working on measurement rules. They're wrapping up those measurement rules up in Division 6 right now. Southwestern was very involved in that process. Even though it was Division 6, not part of our district, we know those measurement rules. State engineers will be coming to Division 7 next. And what is written for Division 6 is going to look very similar to Division 7. So we've tried to stay involved in that. Generally speaking, I think measurement of water is important. We need to do it. We need to increase it, make sure it's being done. Our concern here at Southwestern is cost to landowners. So we are looking at ways that we might be able to help once the measurement rules are implemented, how we might be able to help landowners cover the costs of some of those requirements. Certainly, we continue to work on basin-wide resources planning efforts across the basins. Tribal engagement. Colorado obviously has 2 tribal entities, both in Southwest Colorado. Certainly, Becky Mitchell's been a leader in engagement with those tribes on interstate matters. We think here at Southwestern, the water use between the tribes and us, there's possibly some very good win-win situations in matching our water portfolios with each other. So we try to stay engaged with the tribes as well here. Like everybody, we have aging infrastructure issues. Unlike a lot of places, we don't have as many reclamation facilities in Southwest. A lot of them are small private reservoirs and irrigation facilities. We tend to work more with PL 566 with NRCS and Department of Ag to try and look at repairs and upgrades to those systems. Again, use and protection of Southwest water rights. We have a portfolio of water rights that we hold. We are continuing looking to protect those and see how we might utilize those water rights to help all water users in Southwest Colorado. One particular thing I wanted to at least mention, I think most people realized several years ago there was a risk study that was done jointly by the Colorado River District and Southwestern. It sort of looked at the risk on the west slope if there happened to be an interstate curtailment. Within that study, Southwest was lumped into one large basin. We thought it would be very important for us to sort of look at that and break it down to the sub-basins in Southwestern. We didn't believe that the risk was spread evenly across our district. We wanted to understand which sub-basins in Southwest had more risk, which basins had less risk. And those ones that had more risk, were there ways we could help look at plans to mitigate any such curtailment if it were ever to happen. So that is something we're working on currently. Hopefully have results out later this year and start working on some of the mitigation plans for that. And finally, water conservation. Certainly it's a big topic across the West Slope, across the upper basin as a whole. We are certainly in favor of looking at voluntary water conservation efforts. The one thing we do say is that there's not one size that fits everybody. We need to make sure that any water conservation program, there's enough flexibility to let local entities implement it in a way that fits their needs. We think that's very important. A couple of major tenets of any water conservation program, first and foremost, is that implementation of the program, you can't do any harm to other water users. And secondly, if there is water conservation, you need to ensure that the benefits, that the desired benefits from that conservation program are documented and appropriately accounted for and realized. conservation is not maybe necessarily a good thing, but the benefits you seek have to be realized in a conservation program. I think we need to continue to seek new technologies, whether the, I think we work a lot with that, whether it's nozzle technologies, it's crop management, things like that. That's important. And I think everybody realizes to implement some of these large scale conservation programs, it's going to cost money. It's going to cost a lot of money, and for a long term. So we need to keep that in mind moving forward. That's all sort of the prepared comments I had. Happy to answer any questions people may have.
Steve, thank you so much. We really appreciate your time today as well. So now that we've got both Becky and Steve available for questions, I'm sure there are any number of questions in the room. I'm going to kick it off with a question to Becky. Becky, as you know, because we were on the Lower Basin tour together earlier this year, I think we were all a bit dismayed when we got to the Lower Basin and really realized that the depletions, the releases from Blue Mesa that were so critical to the Gunnison County and frankly, the whole Western Slopes economy, but especially the local economy of Gunnison County. I think we were all a little dismayed to really realize that the releases that impacted Blue Mesa so badly and took it down to essentially dead pool storage equated to about, I think as Peter Fleming calculated it, about 3 days worth of pumping down at by the Imperial District. How do we prevent that again? Is there a way during these negotiations to get the Bureau of Reclamation in particular to understand how important it is for us to refill Blue Mesa and Flaming Gorge and use those releases more effectively than perhaps happened before?
Thank you for that question, Marty. And I think some of what happened last week was the first step towards that. Like while there were intended releases that were to occur from Flaming Gorge, seeing that there were going to be normal or above normal releases from Powell really was a signal that said, okay, we're in a good enough space that and we've done enough with those resources to protect Powell that there's still a willingness to have a 7.7 million acre foot release projected in the January 24-month study. And that was the recognizing that we did what those were intended to, and the hydrology was improving, that we needed to focus on the recovery because that's where you have the most flexibility in the system. So the fact that there is that came from the Upper Basin commissioners saying we need to rethink this. It's always been there was always, as part of the drought response operations agreement, an ability to look at it on a what's available day-to-day basis or month-to-month basis, or what projections are. We were able to say we need to pause that. So I think that's the first step. And then I think we have to continue our messaging of and that's a united messaging. Like that cannot just be the states, but the importance of that water in those reservoirs, what it means. Again, I've been talking about that 3.5 million acre feet between 20 and 2021. That's the way we manage water is directly with what's available and where the cushion is in the reservoirs. We're saying that cushion is out. Like there's not really a cushion to that. And so continuing to message that, I think we've gotten some acknowledgements on that I a couple of years did not think were possible. I have to tell you, there was no awareness of our shortages on an annual basis. There was no awareness of the importance of the reservoirs beyond the initial units in the Upper Basin. I know that they're looked at as a way to solve the problem in the lower basin, and messaging has to continue to be the only way to solve that problem is to really get your uses in check with what's available. And the river and the system needs to be in balance. And we need to not, just because hydrology has helped us this year, that doesn't mean we let our foot off the gas on that. And really focus on, we need to refill our reservoirs. We need to do that. And it is for the security of the entire basin that we do that. And so I think that's an important push. And I think there's some acknowledgement of that at this point. Does there need to be more? Absolutely.
And Marty, can I add one thing to that? Oh.
Absolutely, Steve.
You know, one thing when I look at DROA releases now, I think they haven't been used as DROA was originally intended when it was written. When we wrote DROA, it was written to release water from some of the initial units to protect Lake Powell in the short term for the months like January, February, and March before we got runoff. I think it's been used a lot broader than that. And maybe there's good reasons because the hydrology has continued to get worse. But the way it was written and the way it's being implemented, there's a little bit of misalignment in my mind. And so.
Other questions from, yes, Brad.
Brad McLeod, Mesa County Club 20 Chair. Becky, this is directly for you. You did a good job of pointing out where we're at with where we are with current snowpack, and that's obviously something we often look at as an indicator of how we're doing with hydration. But could you discuss a little bit of where we currently stand on that snowpack, where it's at in comparative, and how it was last year, and maybe like a 3 to 5 year average to really give us a better, broader picture? Because it always comes up, but we might say that we're above or below this year, but rarely do we look back with a multi-year lens so that people have a better perspective of what that really means.
Well, and I appreciate that. And that multi-year lens is going to be critical in how we message this year's snowpack, right? Because yes, we are doing well, but we have seen, and in some areas, over 100% of average. But 1 year doesn't solve a problem that was created over 20 years. Like, there is no amount of snow that we could have gotten that would have would save the system or rebuild it back up to 35-25. I think we're gonna if uses are still more than what comes in. So yes, the snowpack is good. That helps with the aridification. We need a long stretch of this, but again, remember, March and April are critical months, and we can lose a lot at the same time. And so counting our chickens before they're hatched is not something that we want to do with this. And we also don't want to change course and say, open the floodgates and let's expect that next year will be this good too. We really need to focus not only on refilling these upper basin reservoirs, but also getting Powell into more of a safety zone. And so, yes, that we respond within our state. This is good for Colorado right now because we may be able to use more, and we've gone years without. And so there's this opportunity for farms to build back up. I think there are folks that do not want to fallow anything this year because they've been fallowing not willingly for a period of time. And so because the situation has called for it because it wasn't available. So again, this is 1 year, it's a snapshot. Last year wasn't great. We don't know how next year will be. And so we need to not act like next year could be as good or better than this year. We need to think that it won't be, because that's what we should be doing. We hope for the best, but prepare for the worst.
Okay, and I appreciate that. And without specific numbers on those, I think it's important we continue to look at multi-year averages, and hopefully we can get those specific numbers eventually and kind of where we're at. But that also being understood, as we are approaching what looks to at least be a good year this year, and potentially where we've been in the past or what we might anticipate hopefully in the future, what is your agency's stance on new and or expanded reservoirs here in the state of Colorado, so we can continue to look at new and additional storage on those opportunities when we have the ability to put more back in reserve bank, if you will, on that side?
In terms of the agency standpoint on that, we really look for locally driven projects, obviously. And that in order to build a project, you have to exhibit a need and an ability to put it to good use. And I think that's something that's important. And so I think primarily there are storage projects right now within the state of Colorado that are not full. And so I think first and foremost, we look at existing projects that are already out there and look at how do we optimize that? How do we look at ways to potentially find flexibilities within that? Chatfield's a perfect example. And I know I'm speaking to mostly West Slope folks, but I bring up Chatfield as an example because it was an existing reservoir that looked to have more capacity to be able to store in times of plenty. And there was a reallocation that was able to be done. And so I think it's an example. And unfortunately, the water hasn't been there since then. But I think we have to look at what we have already available and go through kind of these projects and look at ways to optimize that.
Thank you. Rachel, you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Marty. Becky, this is Rachel Richards, Pickens County, Aspen area. Thank you so much for all the really hard work. Negotiating with California can't be fun. But I just wanted to kind of refocus a little more towards the West Slope of Colorado and the Club 20 region. We're really concerned that a lot of the hit is going to be taken on the West Slope, that there's more fallowing and buying of fallowing going on in the West Slope as opposed to the Front Range. And it's kind of like we're fallowing our senior rights on the West Slope so that the Front Range can keep pumping to fulfill junior rights. And last time I was there, water, sidewalks, and highway greenery. And this just isn't sitting well, that we're going to be the big bullseye. And what are we doing to make sure that the cuts in Colorado are being equally felt across the Front Range, and that the conservation efforts are occurring there and not just the West Slope taking the hit? Thank you.
Thanks, Rachel. And yes, it is fun to negotiate with California. Just kidding. But that being said, I have to think about this on a broader realm too, because you're pulling up points that the same messaging is happening across the states too. Why would we, whatever state, enter any of the 7 basin states, do something when this state's not doing something? Why would the West Slope do something when the East Slope's not doing something? That, I think that sentiment is across the board. And so I do think it's important to recognize that everybody needs to be a part of the solution. And that's one of the struggles as we're going forward, is that while I consider the lower basin states of Arizona and California the biggest part of the problem, doesn't mean that we don't be part of the solution. Same thing, East Slope and West Slope. I think, and what that looks like exactly, that still needs to be determined. And so I have a duty to protect everybody. That's the West Slope, that's the East Slope. We represent the entire state of Colorado. And so we have to push everybody to be doing something, not just the agricultural producers on the Western Slope.
It just seems that a lot of the water conservation that's occurring on the Front Range is really there to use the water saved for new growth, as opposed to actually helping the Colorado River system.
Well, I think when you look at their water use numbers, while there is growth, you'll see that the numbers are going down. There is some efficiency. You all know that they have committed, there was a bunch of water utility providers that came together across the basin and said, we will be committing to these and these things. Would everybody say that they're enough? No. But was it a start? Yes. And what it said was, we acknowledge we're a part of, we have to be a part of the solution, and we have to commit to things like the non-functional turf. That is the non-functional turf bill, and that is a start at that acknowledgement that we need to do better in areas where there is non-functional turf. And so that's primarily going to be on the east slope.
And I'm just going to insert as an editorial comment here that Becky's absolutely correct. Her job is to represent the entire state, which is why it is so critically important to have the Southwestern District and the Colorado River District integrally involved in all of these negotiations, because the Southwestern District and the Colorado River District do not represent the entire state. They represent the West Slope. So with that editorial comment, I'm going to go to Liz Smith and then Nancy Fishering. I see your hand as well.
Hi, Liz Smith from Gunnison County, and I'll try to make this brief. It's more of a comment than a question, but Blue Mesa happens to be in my district, and our board, has been active in advocating for the interests of what, this scenario looks like moving forward. And two of the comments that we've really tried to push up the chain are, one, communication about these releases. We did not have very much advance notice at all. And of course, I think that recreation on Blue Mesa is secondary to the purposes of a reservoir, but to the extent that we're able to message out the impacts that we're going to be facing imminently, that's really important. And so, kind of enhancing the ability to communicate about these releases is really essential for us. And then secondly, I think that if you look across the Aspinall unit, Blue Mesa has clearly been disproportionately affected. And so to the extent that it's practicable, if we can distribute those effects across the reservoirs, that's just something that we have been advocating for. Thank you.
Can I ask who that was again?
Sure, this is Liz Smith.
So Liz, your comments are right on, and my hope is that no Aspinall units are touched at this point. And so I want to make sure that from the state's perspective, we had about the same amount of warning as you all did. Those releases out of Blue Mesa were under an emergency provision. I'm trying to figure out how to gracefully and civilly say this, but those that were with me at that time knew I was not graceful or civil as it related to those releases, and the messaging that they had to the federal government, the other states. I could say I was not civil and pretty transparent about my feelings on that. Can we do a better job of elevating that? Absolutely, I always can, I always will. But one of my loudest messages has been the impact that had. I just spouted it out. I'm here at UNC talking to the Poudre River Forum, and I specifically brought up Blue Mesa, talking about the 8 days notice of release before the largest, and you're right, recreation isn't the priority, but that being said, that release happened 8 days before the biggest recreational weekend, that then shut that down, lost 25% of the income to that community for the recreational income for that community for that year, but also decimated you this last year too. And so that message, I can only tell you I'm giving that message. I literally just did. Across not only the state, but all of the states and to the federal government. And I do partly believe my response to the federal government after that, what I would consider an irresponsible emergency release. The timing was completely off. The coordination was completely off. The benefits were not, couldn't be fully realized. My reaction to that, I think, made folks second guess how they looked at Blue Mesa again. And so just so you know, we took both the deputy secretary, I was part of a tour that took both the deputy secretary and the commissioner for the Bureau of Reclamation on a air tour, and Blue Mesa was one of the highlights so that they could see it. They could also see the impact across the board to say, this isn't just about recreation or like, these are people's lives. This is agriculture. It is well done. It is important to the communities. And I am pushing that message and I will continue and commit to push it harder. If you feel like I need to do better at that, I will do whatever I need to do. But I want you to know that while I'm not in the Gunnison community, that is definitely one of my angrier moments in my career.
Becky, I can't tell you how much we appreciate that advocacy, and my frustration, to be clear, was definitely not directed in your direction. It was more at the federal level, but we appreciate your advocacy. Thank you.
Okay, we've got a question from Nancy Fishering. I've got one from Brad. I want to give Steve a chance to kind of provide some of his insight in response to some of these questions, and then we will need to move to our next panel. So Nancy?
Thank you very much. Hi, Becky. Hi, Steve. I've been following you from day one, as you know, but I want to thank you for all that messaging. And I think you can pat yourself on the back, because I think people are listening. They can't avoid understanding our hydrology. And I wanted to say to Steve, thank you for your slides. I work with Uncompahgre Valley water users, which is one of the biggest diversions from the Colorado River. And I just want to reiterate his slide 6. I'm going to copy that, Steve, because to do no harm, as ag people on 88,000 acres in Montrose Delta County, we're trying to get our heads around that. The telemetry and the measurement is so important for us all to be able to prove your point, Steve, that whatever we do has the desired benefits that can be documented and appropriately counted for. And that's the biggest, I would say, one of the biggest things that's it's a tool for Becky Mitchell when she goes and fights these people and said, we tried, and guess what we came up with? Nothing, or so little that don't keep looking at ag. And I'm going to connect the dots real quick and then turn it back to Brad. It's like ag. They say, oh, ag uses 80, 90%. And there's a lot of very poor data coming out, pointing the fingers at ag. But we need to do, per slide 6, do no harm. Because if this neighbor says, I'm not going to use it, what happens to the neighbor that uses the water, the returns after that one? And we really have to dig into that. And the measurements, the telemetry is going to help us do that. And it's costly, and it can't happen in 1 month. And that's, I think, the biggest thing is all these deadlines, they're not realistic. We couldn't plan for planting this summer with all the deadlines that were given to us by the people in DC. So I just want to reiterate, they've carried the message. I'm not telling Becky or Steve anything new. I'm just telling our members that the ag community is engaged on this. And we're trying to figure out, how do we do it without doing any harm? And we actually get something done when we've done our projects. So thank you for that opportunity, just to add to you guys the good work you're doing.
Thanks, Nancy.
Thanks, Nancy.
Those two tenets are at the forefront of our framework document on water conservation efforts that we're working on right now.
Brad, go ahead.
And then I'll make this quick. Brad McLeod, Mesa County Club 20 Chair. Becky, again, I really appreciate your point about refilling the reservoirs we currently have. and looking at other opportunities, but also to address the disproportionate use of Blue Mesa. I was actually going to bring attention to Liz, and she did a good job of advocating for her area on her own. But that disproportionate use is the exact reason why Club 20 in the past has done things like sponsor and endorse the idea of the Wolf Creek Project up in Rio Blanco County, because that's an area where we could be storing water that is in a basin that we are not utilizing currently, and we wouldn't be disproportionately having to utilize Blue Mesa in the same way. So what we're asking is outside creative thought process. And of course, refilling those reservoirs is great, but when we talk about new or expansion, it should also utilize basins that aren't currently being utilized or accessed in the ways that they could be, so that we could not have to do things that would impact Liz's community the same way. So I just want to kind of bring that up and bring that back to the forefront again. That project is a project that's been out in the forefront for quite a while. A lot of people know about it, and there's a reason why we've endorsed it and written letters of support behind it, because then it would help our other neighbors down the way in the other basins. So I'll just give back the rest of the time.
Great, thank you. Steve, any other comments or thoughts on your end? And then Becky, I'll give you the final word, which is unusual.
I want to make one comment, and that goes to the current SEIS and the 6-state letter. You read in the media that, at least in some realms, that because 7 states did not agree, it was a failed effort. And I think that is so wrong. I think the 6-state effort and agreement on that letter was a huge lift. I think it's a huge success. I think we need to thank Becky, because she led Colorado and led those efforts. And I think we just need to recognize that how important that is and will be in the future. And thanks to Becky for that effort.
And for the last word, I think probably it is one of the biggest honors I've had in my life to be able to do this. It is no small feat, but there's no way I do it without all of us. I have to thank Steve. I have to thank folks like Club 20. I have to thank the River District. We have moved the needle because we've been able to stand together and as a bit of a force to be reckoned with. And in my recent conversations, I've said, here are the ways that you have not factored in the needs of the Upper Basin, and we're willing to call people out on that. And I think we don't have any choice because our livelihood's at stake. And I also want everyone to hear, like, agriculture means as much to me as anything else. And that I consider every piece of the uses of water as important, and I'm defending all of that. It is, I think what makes Colorado amazing is that we're diverse and able to have different industries, but I'm also been spending some time focusing on messaging the importance of ag in Colorado. They're seeing big dollars that come out of California ag and Arizona ag, and the impact of agriculture on our state is what's important to me. And to make sure that we're messaging this, while there may be ginormous numbers, I'm sitting in Weld County right now that drives much of the nation's economy. I'm in areas where if you close a farm or a ranch, the community would suffer hugely. And so yes, that may be big money coming out of irrigation districts in the lower basin. Our agriculture is of equal importance to Colorado. And so that message, I'm hearing it loud and clear, and I hope I am transmitting it loud and clear to the other basin states.
Thank you, Becky. We truly do appreciate all of your advocacy on behalf of the state of Colorado. We appreciate you taking time to be here today. I know it was a little bit of a scheduling trick. Thank you. Steve, same thing. Really appreciate all that the Southwestern District and you are doing to protect Colorado and the West Slope interests. And thank you both. If we could give them a hand. And now we have another panel that is also very important. Amy Moyer and Raquel Flecker from the River District are tongue twisters this morning, I guess. Anyway, Amy Moyer and Raquel Flinker from the River District are going to be explaining some of the funding opportunities and how to go about taking advantage of some of those funds. While they're getting organized, just for a minute, I'm going to step back and quickly do the welcome. You may have noticed Chris Treese isn't here. He's busy being retired and is on a trip. But we're fine. And I want a special thanks to Cole Berger. I think Cole's in the back there somewhere. Thank you. We want to thank him for sponsoring the Water Committee today. Thank you very much. We don't really have a lot of work to do on resolutions. It's going to take just a few minutes to talk about directions. So it looks like we're running a little bit behind, but we aren't really. So Amy and Raquel, if you would like to take it away. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. We really appreciate the invite to be here. Again, my name is Amy Moyer. I'm the Director of Strategic Partnerships at the Colorado River District, and I'm here alongside Raquel Flinker. We're going to transition to talk about navigating federal funding opportunities and some of the work we've done at the Colorado River District to keep track of the many federal funding pieces of legislation that have occurred over the last couple of years, and talk about I'll just go over to this overview. We'll give a quick overview of the Colorado River District. I hope many of you have seen our faces at these meetings and know a little bit about us, but we'll walk through some of the federal funding milestones, starting with the American Rescue Plan Act. We'll talk about the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and the Inflation Reduction Act, and we'll transition to some of the local and state actions that have been occurring to understand what those pieces of federal legislation mean and how can we best leverage those opportunities on Colorado's western slope. We'll talk about some of the funding advice that we've gathered as we've been working through these opportunities. And then we have some important links and resources slides at the end that hopefully we can share out the slides with this group so you can track some of these opportunities. And then to the extent we have time for questions and discussions, we'll end there. So the Colorado River District, we were formed in 1937 by Colorado's General Assembly to protect and advocate for West Slope water users. So we represent 15 counties on Colorado's western slope and work very closely with our companion conservation district, who you just heard from, Steve Wolf at the Southwestern Water Conservation District. I want to recognize a few of our board members, Marty Whitmore, who represents Uray County. I saw Director Doug Munger, who represents Routt County, online, and I may be missing a few of our directors that may also be online that I can't see. But at the Colorado River District, we have a dual mission to protect and advocate for our water users on Colorado's western slope from an intrastate perspective. We also have an interstate piece of our mission to work with the state of Colorado to protect Colorado's entitlement on the Colorado River under the Colorado River Compact. So we work daily with a small but mighty staff of about 22 individuals working across legal, policy, funding, technical realms to advocate for our water users. But to transition into what we've been working on with federal funding milestones, it has been a welcome whirlwind, I think, with the dynamics of federal funding opportunities at play. So we have this timeline just to orient us for this conversation of beginning in March of 2021, we saw the American Rescue Plan Act, also called ARPA, pass largely in response to pandemic relief and economic recovery. In November of 2021, we saw the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, also called the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. So you'll often see it referred to as the BIL, the bill, the IIJA, all one and the same. This is certainly a presentation in a realm where there are a lot of acronyms. And then in August of 2022, we saw the Inflation Reduction Act pass in Congress, also referred to as IRA or IRA.
So many pieces that you may have heard in the news or in conversations. But we're going to start again with the American Rescue Plan Act, and all of our presentation is oriented in surrounding water investments given our role. But again, March of 2021, American Rescue Plan Act passes, provides $350 billion to state, local, and tribal governments. Colorado received $3.8 billion. The funds typically need to be obligated by the end of 2024 and spent by the end of 2026. And the reason we start here from a water perspective is last legislative session, in the 2022 legislative session, there were many bills passed at the Colorado State Legislature to spend some of these ARPA dollars. And specific to water, House Bill 22-1379 included $20 million in investments for water. So about $15 million went to existing watershed restoration programs. And the reason we're highlighting it in this presentation is $5 million, which we'll talk about later on in this presentation, went to a grant program through the Colorado Water Conservation Board to provide technical assistance to support projects applying for federal funding. So we wanted to start here and note how some of these ARPA dollars have been spent in the water world. But I'm going to transition to let Raquel talk a bit about the bipartisan infrastructure law. This is a major piece of legislation that has a number of water-related investments. So we'll start high level and walk through some of the programs of how this is going to be implemented. So I'll let Raquel walk through these.
Thank you, Amy. As Marty mentioned, I'm Raquel Flinker. I'm a senior water resources engineer and project manager with the Colorado River District. And Amy and I, and as well as a few other folks at the River District, have been trying to understand all of these funding opportunities, how to best help our water users secure some of this funding. And so a big piece of this is the bipartisan infrastructure law, as Amy mentioned, also known as the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. And it was signed into law end of 2021. As you can see on this graph to the right, it was a 1.2 trillion package, but 550 billion was for new investments. And this is what this chart represents. The area in orange is water, investments for water, and there's a little slither at the top, this light green, which was for Western water storage. And these funds can be used within 5 years. Let me figure this thing out here. So a little overview of the BIL funding and where it went to. This is just a brief overview. As all of this presentation, we can dive a lot more into all of these topics. But the four main buckets where BIL funding went to was for the Bureau of Reclamation, the EPA, the NRCS, and the Forest Service. For the Bureau of Reclamation, there's $8.3 billion that went to that program. And the key programs within that is the Aging Infrastructure Account, Water Smart, and Dam Safety. And we'll talk a little bit more about these in the next few slides. For the EPA, there's over $55 billion. That mainly went to the state revolving fund. So that is to assist municipal and in general water treatment and wastewater treatment and water distribution efforts in our state. The NRCS, $918 million, and that's mainly for watershed protection programs. And lastly, the Forest Service, over $5 billion, and most of that is for wildfire-related efforts. So we're going to now, there are a few slides that dive a little bit into some of these programs, just to offer a flavor of what funding is available. So the first bucket we'll talk about is the Bureau of Reclamation Water Conservation Field Services Program. And this is funding mainly for planning. Applications are open and close end of May. And so this can fund water conservation management planning and system optimization review. The difference between these two, the first one is mostly focused on gap analysis of your system. So what supply is, what demand is, how to meet that need. The system optimization review looks at a system as a whole, tries to identify efficiency and operational improvements to the system. Any entity with water or power delivery authority can make use of this funding. There's up to $100,000 per project, which is a really big increase from what this program was in the past. It used to only be able to fund $20,000 per project, and they require 50% match. Nice thing about this bucket is that it's only for the Upper Colorado, so you're not competing with California projects or Arizona projects. And we've been told that in the last 4 years, every project that has applied for this funding has been awarded. So it can be really useful for later phases of a project because the Bureau of Reclamation, through their Water Smart program, likes to see planning documents. They want to make sure that this project that they're funding construction for was prioritized in some previous efforts. And so this can help entities create this planning document, trying to prioritize what they have to do so that at later stages they can secure other funds for their projects. Next bucket, also a Bureau of Reclamation, Water Smart. Water Smart is an interesting grant because it's not one grant, there's a slew of different things within it. And you can see this list to the right. So it goes from water and energy efficiency to desalination, to applied science, to cooperative watershed management program and drought program. So there's a lot there. Most of these require a 50% cost share. There are some exceptions. You know, in the previous talk, people were talking about telemetry and trying to account for and measure water savings and you know, things of the sort. And so the small scale water efficiency projects and water energy efficiency could be good sources of funding for that type of projects. And we've been working internally with several water users to try to secure some of these funds.
Limited to the Upper Basin as well?
No. The only one that has a specific bucket for the Upper Basin is the planning of the water conservation. This is a snapshot from the Bureau's website that shows all of the Water Smart opportunities and what's open and what's not open. Right now, they're accepting applications for water recycling and desalination planning, which is not as interesting in the Upper Basin. We haven't seen, you know, doesn't make as much sense here, but the Environmental Water Resources Project is open. That's actually one of the buckets that only require 25% match. It's an exception to most of the Water Smart opportunities, so it can be really interesting. It does have a cap of $3 million, so you cannot request under this opportunity more than $3 million. And the water and energy efficiency grant and the drought one, that cap is $5 million, so it's a more robust opportunity. But I would also like to emphasize that even though only 2 of these are open right now, all of these should be open at some point this year. So we're working with entities to plan for these openings because they're for the most part an annual thing. And so even if they didn't apply last year, they can potentially apply this year. Also a Bureau opportunity is the small storage program. This is new and an interesting bucket. Right now the applications are closed, but it funds storage projects between 200 and 30,000 acre feet. This used to be, the minimum here used to be 2,000, and that got decreased to 200 end of last year. And this is a big change. Like, we had seen so many projects that wanted to take advantage of this bucket, but they were a little too small. And, you know, our entities here in the Western Slope, we don't have these really large storage projects. Even though this is called small storage, it just didn't fit our needs. And so it was really nice to see this go down to 200. To give an idea, the Paonia Reservoir has storage of approximately 20,000 acre feet. So it's more towards the end of this bucket. but some of our municipalities and whatnot that wanted to build infrastructure, they were looking at much smaller storage opportunities. And this can fund not only new storage, but also enlargements. And you are required to submit a feasibility study prior to this. This feasibility study has to be accepted before, up to $30 million per project, and it requires a 75% match. Last Bureau opportunity that I'll go through is the aging infrastructure. And as Steve Wolf mentioned, aging infrastructure is a huge problem, not only in his district, but throughout the Colorado River District. We see this a lot. And this is an interesting opportunity. The downside of it is that it's not a grant. It's a low interest loan for extraordinary maintenance. There is a provision there for emergency extraordinary maintenance where they will basically grant you 35% of the project. The entity is only paying for 65%. This is an annual opportunity, so it opens end of October, closes end of the year, and there's over $3 billion for it. So it's, there's significant funds available. These can only be used for Bureau projects. So Steve Wolf had mentioned throughout his district, there are no federal projects. So this opportunity is probably not great for that region. In our region, there are a lot of federal projects that can make use of this, but they have to be listed in the Bureau's database for major rehabilitation. And this whole process, the entity has to work closely with the Bureau. It's a little bit internal. It's not like an external grant. You have to work together with the Bureau on this. Now moving to the NRCS, PL 566, which is their watershed protection programs, is what is getting all of this BIL funding. And this can be a really interesting opportunity if you're looking at multi-project in a specific watershed. It is first come, first serve, so people who have already secured or applied for this are ahead. They have to delineate a watershed boundary, and there's a limit to that. There's $500 million over 5 years. The downside of this program is that because it covers a wide area and you can identify multiple projects within this area, the NEPA compliance that it requires is this watershed plan environmental assessment that takes approximately 2 years to be completed. So it has a time concern before you can actually move into the later phases of design and engineering. But it covers, for agriculture water management, it can cover up to 100% of engineering, which is really interesting. Not a lot of programs do that. And for construction, it can cover up to 75. But depending on your project type, they will cover different percentages, as you can see on this table. State revolving funds, so the funds that went to the EPA for the state of Colorado are being fed into the state revolving fund, which has been around for a long time. The process for that is not changing. Over $700 million expected. And as I mentioned, this is to finance the design and construction of public drinking water, wastewater, and stormwater. There is a new loan forgiveness piece of this that goes towards lead waterline replacement, towards minimizing PFAS, which are these forever chemicals in our drinking water systems, as well as for communities that are underserved. So there is a loan forgiveness for these three aspects, which can be really interesting. And next, and it's my last slide, and I know it's a lot of information, so we're also happy to talk after, but there are quite a few buckets available for aquatic connectivity. As you can see on the slide, I'm just gonna focus a little bit on the first one, which is the America the Beautiful Challenge through the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation. There are quite a lot of funds in this bucket, and that's for conservation and restoration efforts. They only require 10% match, and it's a new interesting bucket that we're learning more as we go. But they want to see collaborative large scale projects, and it can be in any type of land. It doesn't have to be on federal land or private land. And a lot of different entities can apply as well. So I'm going to move it back to Amy. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Raquel. We're going to go back to our timeline to move on to the Inflation Reduction Act that passed in August of 2022. Again, a large scale, $433 billion in new investments. Obviously has a connection to inflation reduction measures, but has also been heralded as a significant investment for clean energy and climate change programs, including some critical water investments that we are tracking. In terms of the Inflation Reduction Act, the timeline is that most of these funds are expected to be obligated by 2026 and then spent by 2031. We highlighted some of the larger water investments through the Department of Interior, $550 million for domestic water supply projects targeted at disadvantaged communities, $25 million for canal improvements related to infrastructure improvements for solar panel coverage, $4 billion, which I'll talk about a little bit more, in drought mitigation with a priority given to the Colorado River Basin, and $12.5 million in emergency drought relief for tribes. So again, focusing in on the $4 billion for drought mitigation is something that the River District has been tracking very closely. It's very integral to the efforts that you just heard about from Commissioner Becky Mitchell and Steve Wolf. So $4 billion in drought mitigation with, again, priority given to the Colorado River Basin. We have been referring to the three categories as essentially bucket 1, 2, and 3. So bucket 1 has largely been for compensation for voluntary reductions in diversions of water or consumptive use. How that's been implemented is the $125 million that's been dedicated to the reauthorization to the system conservation pilot program. We at the River District refer to it just as the system conservation program, given the very significant amount of funds that really eliminates the reference as a pilot. This funding, there has also been funding dedicated to the lower Colorado River Basin for a similar system conservation efficiency effort. Bucket 2, also similarly related to verifiable reductions in consumptive use, but is a little broader in that it can open the door to a number of different long-term efficiency options. We have not seen any money dedicated from bucket 2 yet. What we understand is the Bureau of Reclamation will soon be sending out a letter to stakeholders looking for feedback as to how they will expend money from the second category. And then the third and final category within this drought mitigation relates specifically to ecosystem and habitat restoration projects that address issues related to drought. There has been $22 million dedicated to implement dust suppression and aquatic restoration efforts related to the Salton Sea, which is in California. So we are tracking how this money is getting allocated and spent very closely at the Colorado River District. The Bureau has said that at least $500 million of the $4 billion available will be dedicated to the upper Colorado River states. We are also tracking closely in the Inflation Reduction Act, $20 billion that will plus up a variety of the NRCS conservation programs that can be really helpful to a lot of our on-farm projects within our district. I think first and foremost, we're advocating to the NRCS that they hire staff. I think many in this room have experienced some of the long-term lags given the staffing shortages at the NRCS. So we're hopeful that they will hire many more engineers to be able to better help support our water users. But we are tracking some increases that will be made to the EQIP program, the Regional Conservation Partnership Program, RCPP, and many of the other conservation programs that the NRCS operates. So some great opportunities there that we'll be trying to keep a close eye on here soon. But I'm going to transition, especially given time, quickly into what we have been doing at the Colorado River District and other agencies to leverage these dollars and look at how can we make our West Slope projects as competitive as possible. So at the Colorado River District, in January of last year, we pulled together an interdisciplinary team of our internal staff. We have many new faces, so we included some of us here. But the important piece is we acknowledged we're going to need an all-hands-on-deck approach from our government affairs team, from our communications team, our technical team that Raquel sits on, and also using some of our local funding to work with our water users to understand these opportunities and, again, capture some of these investments on across our district. So we've been focusing on 3 overarching areas of, first, partner communication, working with all of our federal programs to understand where are these dollars going. We always have a moment of honesty when we talk about this federal funding opportunities, that it is overwhelming and it's really hard to track when we're talking about packages that are in the many billions of dollars of where are these dollars going and how do they get on the ground. So we've been working closely with our state and federal partners trying to just understand this landscape. We've also been working with our water users to understand what are your local priorities so we can help try and play matchmaker of here's the best opportunity for you. How can we help set these projects up for success, especially some of our projects that have been so expensive that they have seemingly been unattainable. Some of these federal investments are giving us the opportunity to think audacious, look at enlargements to storage, and look at some really high dollar projects that could make an impact. And then again, looking at how do we use our funding from the Colorado River District, how do we use our technical experts and our advocacy support to represent our water users. So I'm gonna let Raquel walk through this graphic just to give a sense of what does it take to get a project off the ground and how has that informed our thinking?
Thanks, Amy. So here in the bottom blue boxes, it's just a life cycle of a project, right? So we start in identifying the needs of a project, and then we move into the funding strategy. And after that is design, many levels of design, as well as the environmental permitting piece. And if that all is successful, there is procurement and construction, and then you're just managing your project. The problem is that from the top of the slide, you can see what funding is available for projects and where they're available. And most of the funding that is available, and Water Smarts is an example, it's only available if you have at least 30% design. They like to see 60% design. And so what do projects do to get funding for the initial stages? There are very limited funding out there for that. As I mentioned, PL 566 is like one of the ones that can fund this, but there's a 2-year planning process for that adds a lot of time. And so we identified this as a gap. And in an effort to try and close this gap and try to help our water users secure federal funding that is available, and it's really only available now. In 5 years, it's going to be gone. And so we now have our community funding partnership that Amy runs so well. And so with this, we created our accelerator program, and Amy will talk a little bit more, but it was identifying this gap.
Yeah, thanks, Raquel. And just a marker, we've mentioned this before, in large part, we are competing not only against the entire state of Colorado and the Upper Basin, we're competing for these dollars across the Western United States. So as we're looking at this life cycle of our project, and we're looking at how other states are ready to go with a pipeline of designed and ready projects, we realized there was a huge gap in how do we get a leg up and how do we have the West Slope be competitive. So like Raquel said, we launched what we called our accelerator grant opportunity last June at the Colorado River District to help fill that gap and provide funding for the design, engineering, benefits analyses, preliminary environmental review, and also the grant writing so that our projects can come into these federal programs with highly competitive applications and we can compete across the different Western United States projects So since we've launched that program, we've funded 15 projects across our district. We've dedicated a little over $600,000 in funding, with the expectation that this could lead to a really high return on investment for us if we attract the large-scale federal dollars that are at play. So we've been targeting a slew of these programs that Raquel did a deep dive into, and what will translate is ideally projects that are funded for a spectrum of needs, from watershed restoration to delivery system modernization to municipal redundancy, and looking at SCADA and automation as well in some of our agricultural systems. So we're really looking forward to working closely with these 15 projects that we funded largely last fall. We have a number of them that will be applying in the 2023 federal funding cycles. So we are hopeful that this will really make a difference and we'll be able to attract a lot of these dollars here. Again, this is a program within the River District's Community Funding Partnership that was passed following a ballot initiative in November of 2020. We at the River District dedicate at least $4.2 million to this program annually and have funded just shy of 80 projects and over $6 million across the West Slope. We want to quickly touch on what the state of Colorado has been doing in terms of trying to attract these dollars. Again, I mentioned early on in this presentation the $5 million available for technical assistance grants. This is in similar fashion to the River District's Accelerator Grant Program. Again, the funding can be used for some of the design, preliminary permitting, grant writing to help our water users access these federal opportunities. This opportunity is open currently with 2 different pathways. You can apply for funding to use your own consulting team that you may already be familiar with. And then the CWCB Colorado Water Conservation Board has a team of contractors that our projects can work with to help with these efforts. Also, last legislative session, Senate Bill 22-215 created the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act Cash Fund. This is a matching fund for projects that receive bipartisan infrastructure law and need to secure the full match, whether it's 50%, 25%, 75%, like Raquel said, to finish your projects. It is exclusive to state agency and local government match support, but it's a good movement in the direction of looking at how are we going to secure the match for some of these federal projects or federal opportunities. The state also has what's called the Water Funding Opportunity Navigator. We've linked this in the slides that we can send out. The state is trying to maintain a repository of federal funding opportunities that are open. We at the River District are working on a similar repository, more focused on the type of project. So where do you start if you're looking for repairs to your dam? Or where do you start if you're looking for piping your ditch? And so we're working on a spreadsheet that will help tease that out of looking at the project type as opposed to just a list of federal grants. So stay tuned for that. And then we also wanted to mention the Colorado Water Conservation Board, the Basin Roundtables that hopefully many of you are familiar with. The state, given a high severance tax year, reopened the statewide account for the Basin Roundtables for 2 purposes last year, aging infrastructure and drought resilience. And so we know aging infrastructure is a huge need across the West Slope. We have been pointing a lot of projects to this opportunity, working closely with your Basin Roundtable to help fund some of these projects. So again, just a flag here, work with your local Basin Roundtable on potentially accessing this. And then just to wrap up, we do have some high-level pieces of funding advice that we've collected as we've been working with our federal partners. So we'll run through these quickly and then we can wrap up, and if there's any time for questions, we can do that. But the first piece of advice is multi-benefit projects. That's a word we hear across every funding spectrum right now. But what we think that means is look at building a diverse set of project coalitions, bring together multiple partners, get a diverse set of letters of support. Focus a lot on the benefits to your water project. I think we all want to see a well-designed and well-scoped project. But what these federal programs are really focused on is impact and benefit. So spend some time really thinking through the diverse set of benefits that your water project might provide, and always look to tie to community goals and plans. And I think that's one of the things that Colorado does well with basin implementation plans, stream management plans, local government plans. That has made a meaningful impact in the success at the federal level. The other piece is think about the environmental and cultural groundwork related to federal funding. These are huge opportunities with high dollar amounts, but with that comes considerations related to NEPA, cultural compliance, and what's called the BABA requirements, Build America, Buy America Act. So it's part of our accelerator grant. It's helping lay the groundwork to figure out what does that mean for your project. And early stage planning, like we've talked about with the impetus for the accelerator grant, looking at securing your preliminary design, developing feasibility level cost estimates are really important, and there's dollars out there at the state level right now to help support those needs. Landowner support is critical, so make sure you have letters of support from any landowners that your project may impact. And then a lot of times these projects are scored on their readiness to proceed. So do you have specifics of the exact location of your project? Do you have an anticipated timeline laid out? Do you have identified sources of where you might get that match? Those are pieces that have been really critical in these federal funding opportunities. An easy one, create your federal grant accounts. These can take some time to get your accounts approved. So get on sam.gov, get on grants.gov, make your accounts right now so that you aren't delayed in applying to these federal funding opportunities without that. Many of these federal funding opportunities are reviewed on a point scale. So look at the evaluation and point scales that they provide and think about your level of effort related to that. So if there's a category that's only 5 points, answer it, but maybe spend more of your time answering the question that's accounting for 50% of your score. And then again, quantify your benefits, include data and other supporting documentation as much as possible. So cite your resources, include attachments, and be descriptive. One of the obvious things we've heard is that these federal grants are reviewed from people all across the country. It's so obvious to us, the state of drought that we're facing in Colorado's Western Slope. Some of your reviewers might not know that. So be descriptive, even on the points that you think might be obvious. So I think we'll pause here. Again, we've included some important links to these federal programs in the slides. Federal, state, and just specific to the River District, we've included a link to our community funding partnership, and then also a link to the Colorado River District news drop that we send out twice a week with important news links, but we've also included federal funding opportunities in that. So thank you so much for letting us walk through this.
Raquel and Amy, thank you very much. I think this is one of the most important services that the River District is providing to its constituents, because so many ditch companies, even water users of all kinds, municipalities, businesses, don't know where to start. You know, you hear about all these funds that are available and grants that are available, and you have no idea how to navigate them at all. And so that's what they do. River District constituents call, email, set up an appointment, and they will assist in walking through what the options are and how to do it. And so again, I think that's one of the most important services that the River District is offering its constituents. And on behalf of all the board of directors and the staff, again, to everyone, so very, very grateful for the support that we got in the fall of 2020 in getting, it was 7A. You may remember that initiative, but it was 7A passed. I mean, I think we had an amazing passage rate. I think in Pitkin County, it was over 70% approval. Mesa County was, I mean, just amazing numbers for an increase in taxes, right? So thank you very much. Do we have questions for Amy or Raquel? Anybody on? Yes.
Nancy online just asked, when do you expect the navigation tool to be up and running?
We're working on it now. I don't have a time expectation. We're trying to figure out how to make it user-friendly. So we have sort of a beta built. So if you have questions and you have a project that you're looking for our advice on where to start, just reach out to us. But I'm hoping in the next couple of months, we'll have something that is user-friendly for everyone.
Great. And I know there's a question right there.
Raquel and Amy, I just wanted to say thank you for this presentation. I think it is so incredibly complicated how this funding is coming down. You all did just an amazing job. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I was just saying that I thought this was an amazing presentation and so organized and helpful. And I just wanted to say that Senator Bennett this funding has been a big priority for him over the last couple of years, and he wrote a letter for both the Western Water funding and the bipartisan infrastructure law, and then for the drought funding and the IRA. And so we are also thinking about how these programs are structured and how this funding gets on the ground. So if anyone in this room is seeing something and are looking at how this funding is going and saying, this just doesn't make sense for Western Colorado, please let us know. We're happy to also be a voice to advocate. We really want to see this funding work. And you all know how dire this is. And so I think the senator is very committed to making these programs work for our local communities. And likewise, if we can support with the application process, whether that's a letter of support or anything else, we're also happy to do that. So just wanted to put that plug in there, and really so grateful for the River District. They're amazing partners and do great work. So
thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the presentation. That's a lot of information to take in. So, and I appreciate all the opportunities there for funding and everything. And maybe you said this, and I apologize if I miss it, but could you give us a little more detail on your loan program, the terms of the loan, the interest, how long does that take effect? You know, as you referred to about the middle of your presentation.
And to clarify, you're asking about our funding program?
Yeah, you said there's loan capabilities there. So if I'm on somebody that want a loan, I mean, is it a 5-year loan, a 10-year loan? Is there what's the interest rate, et cetera?
So our community funding partnership program is mostly a grant program. You want to talk more?
Right. We have not made any loans through the River District's community funding partnership. The loan opportunity that Raquel mentioned is through the Bureau of Reclamation for Aging Infrastructure. So is that the program that you're hoping to get more information on, the term limits and the rate?
Yeah, that'd be fine. Good place to start.
Perfect. So for the extraordinary maintenance opportunity with the Bureau, it's long-term loans, so it's like at least 30 years. That's what we've heard. And the rates, they didn't tell us exactly, but it's on the low end. Last time we talked, it was around 3%. I think that can also shift depending on like the economic scenarios. So they're not super specific, but they had said it was around 3 at the time.
Other questions?
I was also going to just put a plug in on our Colorado River District website. If you want to schedule a time to meet with us, you can easily do that on our site, on our website. So that's an easy way to get a hold of us.
Thank you very much. We're going to talk just for a few minutes about resolutions. We had 2 on the agenda today. You will note that there are no specific revisions being proposed because I thought this was really, these are both, I think, in need of more than just wordsmithing. And so I just wanted to throw both of these out for some discussion about how we might go about rewriting them. I think the Aspinall unit is certainly still very pertinent to all of us, but clearly this needs, you know, as I say, more than wordsmithing, this needs some real work. And the same thing with Clean Water Act reauthorization. It's an old topic that is still pertinent. So let's start with the Aspinall unit. This policy supports the Aspinall unit, which I think certainly we all do, and it emphasizes the need to make sure that we can use the water on the western slope. I think we need to add quite a bit to this, maybe revise it. My thought was that if we could kind of get a sense of interest and things that want to go into it, then maybe a group of us could work on it before the summer meeting. So thoughts?
Yeah, so
Yes,
Madam
right.
Chair, then based on that conversation and your recommendation, then I guess I would make a motion to send this back to your advisory committee and come back with some pertinent talking points or additions and how we can update this.
I appreciate we have a motion. Is there a second? Okay, we have a second. And let's have some discussion on what you would like to see the advisory committee cover. Yes, Liz.
I'll just echo my earlier comments, which are really about, to the extent practicable, whenever calls are made on the Aspinall unit, to try and distribute those impacts across the reservoirs as it's possible.
And would you be willing to be on the group to rewrite this?
I would love to. Thank you.
Perfect. Yes, Rachel, looks like you have some thoughts.
Hey, I think this is really critical, and I think River District support in writing this in the subcommittee would be really very helpful.
Okay, I think that's a great suggestion. Other thoughts, other volunteers who'd like to participate? Okay.
Marty, I'll volunteer
Perfect.
from the Basin Roundtable.
Perfect.
Marty, I'll volunteer. Nancy Fishering.
Oh, great.
From up above.
Sounded like God speaking.
It was.
Okay. All right. Anyone else? Okay.
Online, we had Paula Stepp also volunteer.
Okay. Can you kind of capture all the names?
Yes, I think I have most of them up there, but if you don't see your name captured, let me know.
Perfect. And of course, I'll work on it as well, Brittany.
Yeah. And then Marty?
Yes.
I guess it's an expectation for everyone that the slides we just saw about all the funding programs will be distributed among members so we can get them out to our staff.
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
Yeah, they've put together a wonderful slide presentation, and it's incredibly useful. So yes, of course.
Thank you.
Okay, and so then let's move on to, so we had a motion, we had a second. Any further discussion on the motion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, so we will convene that group and hope to have something to discuss at the summer meeting. Okay, let's move to Clean Water Act reauthorization. Same thing, it's not that this is not still important or pertinent, but again, I'm thinking it needs redefinition and updating, and so again, is there interest in having a subgroup work on this from the policy, the advisory committee, and then present in the summer?
So Madam Chair, looking at this resolution, it looks like this has been a long-standing resolution adopted in 1995. So I guess for me, I have to ask the question, is this still relevant? And you read some of the language and yes, and kind of a no thing. So I guess I'd make a motion that we again, send this back to committee, with revisions, and bring it forth, at maybe possibly our summer policy meetings.
Thank you, Ray. We have a motion. Is it second from Cindy? Discussion, anything that people would like, some points that you'd like to see covered, or anyone who'd like to work on the committee? Yes, Rachel.
Thank you, Marty. This reads a little as if it's dealing with the waters of the U.S. And so I'm just wondering, do we already have a waters of the U.S. resolution that needs to be considered at the same time as this is being broached?
That's a really good point. I will check into that because I agree with you. It is part and parcel. That was one of the things, one of the reasons for supporting reauthorization was to also get Congress to actually speak to a definition of waters of the U.S. rather than bouncing back and forth.
In the courts,
yes, thank you. Excellent point. And anyone want to be on the, yes, you'd be on the committee? Okay. Anybody else want to be, yes? So Brittany, J. Paul Brown.
That's right.
Rachel. And of course, I'll be on it. I'll work on it as well. Okay. Anyone else? Then same thing. We have a motion on the table to send this to an advisory group to do some thinking and drafting for hopeful presentation this summer. Is there further discussion? If not, those in favor, aye. Any opposed, nay? All right. Hopefully we will be able to bring something back for some discussion. And with that, again, I really, really would like to, again, thank Cole Berger for sponsoring the Water Committee meeting. Thank you again. Thank you all for being here, and we'll see you this summer.
All right, folks, we will move into our lunch break. We do have some delicious Rib City for you in the back. So please help yourselves, and then we will reconvene after our lunch period.
Pardon? Oh, that's funny. It's funny whenever we've got us like, ooh, what food will I get to eat?
Brittany, yes. Yes.
Yeah, really.
I stand up this morning and now I sat back down and
You always have the coolest necklace.
well, I didn't bring the jewelry that I was supposed to wear today. I had my
I've done that before too.
Ishi and my,
It still matches just perfect.
what do they call it, Sleeping Beauty turquoise, and I was like, I brought my earrings, but it didn't bring my necklace, so I was like,
I've done that
whatever.
before, but it's still it matches perfectly.
Little pieces that I got.
Not quite yet. If I can have everyone's attention, and can we all start making our way to our seats again? We're gonna get started here shortly. But before that, I want to also thank our refreshment sponsor for today. Swire Coca-Cola is a great partner of ours, and they brought us their awesome fridge to have, so we're very grateful. So my next question is, does anybody want to have a little bit of fun today before we start? All right. Well, we have some guests with us today, either folks that this is their first time coming to a Club 20 meeting, or visitors just interested in seeing what we're all about here. And we thought it would be really nice, and if you want to pass, by all means, if you want to just give a wave, to introduce yourself to the group. So if you are new to Club 20 or this is your first time at a meeting, please go ahead and raise your hand and I'll bring a microphone over to you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Tommy Hayes. I'm the...
You just got to speak close to it.
So you guys got me now? I'm Tommy Hayes. I'm the Unit Fire Management Officer for the White River National Forest and the Upper Colorado River District BLM. It's good to see everybody.
Thanks for being here. All right, who's next? Who's brave enough?
Hi, I'm Will Harmon. I'm with KLJ Engineering. We're a member of Club 20. We're kind of a relatively new company to the West Slope. I'm new to the West Slope. I moved here from Alaska about 6 months ago. It's a lot warmer here. But we had, this is a nice warm day. But I traveled through here with my family, and we thought Western Colorado was the prettiest place we'd ever been, and we were able to make it here. So you'll keep seeing either me or some folks from my company here, but we just wanted to show up and hear about the issues that are important to the West Slope and form some relationships and support in any way we can. So thanks.
Hi, I'm Jeff Rainey. I'm a forester with the Colorado State Forest Service based out of the Montrose field office. And yeah, I'm here to listen, excited to listen.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. I'm Richard Udd, mayor of Cedar Edge. I grew up in Cedar Edge, went to California to make a living, retired, came back, and got engaged in working with the town and trying to move us forward. Very pleased to be part of Club 20. We're going to get, I have a trustee with me today. We're going to get more of our trustees involved in the club and get engaged with you guys. Thank you.
No?
Hi, I'm Lee Robertson. I'm with West Region Wildfire Council, and we work in a 6-county region in Western Colorado. And we're very interested in working with water users and trying to figure out how we can help them to prevent wildfires from possibly damaging infrastructure and watersheds in general.
Hi, everybody. I'm Jamie Gomez. I'm actually speaking later today, but I'm the Executive Director with West Region Wildfire Council, and thanks for having us out today and holding this meeting.
Anyone else brave enough? J. Paul. Trouble, that one. Look out for him. Those newbies, look out for him. All right, anybody else? All right. Well, I just thought that would be a nice way to welcome some of our new people. And with that, I think we're ready to begin our Public Lands and Natural Resources Committee.
Great. All right. Hi, everybody. My name is Chelsea Mira. I'm the Executive Director of West Slope Colorado Oil and Gas Association. Nice to see you all, and not first time here, but first meeting of this. I don't know what the policy meetings today. So sorry to be absent the last couple of days, but I do think we have Nancy Fishering online. Is that right? So usually Nancy runs these and I'm her co-chair and she's much better. She's online. I'll try not to mess it up too bad, but there's a strong chance it goes awry. So I'll give our official welcome. Welcome to the Club 20 Policy Committee meetings. In accordance with our bylaws, we ask that only current Club 20 members participate and vote on matters of policy development. If you are interested in becoming a Club 20 member, please see a member of our staff for more information. Discussion is open to members and guests and is a critical part of our committee meetings. When asking a question and making a comment, please use a microphone and speak loudly so everyone can hear you. For those seated in front of a tabletop microphone, please do not turn on your microphone. No hot mic moments until the committee chair has acknowledged you, which is me and Nancy today. So good luck, and we'll all get through this one. And then turn your microphone off once you are finished speaking. For those in the back of the room, Club 20 staff will be walking around with a microphone for you to use. We'll now ask any new folks who are joining us virtually to please introduce yourself. So Brittany, I'll let you run online and then we'll do in the room. If that's
That's new to the committee, not the newcomers that we just did.
Yes, new to the committee. Like if you haven't been, if you're like me and you haven't been around the last 2 days, and you should probably introduce yourself to the group. This is a good time.
So online we have Nancy Fishering, our co-chair, Doug Monger, Janet Farmer, John Whitney, Matt McCombs, Colorado State Forest Service, and he will be one of our speakers today. Melody Villard, Molly Pitts, who will also be part of our conversation today. Paula Stepp, Steve Garcher, and Tracy Sakaguchi.
Welcome, everybody.
Any new folks in the room?
All right. Well, thanks to everybody joining us virtually, and please remember to mute yourself. If you do have any questions during the meeting, unmute and proceed with your question. Nancy, did you have anything else to say? Yep, yep, absolutely.
Thank you. I'd just like to give a shout out to Lois Dunn, who's sponsoring us this afternoon. Lois has always shown an inordinate amount of interest in public lands. So I really do appreciate you, Lois, for contributing to us. And for Matt, make sure you identify yourselves in the audience, because not having heard the introductions at the beginning of the day, it helps to know the diversity of people that sit in this room and help us be a part of support groups for people like Matt and Jamie. They're not going to know who you are unless you identify yourself. This morning, the people were really good at identifying themselves and speaking into the mic, which is essential if you expect Molly, Matt, or I to be able to interact with you. We really need to hear the questions. So those are just two things I'd like to emphasize. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nancy. And I'll tell you something Nancy and I are good at is on-time meetings. So we will be ending on time. Wonderful. Well, with that, Nancy, would you like to introduce Matt to the group and we can get going unless we have any other business?
That would be fine. Matt is our first speaker because what we've decided as Club 20, the executive committee, that it's extremely important to follow up on the summit that we hosted last March, because it was on water, watershed health, and forestry. And it's important, we believe, to connect the dots. So some of the priority efforts for the executive committee is ag, water, and the PLNR committee. And so I think it's really great. Thank you, Matt, very much for coming, because he was really a keynote all the way through our summit last year, along with the U.S. Forest Service regional office. But Matt had worked, I'm not even going to begin to tell you his history. He has been all over. He's been a congressional staffer in the Salazar days. He has been he went into the military for a while. He was our district ranger in Gunnison for a while. He has been he stepped up in a huge way to think out of the box for the U.S. Forest Service to do adaptive management, which was a new collaborative very large scale type approach, which is what the entire country now is trying to move to. So he's been a leader in Colorado, and now he's Colorado State Forester. And that's been what, a year now, Matt? So we are really pleased that he's where he is. It's not easy to lead on these issues because everyone tends to go back into their silos. Okay, we had a fire year, now I can just focus on my own area. And I believe in Colorado, we can't afford to do that. I believe we all need to be knowing what the big picture issues are that are facing Western Slope counties. And there's no better person than Matt McCombs to lead that conversation. So with that, I'm pleased to introduce you to Matt McCombs, our Colorado State Forester.
What a wonderful introduction. Thank you so much, Nancy. I absolutely appreciate it. And I absolutely appreciate the opportunity to be with Club 20 today and be a touchstone to some of the things that have occurred since the last time we spoke in depth. It is a unique moment in Colorado. It's a unique moment in the United States as it relates to forestry. You know, we've seen the largest investments in the history of this country and the largest investments in the history of this state. I'm going to highlight a couple of those for you and a couple other exciting things that have occurred. And then I want to leave as much time as possible for some questions and dialogue. And I'll obviously be sticking around for the rest of the session. So as other presenters and dialogue continue, I can participate. But you know, it's so incredibly important to hear and be present for these conversations to ensure the totality of Colorado's residents have an opportunity to engage on issues of critical importance to all of us. There's some unique tension, right, between the seminal investments that are being focused on the Front Range and real thoughtful questions being asked. How are we going to ensure that all of the resources and opportunities that are in front of us are benefiting everyone in all four corners of this state? I acknowledge that, and there's a reason I was hoping to be with you in person today, but I also did not want to get stuck on either the wrong side of Glenwood Canyon or Vail Pass, acknowledging there's a sizable amount of snow being predicted for this evening, and I would have had to head home right after the meeting. So let's just get down to it. The session had not concluded, the General Assembly session hadn't concluded in the last time we were together, but I just wanted to give you a quick overview of what came out of that the session. So, in particular, we have a standing allocation for the Forest Restoration Wildfire Risk Mitigation or FORWRM program that the CSFS administers. But with additional contributions to the Assembly, we were able to offer $15 million in the last grant round, of which we received $29 million of ask. So that's a critical indicator for me to suggest that there's a deep need for continued investment in state and private land forest management actions so that we can dovetail and really get to that cross-boundary at scale all lands approach we've been talking about my entire professional career. In addition, there was $3 million invested in the Healthy Forest Vibrant Communities program, which we've already established the projects, and those are actually out and will be starting planning and implementation this summer. Those three projects one was Staunton State Park, and we really focus these investments on watersheds to Dancy's point. So we'll be doing a project at Staunton State Park around the Strontia Springs Reservoir in partnership with Denver Water. There's a project on the north slope of Pikes Peak in Teller County in cooperation with Colorado Springs Utilities, and then a project in the Fraser Valley, again in cooperation with Denver Water. We were able to leverage every single one of those pennies for the most part with our major water providers and continue to create as much resiliency as we can. I think this is a great model for projects and opportunities that are presenting, in particular on the Western Slope, in the Taylor Basin, in the Paradise Basin, on the Grand Mesa, and other major collection points for the river and systems that we depend on. In addition, I got to give huge credit to the United States Forest Service. At the tail end of the fiscal year last year, a $1.99 million Good Neighbor Authority agreement for capacity was signed. This is in addition to the multiple projects we have across Colorado and adds to the roughly $12 million since our first forays as a state agency with GNA that have been invested. That $2 million, roughly 1.99, is going to be invested in capacity to help land well and execute efficiently and effectively across all landscapes the 10-year strategy priority area that's been identified under the U.S. Forest Service wildfire crisis, which Chad will be, I believe, talking about later today. We'll be hiring a marking crew and some additional foresters to ensure that state and private ground is considered and planned and executed against as we look at the federal managed landscapes as well. That's a huge win. And then I want to talk a little bit about a wildfire package in the governor's budget. There's an additional $2 million earmarked for additional Good Neighbor Authority capacity that will allow us to grow our field forces to ensure that all across the state we can push into every opportunity and every planning effort to ensure that we grow the impact and grow the scope of our success and ensure that Colorado continues to get a fair share, if not a robust share, of the federal funding that's available to us. There's an additional $1 million for capacity that would be one-time funding for the furworm grant program. You know, under statute, we can only do 25% of that annual $8 million allocation for capacity building, which could be as simple as buying a chipper or some other equipment for a community, or also funding positions so that those communities that don't have as many resources as others can add capacity so that they can plan, apply for grants, and execute projects, again, as it relates to the sizable federal and state funding that's available. And then the last one that's really worth highlighting is a campaign that's in development for Wildfire Awareness Month. That was funded through a bill in the last session, and there's additional dollars to amplify and grow awareness for residents all across the state of the available funding that will come forward if the governor's budget is passed as planned for home hardening. So we can finally incentivize residents to build and retrofit using smart building technologies and philosophies to reduce their susceptibility to ignition during a wildfire, which substantially reduces the challenges and complexities of suppression efforts when we're trying to face down the rather intense fires that we've experienced in the last decade. Last thing I want to call out is the Colorado Strategic Wildfire Action Program, which was created in 2021 inside the Department of Natural Resources within the Division of Forestry. So I made an assumption that everybody kind of knows who the State Forest Service is, but just in case, we are housed in the Warner College at Colorado State University, but we also provide staffing and technical support to the Division of Forestry within DNR. The COSWAP program in the last year or so has invested over $4.3 million in 14 projects all across the Front Range as well as in the Western Slope. Projects in Lake County, LaPointe County, Grand County, Montezuma County. Some of those are workforce development where they're partnering with DOC crews and Colorado Youth Corps crews, and then others are straight up landscape scale investments in targeted counties at the highest risk as it relates to the Colorado Wildfire Risk Assessment that the CSFS generates every 5 years. A couple other highlights and then I'll shush and we can get into some dialogue. I just want to call out some federal funding that I just wasn't aware of. In the last time we talked to you, we really focused on U.S. Forest Service dollars associated with the bipartisan infrastructure law and the Inflation Reduction Act. I want to just, we've been meeting consistently with the NRCS and talking a lot about the forestry programming that they're bringing forward under the EQIP program, which is Environmental Quality Improvement Program, I believe. And then another program, RCPP, which honestly, I could not tell you what that stands for. So if there's an NRCS staffer in the room, feel free to help me out. But those funds, are going to be doubling, if not tripling. So RCPP in particular, that's funding that we're using for private ground in the Rocky Mountain Restoration Initiative project in the Upper Arkansas and Chaffee County. It goes from $250 million in fiscal year 23 to $800 million in 24 to $1.5 billion in 25 to $2.4 billion in 26. These are staggering numbers, and that's just really a small sliver of what's available under these two bill titles. And so what we've committed to as an agency is to be a leader as a convener and an activator all across the state with our 17 field offices and roughly 137 employees to try to coordinate as effectively as we possibly can to ensure that everybody that wants to move forward and take advantage of these opportunities, they have the ability to do so. And so we're going to continue coordination discussions to try to ready Colorado and ready Colorado communities to garner a fair share, if not a robust share, of the funds that are available. I want to just pivot real quick here to capacity. You know, as we talk about shared stewardship, this idea, there's a hand being waved. Was there a question, or you just have to cut me off? If there's a question, jump in.
And in the chat, Matt, they said they're having sound issues on their end, so maybe they're not hearing you.
Oh, what a bummer! I'm making like this like. Is it
Audio
my audio or
out,
your audio?
like. I'm hearing you okay, so I think it's probably the folks in the room that aren't able to hear you.
And I can hear you loud and clear too, Matt.
Nuts. And
Just a
Chad
minute.
Stewart
We'll
is
ask them how long ago they started having issues too.
You might have to rewind, Matt.
I was trying to be fast so I could save time for dialogue.
You were doing good. You were great.
He was on a roll.
Okay, so someone just has to like flag the screen or something and let me know when you can hear me again.
We don't hear the problems that they're having, Matt. We're in the dark like you. They'll let us know.
Looks like they're saying, hold on there.
My unfrozen screen drinking my Coca-Cola.
Modern technology is great until it isn't.
Exactly. Hi, John.
Hi, Nancy. How are you?
Good. How are you? Molly, welcome.
Hey, Nancy. Are you in Mexico?
No, I'm still in Houston.
Oh, that's okay.
I'm still waiting for a grandbaby that hasn't come out of NICU yet. So I know it's been 3 weeks. I know. But everybody's healthy. They just won't let her out.
Yeah, right.
They're healthy, meaning there's nothing seriously wrong. She was premature.
Is it hot there, Nancy?
It's been in the 80s. Today's cool. Very humid. Matt, are you going to hit CWPP when they let us
Yep,
get
that
back?
was the next thing, the wildfire mitigation specialists and our resiliency coordinators. But it's still recording us, so maybe they can just go back and watch our we're having right now.
Nobody's giving me, let me see if anybody's texting me to tell me.
That's what we do with wildfires. We put them on hold, right? Did you just?
All right. I'm getting play-by-play from Forest Supervisor Stewart.
What's he telling you?
He's saying they're working on it.
You knew that much. Thanks, Chad. If you're going to be, oh, now it says they're getting close. I was going to say, no, I'm sure we couldn't hear if Chad started.
Okay, can you guys hear us online okay now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now we could hear
Great.
you.
Thank you. And so
yeah.
You can hear us, we can hear you. So I think we're set to go again. Thanks to IT people.
Can you tell us where you ended up not being able to hear? That would help us.
Telling us. Yeah, you had said you were just going to make one quick note before you wrapped up, I think was where it was. We caught your attention pretty quickly.
Yeah, I talk fast. So just wanted to highlight a couple quick things and then we can take any questions. So, you know, beyond all the amazing funding that's available at both the state and federal level, we're also ramping, you know, as fast as we can, you know, alongside some of our federal partners to try to bring capacity and service to communities all across the state. And in that vein, you know, we hired 2 wildfire mitigation specialists here in Fort Collins that will oversee 5 community-based community resilience coordinators. These entities are specifically designed to support communities as well as our field offices in revitalization or establishment of community wildfire protection plans. The CWPP is one of the most critical tools in your toolbox. Not only does it help you prioritize, will identify the risks and then prioritize how to mitigate those risks, but it's also going to make you eligible as a community to apply for a variety of different funds that are contingent on a CWPP being either 10 years or less, I think, in age. And so if there's any communities in the room here that are kind of in that, or sort of things are getting a little stale, we are rushing help to assist in development or redevelopment or revitalization of those plans. In addition, with the surge funding that we receive from the U.S. Forest Service, as well as what's included in the governor's budget, and again, if it moves forward, we're going to grow by about 20 foresters across the state of Colorado. That is reflective of the size and scale of the opportunities that are in front of us as it relates to funding. Planning, implementation, monitoring, and reporting all take human capital, and so we're trying to search into that gap and be available not only to our federal partners to grow their body of work through good neighbor authority agreements and shared stewardship, but to be available to private landowners and communities as well, as consultants, as forest stewardship plan developers, and as project implementers. All right, there's a bunch of other super cool stuff, but I'm just going to pause there so we can have some dialogue. Actually, nope, I have to tell you this one last super cool thing. We are about to advance the largest investment in urban and community forestry in the history of the country. 1.5 billion was available under IRA, and we're sending forward roughly a $20 million proposal that will have impacts for urban and community forestry all across the state of Colorado. And what's exciting about that program in particular is that I think we're the only state in the union to garner the cooperation and participation of the National Forest Foundation as our sub-grant awardee. And if all of us, well, many of us in this room know what an effective partner the NFF can be. And so we're excited about the leverage and the growth and opportunity that will come with them as a key partner. And again, huge credit to NFF and their state leadership and national leadership for agreeing to come online, acknowledging that they are like overtopped with ramp up and program execution themselves nationally. With that, I'll shush, and I would love to take any questions, and maybe we'll get into some of these other topics as the afternoon goes on.
We have tons of questions in the room. Nancy, maybe we can do one in the room and one online if there's anybody online with questions.
Sounds great to me.
Great. Well, I think Mr. J. Paul Brown had his hand up very quickly, so we can start there.
Okay, J. Paul Brown, La Plata County. What are we doing to help the lumber business in Colorado and making sure that there's a reliability of supply of trees? And how are you working with the U.S. Forest Service to do that?
Well, you got thanks for that question. It's so critically important. Not only do the economic impacts and the value to communities of having the timber industry survive, but better yet, thrive in Colorado. It's also the most important tool we have to keep cost per acre at a reasonable number, to make sure all of these investments are implemented as efficiently as possible. If we can have a commercial output that not only, again, creates jobs and goods for the market, but also captures carbon in the way that we know is important in this era. So what we're doing, I'll give you a couple of examples. One, we've been a champion and a developer of a workforce bill in cooperation with the Wildfire Matters Review Interim Committee, as well as the Forest Health Advisory Council here in Colorado, to try to send some funding to entities to grow our 2-year programming, in particular for foresters and wildfire mitigation specialists. We have one 2-year accredited program at Front Range Community College. We're hoping that this bill, if passed, would incentivize the creation of more capacity for training and worker development. Molly constantly reminds everyone about the average age of the average logger and the average log truck driver. And that we have got to surge into ensuring that they have a ready workforce to meet the moment as it relates to these huge investments. Beyond that, we have a biomass utilization and wood products program in the agency. And we're looking at every opportunity that we can to grow opportunities for treatment that would and participate in planning at a scale that's equal to the problem, but it's also equal to the need of industry in order to survive. They need to have a real clear picture of the future so that they can effectively invest and manage risk. And so I'm actively involved in a variety of different dialogue with the U.S. Forest Service, the BLM, and others to try to get them thinking and to support them and be there for them to be thinking at planning at the scale of the problem so that we can implement at the scale of the problem. And in doing so, that will create the certainty the industry needs to expand, not just their footprint where they are existing now, but also in the technologies that allow us to log and treat landscapes and reduce fuels in the most efficient and effective manner possible. Something that's deeply important to me, and I'll continue to be a champion in every corner of the state that I can and nationally to ensure that our industry partners are getting the certainty and the opportunity that they need to thrive so that they can help us as the people substantially reduce the cost per acre of the treatments we know are absolutely necessary in our watersheds and our forests all across the state.
Thank you very much. And another thing that we need to never forget, and that is for a healthy forest, we need grazing and livestock grazing. And that, you know, I was on the Forest Advisory Committee, and I had to bring that up every daggone time. But we forget that, and that is very, very important to our healthy forests.
I absolutely agree. As a one-time ranger in multiple different locations, the Gunnison Ranger just has one of the largest grazing programs in the entire National Forest system. I have a deep and abiding faith in sustainable grazing activities as a fuels reduction mechanism. And I've been in conversations with Kate Greenberg at the Department of Agriculture for the state of Colorado, as well as our friends at CSU in the College of Ag, to think about how we can be more inclusive in the full range of fuel reduction opportunities that exist. And I think sustainable agriculture as a mechanism to do so is 100% something that I look forward to including in the conversation as well going forward.
Thank you. Nancy, is there anybody online that has a question?
No, but the gals, Brittany will tell you, because we're supposed to chat in the chat if we have a question. So you just keep fielding those questions in the room. Thank you, Chelsea.
Okay, sounds great. All right, Ms. Dozier.
Thanks so much for being with us, Matt. Cindy Dozier here. Could you expand, please, just a little bit on the connecting the dots with regards to CWPPs? What does the acronym even mean? And what is the update supposed to be including with regards to water and water source protection?
Hey, thanks, Cindy. Good to see you. So the community wildfire, excuse me, the CWPP is the most, is required by the Healthy Forest Restoration Act of 2004. Thank you, Molly. Your community wildfire protection plan is your prioritization tool as a community or as a county at whatever scale you decide to develop it at, to help you identify it, the values at risk that you have across the landscape, and then to determine the mitigation strategies that you're going to move forward with to secure those values at risk or to minimize the risk of wildfire hazard, impacting their viability in the long run. And many programs, and I'll just give you one example, many programs tier to implementation, either development or implementation of those plans, because it's an incentive. It's trying to push communities into thinking about the things that are most important to them and then thinking about the ways that they can protect them. The best example I can give you for this moment is, the Community Wildfire Defense Grant. That's a $500 million program that was advanced under the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law that's available all across the country and is specifically designed to either develop or implement a CWPP. I think there was roughly $200 or $300 million of ask that came up from to the U.S. Forest Service just nationally. I'm not quite sure region in the Rocky Mountain region, but those plans are developed typically in concert or cooperation with your federal and state partners. One of the signatories or the individuals that will sign off on its completion will be your local supervisory forester for the State Forest Service. And so we're there to help you and coach you through and provide support in cooperation, like with our friends from West Region and other wildfire partnerships across the state, to try to ensure that every community and every county in this state has a clear picture of what values are at risk and how they're going to mitigate against that risk going forward. If you can think of that occurring at scale in the aggregate, we start creating a patchwork of hopefully success that moves forest conditions in a direction that can withstand wildfire when it presents and be resilient in the face of it, while at the same time protecting critical infrastructure when those fires come through. Because we know that fire is not an if, but an when. It's a natural part of the ecosystem. We need to move towards adaptation and getting to this point of living with wildland fire.
Thanks, Matt. And I just want to say that in a CWPP is a place where you can, as a county, have local control and advocate for grazing to be increased and make sure you know your water sources and make sure they're all protected. Thank you.
Yep, and thanks for that the water piece I didn't even touch. So historically, we got really focused on houses and utilities and road quarters and such. What I have been encouraging, and certainly what's being encouraged by other planners in the sort of professional space of this work, is to be all inclusive, acknowledging that where you collect and distribute your water is probably as important as any power line or home, community of homes. So to be inclusive and think at a larger scale is going to be extremely valuable, because then you can implement with these grant dollars and these other funds that we can bring to bear in those spaces without having to readjust or revamp. So so being inclusive of your watershed and water transportation infrastructure is pivotal to being successful, acknowledging that the pressure on our water systems and water delivery mechanisms currently, so I'll stop there.
And I just thought I would add that those extra personnel that Matt had talked about that would be available for the four corners of the state of Colorado.
Thanks, Nancy.
Help people think of that. They hadn't thought of that because the traditional CWP, sorry.
No, you're right. And there's other tools and mechanisms coming on board as well. So the Wildfire Ready Watersheds is a planning tool and that comes with grant funding out of the CWCB and in DNR. And so there's a lot of other ways to sort of frame up and look at your watershed infrastructure and ensure that it's included in the planning that you do in your individual communities.
All right, Commissioner, it's all you.
Okay, thank you. This is Merritt Linke, Grand County, and thank you for being on the call today, and thank you for all the work that you guys are doing in Grand County. You mentioned the Fraser fuel break, and I will say that was one big gust of wind away from burning up the entire town of Fraser and Winter Park probably, so that's a well-timely project to prevent that. There's still a lot of trees left to burn. And I will also thank you for the mention of some of the water providers. They've been great partners with some of the work that we're trying to do with Northern Water and Denver Water as it affects their water supply. And I guess I wanted to express a concern, and I know that a lot of this work and a lot of this funding, it just seems to really be huge at this point, is reactionary. And it's partly because we're catching up from 30 years of doing nothing in our forests. And I want to, I guess, plant the seed that we need to make sure that we continue to have forest management long after this reactionary period is over with. So that would be a request. And I don't know how you can do that, but certainly Club 20 could help do that. And I wanted to tag on a little bit to what Jay Paul just said about grazing. I can personally tell you that in the East Troublesome Fire, I had 150 head of cattle in a pasture that was in the path of that fire, and I moved them out, fortunately, about a month before that fire came through. Otherwise, we'd be having a different conversation today. But I will also say that that fire did not burn across that pasture. It burned the entire west side of the fence but grazing is a management tool for effective management tool for fire prevention by removing those fuels. So keep that up. And then one last thing, Grand County is in the process of updating our CWPP with you guys' help. And it's been a great process. I would urge any of you guys to go back to your counties and make sure you have that plan in place. And I know you guys are willing to help with that. So thank you.
Hey, thanks, Commissioner. I really appreciate this concept about sustained effort. My vision really is my dream is a renaissance in forestry in America, and certainly a renaissance in forestry here in Colorado, and to embrace. We have a history in this country of active management to the benefit of ecosystems and people. And, there's a variety of reasons that we sort of hit some rocky shoals over the last 30, 40 years, but I think there's a pretty consolidated perception that we need to do things differently. And I think but technology and investments and sort of a change in culture and perspective, we have an opportunity through this pulse of funding and engagement to really fundamentally change the nature of the landscape, but potentially, and let's say hopefully, fundamentally change the way people see themselves in that landscape. And if we can demonstrate through these seminal historic investments that we can do what we said we can do, we can effectively utilize the best management practice, we can protect watersheds, habitats, and a variety of other values while actively managing forests to get us to the ecological conditions that we know are necessary for forests to stay forests and thrive in an era of a warming climate, growing populations, and more prevalent wildfire, then I believe, and then establish the industry mechanisms to help us continue to reduce that cost per acre while creating jobs and sustainable economies for communities, we can persist. Success begets success in my mind in public policy, and we just have to help Coloradans experience the change positively and then sustain that change deep into the 21st century. That's my objective, and I hope and I look forward to your support in those endeavors and helping us tell the story in every corner about what we're talking about as it relates to this idea of bringing our legacy of successful forestry in this country and in this state to bear on the problems we have around wildfire and an incredible buildup of fuels after 125 years of very effective suppression. If we can be just as effective as suppression over the next 100 years with active management and forestry, I feel like we'll be in a completely different place and have left things better than we found them, which is really the responsibility all of us have now as natural resource managers and natural resource engaged citizens.
Thank you. Any other?
Hey, Matt, Wendell Kuntz from Delta County. I've got a question about unintended consequences. We had a pretty spirited discussion this morning about the introduction of the gray wolf, and I'm going to ask Chad Stewart the same question here in a little bit. What does the introduction of the gray wolf mean to programs on the ground for things you can't do or going to have to do, or additional costs incurred because of the presence of the gray wolf in state forests? That make sense?
Are you talking about like introducing a species that I think, how does managing its habitat impact our ability to manage forests?
Correct.
Okay, so that's a fun question. I look forward to my esteemed colleague from the GMUG to get to answer that as it relates to federal ground. But I think that we have a huge, when we manage forests effectively, we create openings and breaks that restore a variety of different habitats for ungulate species, right? And so if you're providing robust habitat and opportunities for the persistence and growth of the populations of ungulate species, when I say ungulate species, I'm talking about deer and elk and moose primarily, then you're creating robust habitat, and persistence opportunities for wolves and other predators as well. I mean, this is an argument we made in planning projects for lynx and other places. So that's just like a completely off the cuff, and I'm hoping that I don't get in too much trouble, but weighing in on a very sticky issue. But if you just think about sort of wildlife habitat is a core component of planning and execution of forestry treatments. I mean, we have in our forest action plan a lot of critical thinking and analysis that went into ensuring that habitat characteristics and habitat improvement would be a core function of any forest treatment that we might achieve either on state, private, or federal ground. Federal policies are different than state policies, so but at the same time, I'm confident. This is informed by many years as a land officer in the U.S. Forest Service, that we can effectively consider and reflect the values associated with species and wildlife habitat stewardship in our work as it relates to wildfire mitigation and forest health. They're not mutually exclusive, but we should be very thoughtful about I think how we communicate with each other, and I'm already like feeling my spider sense crawling up my neck about this issue and not having a lot of purchase, So I'm going to sort of step away, but I'm interested to hear what Chad's perspective is. But again, wildlife habitat and forest management are not mutually exclusive, in my opinion, and they certainly haven't been in my experience as a line officer and land manager in the federal government.
And I agree with you on that, but how will it affect the way you manage your projects on the ground? And do you think you'll have any additional costs because of different management practices?
Yeah, I don't really know. I mean, we're sort of in a new paradigm, and I think that we'll just try to be transparent, I guess, as this process unfolds and as this species is reintroduced into Colorado's wildlands. But I guess my commitment is to ensure that we come with an open mind and certainly a commitment to balancing the variety of competing demands for the resource and ensuring that ultimately, I try to keep things macro, right? Global. Let's keep forests as forests and let's keep them healthy and resilient and adapted to the pressures of climate change and the pressures of growing populations. And I think if we keep that as our lodestar, right, that we're chasing and moving towards, a lot of these other ecologic benefits that come from a healthy and sustainably managed forest will show up well for wolves or any species for that matter.
Thanks.
I think we have 5 minutes for one more question.
Yeah,
Chelsea.
one more question. Look, we're on the same page. I'm not doing the work. Any other questions from back here? You have a question? I do. All right, go for it, Brittany.
Hi, Matt. This is Brittany Dixon, the Interim Executive Director of Club 20 for now. I was just wondering, from the outcome of our Watershed and Forest Health Summit last year, what those funds that got accredited to being brought to the Western Slope from that meeting, are there plans in place for those funds going anywhere? What steps are coming up ahead?
So I'm going to steal a tiny bit of Chad's thunder. So I got to give huge credit again to the leadership on the GMUG for thinking and moving out boldly. There's a pretty large analysis going on the Norwood Ranger District. There's another project and collaborative effort coming together on the Grand Mesa. They're moving forward aggressively with the implementing projects in the Taylor Basin and elsewhere. That's just the GMUG. We have a lot of success that's continuing to persist on the San Juan as it relates to Rocky Mountain Restoration Initiative. Amazing, groundbreaking approaches and planning implementation on the Salida Ranger District of the Pike San Isabel. All of these things are putting in the framework and creating what I call like buckets that are ready to receive. So as these funds continue to sort of work their way through the process of from being passed and applied to agency budgets, actually filtering through and hitting the ground. They're doing all the right things as it relates to NEPA analysis and planning, reaching out to partners, continuing to invest in good neighbor authorities so they can grow their impact across boundaries. I would say that those are probably some just good indicators that we're going to be in a good shape, in particular on the GMUG and some of and the San Juan to continue, and the Pike San Isabel to continue to move out. And the other thing I would add is that we're in active dialogue with all the different entities, NRCS, the U.S. Forest Service, the State Forest Service, our industry partners, CSU, just anyone, and primarily the Colorado Forest Restoration Institute or CFRI. We're all talking about this idea of how can we take these remarkable Colorado models that we've developed. SPEDME is a great example. That like, you know, essentially wrote the book. SPED is Spruce Beetle Epidemic Aspen Decline Management Response, worst acronym ever. You know, took conditions-based NEPA, this idea of analyzing at scale, really put it and wrote the roadmap for other forests across the state. And you see a couple big projects coming together on the Arapahoe Roosevelt and other places. We're talking about how do you take the success we've had with RMRI, where we bring all these folks together and focus on a landscape, potentially expand that to other locations and other watersheds. We're talking about how do you take NEPA to a larger scale and create an environment in Colorado where federal managers are incentivized to take larger, to essentially manage it and take larger risk, acknowledging that, you know, NEPA can get really sticky and really challenging when we pit multiple values, not really against each other, but when they come up against and rub against each other. But we're trying to figure out how do you plan at the scale of the problem so you could implement at the scale of the problem. And what I could say from these conversations, I know this is a little squishy, I'm not giving you a ton of specifics, it's because the conversations are literally happening right now, and we are all running at breakneck speed as fast as we can. But I just got to say the openness of forest supervisors and leadership in the Rocky Mountain region has been fantastic to having these conversations and acknowledging the immense pressure that they're under as it relates to these huge historic investments that comes with a lot of expectations and accountability. So I would say I look forward to perhaps our spring or annual meeting to report on how those conversations are continuing. And of course, we'll fold Club 20 members and the elected leadership represented here into those processes as they land in and around your communities. But I think there's a growing consensus in the state that, and it's in respect and in relationship to the messaging coming from the chief of the Forest Service and NRCS, as well as the department leadership and the president, that we have to do things differently. And we have to think about how we can get to a larger and more impactful scale, and we have to do it together. Getting tribal governments, state governments, local governments, our national forest and BLM leadership, all talking and trying to work as fast as we can and do so in a way that's inclusive of the variety and diversity of values and interests that come together when we talk about how do we manage land and water. So we're thinking big, and we're trying to move towards acting big, and I hope to have some good reports on that conversation in the relative near future. And I hope that you'll continue to dialogue with me and staff all across the state on what your ambitions and what it looks like to make your dreams come true as it relates to natural resources and water in this state, because we've never had an opportunity like this and we cannot fail. And I look forward to working forward with all of you going forward. It should be a lot of fun because you only get these opportunities once in your lifetime to make these sizable changes and go to our graves, right, feeling like we left things better than we found them for our children and grandchildren and our fellow residents that are going to be coming in behind us.
I'm going to cut in here, Matt. You cut off just at the right time. I like that ending. And I just wanted to give a little bit of connect the dots to Club 20. Cindy Dozier's there. She sits in on RMRI. I'm on Speedmar and the Taylor Park Adaptive Management. You will find Molly Pitts. She's on all these collaboratives as well. It's amazing the opportunity for us to be pushing this rope uphill, having the backs of people like Matt, having the backs of our next speaker, who's Chad Stewart. He's our forest supervisor on the Grand Mesa Uncompahgre Gunnison. He sits in almost on all of our meetings. He's also the rep often for the regional office to represent the entire state of Colorado national forests and be an active participant with Club 20. And he follows with, we had Scott Almond Trout. We've had a long history of the GMUG being actively a participant with Club 20. And we really appreciate that, Chad. So let me turn the agenda over to you. And he's also, just for you all to know, we are the only active working on a forest plan revision, which turns out to be a gargantuan task. They never seem to end. Takes a lot of public input. And Chad, I don't even know how you keep up the stamina to keep working on that. But with that, please welcome Chad Stewart, our forest supervisor on the Grand Mesa Uncompahgre Gunnison.
You know, can you hear me? You really should give Matt a hand for all that talk he just did right there, because he is certainly eloquent and a great partner. So I'll say, can you give Matt a hand? Isn't that awesome to have him in that role for us? I think he said more than I could possibly say, and when it comes to working together, and I think it's also really, where should I stand? Yeah, okay. All right, I'll stand here. So you got a podium. Yeah, I was asked to talk about the wildfire crisis strategy and forest plan, if we had that time. And it's been great to listen to Matt talk first, because it's kind of a good testament to see whether we are actually connecting at the right level. And I really was excited sitting back there listening to Matt, because you just kind of see all these things start to come together. So as the forest supervisor on one of the forests in western Colorado, you gotta just be excited when you see that there's actually this much intensity and this much direction all coming together at this time. And it actually gives me hope that we're gonna make a difference. So, you know, we talk a lot, and that's where I wanna talk to you about what that actually translates into. The wildfire crisis strategy is a terminology that's come up that's being used to discuss, you know, what is the crisis? Where is the crisis? What can we do about the crisis? How do we get into this crisis? And this morning I printed off a bunch of stuff from the internet that I would just say that I could probably provide to you as a link, but you can Google it yourself too. There's all these periodicals that have been created that answer all those questions that I just asked you. You know, what is it? Where is it? How do we get here? And all that. But I'd really want to talk to you today about how we can translate that into western Colorado. Eventually we'll get to western Colorado. Really, we got to start with a larger scale look. We've got this all started with 10 priority landscapes, and then we got some funding, the RIT funding, and that is really not what we want to talk about as much anymore, because the bill funding got passed, and that was phenomenal, right? That's just an amazing amount of funding to be put to the ground to help out the West. And then the IRA funding also. Between those two, the numbers, I'm not going to get them off the top of my head right, but they're huge. They're huge numbers. If you think about my budget is between 12 and 15 million on the GMUG, and now we're sending $39 million this year to the Arapahoe Roosevelt to treat their landscape. Just think about that scale of how much people are investing, how much the public is investing in their Western heritage here in these forests. So the amount of funding is also going to the Front Range on purpose, right? Because they're part of the original 10 firescapes they're identified. And it's kind of like, I'm a fire guy, came with a fire background, and when we have a wildfire, what's our first priority? Life and property, right? We want to save lives, get them out of the way. We want to protect people's property. There's no acceptable loss of life in fire. We lost 10 souls. We don't have any, right? We also have a very low acceptable tolerance for losing houses too. And so we want to start there. We start with figuring out escape routes. We start figuring out getting people out of the way of the fire. And we start addressing the infrastructure that we have there, whether it's roads, houses, trains. Yeah, we got oil and gas wells. There's all kinds of different WUI, and those CWPPs have identified that WUI. And so I think it makes sense. So we started there. We started there with trying to protect people's lives and their property. But the third tier is now starting to come into focus. That next objective that I have on a wildfire is, how do you mitigate the fire effects on this watershed? Because quite frankly, in a day, you can lose a watershed. You can lose a watershed up in smoke, and then you have years, decades afterwards where you have the debris sloughing off. And I watched an entire lake fill in with one rainstorm in New Mexico. That was the water supply for Alamogordo. And it's still, let's see, that was 15 years ago. That's still not an impacted watershed because of one fire that happened in an afternoon. And it's just, it's kind of like, we need to take care of this first. And I really respect that we are going to do a lot of that work around the large areas of WUI that we see, especially on the Front Range. And now we need to be ready to take care of the rest, which is this watershed. And then we have the water connection on this side, right? We have all the water on the west slope, all the people on the east slope. That's kind of how this conversation goes. But we also know that to protect the watershed, we need to do some work. We need to protect the infrastructure of the watershed. We also need to we also can enhance the resilience of the forest. So what is a fire resilient forest? I bet we can come up with a few definitions in this room, but I would submit to you that I want a fire resilient forest that can take a fire and not be destroyed by it. So we can have a fire on the landscape because fires happen naturally and unnaturally. But if we have a fire on the landscape, I want to make sure that it doesn't destroy the forest. So how do you get there? And that's where we are spending our time today, is that we are doing planning, we are getting ourselves ready, and that's where Matt very articulately talked about the plans that we have going on the Grand Mesa, the plans we have going on down south in Norwood area, the plans that are being implemented on the RMRI landscape down in the San Juan. Every forest has got a piece of this. And so we are actually getting ourselves ready to receive the 39 million that we might get in the coming years to be able to implement. So the wildfire crisis strategy right now is kind of in year 1, maybe 2, if you want to look at it. The 10-year strategy, they added 11 more landscapes to it nationally. We are not part of that 11 that were added, but those are all being funded by the bill and IRA funds. And that's just fine, because that gives me a little bit of space to finish my forest plan and to get my watersheds planned to be able to actually put the work on the ground where it needs to be. And where does that need to be? In my opinion, needs to be to protect this landscape so it's not devastated by a wildfire. So anyway, so that's kind of the nexus. I wanted to just take it from nationwide, 10 plus 11 landscapes. Colorado, we have the east slope being addressed because of its population, and obviously there's a water issues out there as well. And now we can look at how do we fit in on the west slope? Well, we've got all the water, and we've got 70% of that Colorado River coming off of that Grand Mesa right over here. And so we want to make sure that that doesn't just get wiped out in one afternoon when we have a wildfire. So I don't know, that's kind of where I thought I'd go with the wildfire crisis strategy update. Should I maybe just pause? Questions on that, on crisis update? Silence is concurrence, right? Go ahead, JP.
J. Paul Brown, La Plata County. How does, and I appreciate you wanting the forest healthy. How does wilderness areas, wilderness study areas, conservation areas, roadless areas, etc., impede forest management?
Well, impede's a pretty strong word, right? You're saying that we can't do things there. We can do things there. We know we have grazing in those wilderness areas, right? Yeah. And I know you're a big proponent of that. So we definitely have our grazing permits in there. We utilize those appropriately. We also have wildfire naturally or unnaturally that happen in those areas too. We either back off to natural barriers in order to utilize them, or we actually manage a natural ignition, right? So we have a few tools, maybe less than what you're pointing to, that we can do. We can't do mechanical in wilderness areas. That is part of it. Half the forest is either Colorado roadless or wilderness on the GMUG, and so we have to use the tools where we can, and that's the bottom line. So I'm not going to change that, so I might as well just embrace it and use it when I have those opportunities. The social license I have to utilize unplanned ignitions for resource benefit is really slim right now. So if I have a lightning strike in a wilderness area that I want to manage for fire benefits, I got to be really careful, because if that thing comes out and burns someone's house, I'm in deep trouble. So I have to take those decisions very, very carefully, but it is a tool that I can use in that setting. So I'm going to spend a lot more time and resources in the areas where I can do that work, and that's outside of those wilderness. Colorado roadless is still something that I want to take a look at, where it makes sense. And that's part of this effort on the Grand Mesa, is looking at some of those roadless areas that are adjacent to WUI and whether we should be doing some treatments in there. And I'm going to ask for some support if we get there to walk through those filters to see if that is appropriate. And a lot of that is about temp roads, and that they don't really like us to build temp roads in Colorado roadless areas. And you really have a hard time harvesting timber if you're not able to build temp roads. So that's a conversation I hope to have this next year. So go ahead, Cindy.
Cindy Dozier. Can you give a little history and then an update on where Speedmer is at right now?
Okay, Speedmer, I'm not even going to try the acronym. Matt did much better than I did, but basically it was a landscape scale NEPA analysis that allowed us to harvest trees and to adjust as we went. I think the history of it has been very positive, and it's very much about the collaborative group that supports it, and the adaptive management group, specifically as we call it. And that adaptive management group has reached a point in the Speedmer project where we are no longer looking at harvesting dead trees that have been impacted, but starting to look at live trees. And we found that has become a lot more contentious. The Speedmer project areas are mostly treated that have been hit by the bark beetle. I say mostly because there's still a few, but in general, we are transitioning from a dead tree sale program to a live tree sale program. And we found that the coalition of the adaptive management group is harder to maintain around, and the consensus about what we should be doing with live trees is a lot harder to get that consensus than it was when they were dead. That's the bottom line.
What are the sticking points to get consensus?
I'm not going to be able to speculate to you exactly what that is, but I can just tell you that that's what I'm noticing from my level is that I'm losing that consensus. And so we are shifting as a result of that. We're shifting to the next thing. And although the success of Speedmer is something we want to model, it's certainly going to be modeled differently as we move forward. Because if I have groups that are leaving the consensus to question what we were doing, I no longer have the license to continue. So. Oh, excuse me. Yes, sir.
Chad, Tom Harden from Eagle County. Typically, everything's about money when in your line, or especially you got to have funds to fix the forest. And all our forests have been ignored, as we talked about, all of us, for decades and misused. But now they tell us that they're going to take some of these little fortune builders they have called ski areas and resorts, and those rental fees that they pay to the government are going to stay in the forest where they were generated, which sounds to me like a great idea to get things kind of headed towards a direction where they should be. If the money comes from there, let's keep it there and make it better, because if you don't have, Forest Service has been underfunded for forever, as long as I can remember. Do you see that as a step in the right direction? Is it going to help you and your forest, or is it kind of a moot point?
Well, this is where I got to be careful, because it is a legislative initiative, and I know John Whitney's on here, and he is a proponent of that, and I would love to have you talk to him about it. But certainly, it seems like a good logical idea. We just don't know where that's going to go for now. So I would actually encourage you to talk to John Whitney about it. So.
Thank you.
Yep. Wendell, is this going to be my question about?
Not yet.
Oh, okay. All right.
I'll let you think a little more on that one. Has there been any changes on management plans for prescribed burns for 2023? At one time you mentioned there might be.
Yeah, good question. Thanks. I haven't really thought that was going to come up. So I didn't exactly prepare my mind for that one. The prescribed burn program, as you know, was front and center for me when we lost the Sims fire and burned up a residence. And it's heartbreaking. I mean, it's really just when you have an entire organization that's out there to protect people and their property, and to lose something like that, it's very, very hard to recover from. And certainly you want to do the right thing. And so what is the right thing with prescribed burning? We know that there's no substitute for prescribed burning, that the putting the nutrients back into the soil can only be accomplished the way that a prescribed burn does. You can masticate, it still doesn't have the same fire effects as you can with a prescribed burn. So we know that it is a tool that we need to continue to use. So at about the same time, we had the issues in New Mexico as well. And so there was a stand down for prescribed burning, and we looked at it again and like, okay, how are we going to do this better? Because we know we need to use this tool. There's still probably going to be some bad outcomes, but how do we protect it, and how do we avoid that as much as possible? And so we put in a lot more intention in monitoring, especially after a burn, would be the biggest takeaway for me, is that we are going to plan not only our monitoring after the burn to make sure that it is put to bed, but also during the burn, that we're going to have contingency resources actually on hand, not just by call. You know, before we're like, okay, yeah, we're contingency resources for the route, but actually we're going to be within a certain distance to be able to respond to that. We also are spending a lot more time with our plan to make sure that they are narrow in scope instead of wide in scope. And so those are some of the takeaways of that stand down that we are deliberately doing, because we want to have good outcomes. That's the bottom line. We want to treat the land with prescribed burning. We felt like we needed to be better in order to do that. So that's my takeaway, is that we've actually gone through, redone our plans. We've relooked at where we're going to burn. We've talked about doing agreements with landowners on the other side to be able to address, you know, their concerns, as well as make sure that we're in the right, you know, to be able to continue with that burn. So in other words, we can take action on the private land if it gets over there. That's specifically what I'm getting at there. And so those things will hopefully continue to help us be better at using that tool. So, thanks. Yeah.
Do you want to go ahead with the wolf question while we're with you?
Sure, thank you. So I don't think Matt understood my question. Say it's 10 years from now, we got a pack up on the GMUG somewhere, and you want to do a prescribed burn or a mechanical treatment of some kind. What do you think the impacts will be for things you can do, can't do, additional costs? I'm just thinking out loud too.
The way Matt and I heard it the way he did too, was I wasn't gonna be able to tell you anything because I don't have any direction with the regional office to be able to comment on that. The only thing they've told me that I can say responsibly is that we're in support of the 10J rule, which we now know has been processed, and I plan to come to that meeting here in Grand Junction with Fish and Wildlife Service and learn more. What you reframed for me though is a little different in terms of the way I see the forest plan, and maybe that's the second part of what we can talk about here, if you'd like, is the forest plan on the GMUG. And the forest plan has stipulations in the plan to help us get at wildlife concerns. And Ron, you're going to love this plan, man. It's the first one I've ever seen that actually has wildlife management areas in it, and I'm pretty excited to roll this out. What you specifically asked, there won't be any change. There is nothing in my plan that I need to put in there that will need to change what we do on the ground based on the wildlife that you're talking about. So the plan is going to stay the same. So that therefore my implementation process is likely going to stay the same. If you happen to have a species that is introduced that has a different trying to get at the wolverine, basically. If the wolverine were introduced, I might have a different answer for you. But at this point, what we're seeing is that we will have no change in our planning process. So that I'm excited about that we don't have to go back and redo our plan. We are going to adhere to whatever the state does, and we are going to stay engaged with it as it comes up. So that's about as close as I can skate to that line. How's that? Okay.
We have room for and time for a couple more questions. Yeah, I think two more.
Well, let me just tell you a little bit about the forest plan on the GMUG. The plan itself is well written because I've watched it over the last 3 years get written. I'm in a place where I'm going to have to brief the chief on it, and probably in June, and so that would be when we roll it out to the public. So get your reading glasses ready and your caffeine, because it's a long plan, and when it comes out, we would love to have you read it and engage with it. So that will be the final draft, comes out this summer and puts us in the 90-day process after that, and 45-day process after that for objections. Still hoping to have a plan done by next spring. So that's what's ahead. I'd love to tell you more about what's in the plan. And like I said, Ron, you can call me when it comes out. We can talk. But it really is a phenomenal plan. It is not anything like I've seen before in my career, where we are talking about management areas that you can't burn across because it's a line in the proverbial sand out there. This is a very programmatic plan, and I really look forward to you guys taking a look at it when it does come out. So anyway, that's a little update on the plan. But any questions?
in the plan, what will be the plan for domestic sheep grazing related?
Actually, not much change. The new plan does not change a whole lot for domestic sheep grazing. Basically, what we're hearing from CPW is it's working, and we plan to go with that. So,
thank you.
Yep. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Chad. I've been involved with the GMUG forest planning process for decades.
I believe it. I've seen some.
Version 1, version 2.
Yeah.
What's the current planning rule that is the basis of this plan? Because I know one or two of the plans got kiboshed because the rule changed.
Yep.
Would you mind oh, that's Kathy Welt. So forest planning rules have changed. Anything in the works? You feeling pretty secure that?
You know the year by chance? I was thinking 2003 planning rule, but I'm not exactly sure what year it is. It hasn't changed in a little while. So we will be the second plan out under this rule in this region, the Rio Grande being the first. I think we're probably about 15th or 16th in the nation though, because there's been several in Region 1 and Region 6, Montana, Oregon, and even out east that have come out under this planning rule.
So you're feeling pretty good that it's gonna.
I'm feeling good.
All right.
You can ask me in a year how I feel, but
good job.
I'm feeling good.
Molly Pitts added that that's the 2012 planning rule.
2012?
Yeah.
All right. Seems longer, yes, but I inherited halfway through, and that's 3 years. Go ahead, Nancy.
I would just like to say from Club 20, one of the reasons we have these speakers, Kathy point, is the forest plan, Speedmar. What my experience has been being around as long as you have, Kathy, is you start out with a plan and you consistently get pressure. Every year, some new group wants to change the way you're moving. And I think that consensus that you talked about, Chad, that kind of unraveling pieces of Speedmar, that's where we need to weigh in as Club 20. I think we need to have their backs to say, if prescribed fire is the science, think about this morning what Becky Mitchell said. The reason she felt like she was being so successful is she had everybody on board saying the same messages. And that's what I like to see Club 20 doing, is giving the support to Matt, giving the support to Chad, giving those scientifically based messages that you have to keep standing together to move the needle to allow more forest management. Jay Paul, you know how long we've said some of the same things over and over and over. So if we have his back, then he's a force to be reckoned with. That's what Becky said. I became a force to be reckoned with. And we need to make sure that we're on the same page. The more new people we have moving into the Western Slope, every year you're constantly bringing people up baby steps to understand why we even manage the U.S. Forest Service. So I think the jobs that these managers have has gotten bigger. And so Club 20 needs to get louder and be more supportive. And I don't mean more polarizing. I mean more supportive and fact-based. That's why I try to get these people in front of you guys so we know what their challenges are. Chad, do you need our help? Every little bit of help. He can't. You know, he's not allowed to pit us against other people. But that's really why this is an important presentation. Chad, thank you very much. Don't leave. All this stuff, one of the things I keep the last section's connecting the dots. Now we're going to bring up Jamie. And maybe, Chad, you should introduce Jamie because Chad has a very close relationship with Jamie. Because what we're finding now is all these grant monies, they all want collaboration, for one, and they all want multiple jurisdictions involved. They want to be cross boundaries, larger scale, and Jamie is our leader. Are you ready for this, Jamie? You are our leader.
I am ready. Thank you.
and he has challenges. Again, it's getting everybody on the same page and not doing things using your old way of looking at things. There are still communities on the Western Slope that don't believe their community is ever going to have a fire like Merritt Linky's county had. They just think they're going to be safe from it because we haven't done it yet, had a fire like that. So the challenges are huge for all three of these gentlemen. So with that, Jamie, can you give a little background on you and your relationship with maybe the GMUG? I think you're a good model for the entire rest of the state. With that, Jamie, and one other thing I want to say, Jamie attended every bit of our summit last year, and he thought it was very helpful to him. And Lee Robertson's new, she's the outreach person. She was introduced when we introduced people, and Lee's been a big help on other collaboratives on the Western Slope. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jamie Gomez, but let's clap for Chad too before we get started with Jamie. Chad.
Hello, everyone. First off, I'd like to thank Nancy Fishering and Club 20 for inviting me here today. I did prepare my remarks, so I'm going to be kind of reading off this, and I have a few slides to share. Hopefully there's some time at the end. I didn't really leave enough time, I don't think, for question and answering, but hopefully there's a few minutes at least. I'd also like to thank Matt McCombs and Chad Stewart. I know Molly Pitts is about to be speaking, I believe, joining us online. The leadership from all those folks, especially in that natural resource management and forest products industry realm, is absolutely critical. This dialogue is super important. And I just want to thank, everyone here in the room as well for joining. Once again, my name is Jamie Gomez. I'm the Executive Director with the West Region Wildfire Council. There we go. The West Region Wildfire Council is a nonprofit organization. We have an office in Ridgeway, and our mission is to increase resilience to wildfire in Delta, Gunnison, Hinsdale, Montrose, Ouray, and San Miguel counties. That is also known as Region 10 in some spheres. In the emergency management realm, that's the West Region. We currently have a 7-person staff, a 5-person board of directors, as well as non-voting liaisons representing the GMUG, as well as the BLM Southwest Colorado District. Incidentally, I know there's a lot of leadership here and a lot of connected people. We are seeking to expand our voting board to 7 members. So if you happen to know of anyone that might be interested in joining our leadership team, please reach out to me. Increasing resilience to wildfire is a big mission. It's been something that has been brought up on the last couple presentations from Mr. McCombs and Mr. Stewart there. It's a big job. It's a complex job. Over the last decade, our organization has been focused on mitigation. So very much we're rooted around this idea that we need to take a proactive stance through projects and programs to address the wildfire issue. And that's what I'm going to be focusing on for the rest of this discussion here. Everyone here at Club 20, representing, as I understand it, counties and jurisdictions, municipalities, special districts, everyone here has been witness to some dramatic changes. While I won't dive into the details, I believe that we all can agree what we're up against. Long-term drought has had immediate impacts to our water resources. I know this morning that was the topic for discussion. As you all are well aware, stresses to the Colorado River system and its many domestic, industrial, and agricultural water users is at an all-time high. Drought and related climate changes are driving significant impacts to forest health, with beetle infestations and other stressors leading to major ecosystem and landscape scale changes. Wildfires are more frequent, much larger, and burn more intensely than ever. At the same time, we're losing homes, communities, and a way of life to these changes. Development on the Western Slope is predicted to dramatically increase, and I don't blame anyone for that. I mean, really, who wouldn't want to live here on the Western Slope, unless, of course, your name is Matt McCombs for some reason. I hope he's on the call still. He could get that one from me.
That was funny.
We're also seeing increases to post-fire impacts, including whole ecosystem conversions, erosion, flooding, debris flow, sedimentation into our critical reservoirs, and many others. Massive wildfires, especially in those higher elevations, like what we saw in the East Troublesome, will impact the ability of those landscapes to retain snowpacks and attenuate runoff over the course of the water year. This means major impacts to our hydrologic cycle. This creates a vicious feedback loop. Not going to spend much more time talking about all the problems. I think we're all pretty well aware. The connections between and amongst climate, forest health, wildfire, community, and economic development, watersheds and water resources are all well understood. Club 20's leadership brought this to the forefront of dialogue last year with the water towers of the West Conference. I did participate in that whole thing. I'm glad that we're having this meeting here today as a follow-up to that gathering. We all do need to hold one another accountable. This is a huge issue. This group right here, the folks in this room and others and joining online, this is the leadership group that will provide stewardship of our natural resources. And the decisions we all are making today will affect millions of people downstream, as well as future generations. So the central question that has been guiding our work at the West Region Wildfire Council has been, what can we be doing right now ahead of the next wildfire? What actions can we take to increase security for the communities we serve? I heard Matt and Chad speaking about that. What actions can we take or help our partners to take to increase resilience to wildfire at the landscape and at the watershed scale? As I speak to you all now, I want to present you all with a challenge and those online. As critical leaders within federal and state natural resource management agencies, within local governments, businesses, and other NGOs, I have two questions. So number one, are you doing everything you can be doing to prepare your community, your county, your jurisdictional area for the reality of warmer and drier climate as well as more frequent and intense wildfire? And then number two, are you doing everything that you could or should be doing? Little subtle difference between what you can be doing and what you could be doing. With respect to number one, I'm not really sure I can really speak to that. I'm not sure if everyone is actually doing what they can be doing. I will just say, I hope you are. But with the second piece, that number two, I am pretty confident in saying the following about whether or not you could or should be doing, and that is that I actually believe it's highly unlikely that we actually are doing everything we could or should be doing to prepare our communities and our watersheds for increasing drought and wildfire. The reason I say that, and I know it's a bit of a bold statement, and I'm confident in this, is that this is a massive issue. It's an issue that requires the leveraging of significant human capacity, ingenuity, innovation. It's also an issue in desperate need of significant financial investment. I heard a gentleman over here saying the Forest Service has been underfooted for as long as he could remember. And that's why I'm saying I'm confident that we aren't realistically doing everything we should be doing. So as I understand, part of the reason that Club 20 is in existence at all is because of the historic and continual deprioritization of Western Colorado issues. Our part of the state has never had tremendous amounts of human capacity, and I always appreciate that fact every time I drive back to Denver, where I grew up, and when I'm sitting in endless traffic jams. I love the Western Slope. I love being out here. And our part of the state is typically, though not always, the last to benefit from state and federal investments. So for the remainder of my presentation, I'd like to focus on considering how best to answer one additional question. So if you can follow me on that next question here. Think about your own jurisdiction, whether that be a forest, whether that be a city, a county, a special district, whatever that case may be. Now let's pretend you were awarded a relatively large grant. First off, congratulations. Let's say the grant does not have a cost share reimbursement, which would be even better. Let's say the grant may only be spent on activities that truly move the needle in terms of helping your community, your landscape, or your watershed be more resilient to wildfire. The money may only be spent on proactively addressing root causes, not on applying Band-Aids to symptoms. So the money must address and mitigate the risks and threats posed by increasing drought and increasing wildfire activity. Let's pretend the grant is for $50 million. So here's the question. how would you actually go ahead and spend that 50 million bucks? Let's call this that $50 million question. So before you all rattle off an answer in your head, what I want to do is take a moment to consider our options about how best to spend the $50 million. And I guess I want to make sure that we're all in agreement at least on one thing before we even get into how to spend a single dollar, and that is we all want to get the absolute best bang for our buck. We're talking about historic investments. We also know that eventually that money will get spent, and maybe we'll be back in a different, administration, and things change and investments come and go. So we want to get the best out of that money right now. So let's first consider values at risk. And I heard both Chad and Matt talking about this. If push were to come to shove, how would you prioritize the values at risk? So I'm going to list 7 assets or values at risk. And this is not necessarily all of them, but 7 of the major ones, I would say. And you need to decide which of these values at risk are most important to you or your jurisdiction, and think about priority on this. So first of all, firefighter safety and human lives. Chad was talking about how when we really got started with this work years ago, that was the #1 thing. I'm not sure if that's changed, but that's certainly a value at risk, worthy of continued consideration. Water supply for domestic and agricultural uses. Critical community infrastructure. I heard some energy type of infrastructure mentioned. You name it. There's a lot of different types of community infrastructure. Homes and businesses or other structures. I heard Chad talking about that in that wildland urban interface or intermix, also known as the WUI. Wildlife habitat and ecosystem function. That'd be number 5 on my list. Number 6 on my list is recreational assets. Pointed out the Ouray perimeter trail in my backyard. And then renewable resources like timber or other forest products. I was thinking about livestock grazing. I heard that brought up several times. So with all those values prioritized, now we got to consider the scale at which we can actually take measurable and meaningful actions. So based on that scale we are working, we need to consider our approach. And so I'm going to provide a bit of a model for us to think about the scales that we really need to be thinking about. I did hear Matt McCombs talking about working at scale. Well, I'm not sure, I'm curious what that means in his head, but I've got some ideas on it I'm going to offer up. So I would say in the bottom right, if you can see my screen, we're talking about that parcel scale, the individual homeowner. And then at the second scale, thinking a little bit larger on the landscape, and this is variable, but at a community scale. And then obviously what has been the subject of a lot of discussion in this group with Club 20 is really thinking about that watershed scale. So I would say it's really important to think about this as a continuum. These are essentially nodes along that continuum. There's no, clear line of delineation between all these scales necessarily. So I'm going to start with that parcel scale. The science pioneered by folks like Jack Cohen at the Missoula Fire Sciences Laboratory, as well as Steve Quarles at the Institute for Business and Home Safety, is pretty clear. The science is really actually pretty conclusive. We need to build and retrofit our homes, and structures so that they're more resistant to ignition from embers, as well as convective and radiant heat exposure. In other words, we need to harden our homes. Embers are the leading driver of ignitions in most WUI fire disasters. We also need to create and maintain adequate defensible space by reducing the volume and spatial connectivity of fuels like certain trees and shrubs in the area immediately surrounding the home or structure. We need to improve access for emergency responders by installing reflective address signage and thinning along driveways and providing adequate turnarounds for fire apparatus. I guess the point here is that there are actions that can and need to be taken at that parcel scale. And if they're properly regulated and incentivized, I do believe in both carrot and stick on this, we can actually move the needle in terms of the mitigating risks for values like firefighter safety and human lives, homes and businesses, and other structures, as well as community infrastructure. moving up the scale chart here, we're going to go out to this community scale. Basically, community fuel breaks have proven to be effective, though not foolproof, in providing wildland fire managers with the chance to keep an encroaching wildfire out of a community altogether. These kinds of treatments, if appropriately designed, can be linked to efforts to restore and improve wildlife habitat for certain species. Also, at a community scale, counties and municipalities can adopt and enforce codes that will ensure that new development is done with wildfire in mind. We can develop new homes and communities that are resistant to ignition in the first place. We can build, and I would say maybe even more importantly, retrofit a community so that they're adapted to living in an ecosystem where wildfire is a natural part of the cycle. Simply put, we need to learn to live with wildfire. And I would actually suggest we must do this. And then finally, the scale that maybe is of most interest to the folks here, not necessarily, but potentially is really this largest scale, this watershed or landscape scale. Working at this scale, we can take a variety of actions. We can utilize process-based restoration techniques that slow surface water flows and re-wet meadows and restore wetlands. It's actually a critically important part of this whole discussion. We can continue to implement timber sales. I know Molly Pitts is speaking next. And utilize biomass and complete stewardship projects via mechanical means. Here in Western Colorado, we absolutely must get more fire back onto our landscapes. Our beautiful landscapes are heavily dependent upon fire returning through them at regular intervals. And so we quite literally need to fight fire with fire. I heard Chad speaking about this with respect to the question on prescribed fire. This can take the form of both managing files for resource benefit, and Chad was expressing concern about social license for that. And it also can take the form of prescribed fire. And so, as we all know, using fire in the landscape is risky business. It's extremely risky. We're literally lighting the forest on fire. But I also have to ask another question on that, which is, the alternative is to continue to exclude fire from our landscapes and in turn, let excessive amounts of fuels build up year after year after year. And so I have to ask, is that not also taking a pretty big risk as well? We're really kind of caught in a rock in a hard place on this situation. So I guess my point here at this landscape scale or this watershed scale is that there's actually a lot of actions that we can take that can result in outcomes that we all desire. We all want our landscapes and watersheds to be more resilient to wildfire. We want to avoid, to the highest extent possible, whole-scale loss and conversion of ecosystems and the loss of the critical habitat that can ensue. We want to avoid degradation of watersheds. We want to avoid impacts to water resource infrastructure like those caused by debris flows and sedimentation that can devastate our diversions, our ditches, our reservoirs. Utilizing practices like process-based restoration, mechanical vegetation treatments, as well as prescribed fire, if and when planned and implemented appropriately and effectively, they've all demonstrated the effectiveness through quantitative and empirical research and as well as post-fire studies. So we have some of this evidence, and we did have some of this evidence presented last year at the Water Towers of the West Conference. So I'm going to circle back now, finally, to my $50 million question. So first, we need to think about what are the values at risk? Is that wildland-urban interface? For you, is that the most important? Is it firefighter safety and human lives? Or is it the watersheds and the water resources? And I heard Chad saying that, that's where the GMUG is shifting towards. I'm not necessarily here to provide an answer to those questions. I do believe, though, that for everyone in this room, those are the types of questions you need to be asking within your respective jurisdictions with your partners. And as we begin to develop shared priorities within your area, within and amongst your partners and stakeholders, I think the next step after that is to consider what scale you need to be working at to adequately address that value at risk. Do you need to work at the parcel scale? My guess is probably so. Do you need to work at a community scale? Probably so. And do we need to be working at the watershed scale? I don't think there's any question of that. And then maybe another incredibly important piece to talk about, and Matt McCombs was talking about increasing state Forest Service capacity, is do you have the technical capacity and expertise to work at these scales to address these issues? And then if not, do you know who does? So reflecting back on the organization I work for, the West Region Wildfire Council, our organization was forged out of a very specific moment in time. In 2009, the state of Colorado mandated that all counties with any kind of wildfire risk needed to write a community wildfire protection plan. Now, that was brought up earlier, and this is essentially what I'm going to talk about for the last little bit here. Largely speaking, in 2009, that was basically an unfunded mandate that counties have a CWPP. Here, in my part of the state, by 2010 or into 11, all those West Region counties of Delta, Gunnison, Hinsdale, Montrose, Ouray, and San Miguel, they all had either a relatively newly adopted plan or were just putting the finishing touches up on one. And the people that were involved in the council at that point in time decided to take some available money to hire a part-time contract person. Her name is Lilia Falk, and she was the council's first employee, and her title was CWPP coordinator. So fast forward 12 years, and right now I know almost for a fact that most of the counties in this room are needing to update your community wildfire protection plan. And I also know, as has already been discussed here, the state of Colorado is putting in historic investments. Federal government is putting in historic investments. We've got that bipartisan infrastructure law, or an Inflation Reduction Act, and all of the legislation coming out of Denver to support this kind of work. So I'd like to leave you all with a big idea on this. It's not actually my idea at all, but I'm going to be the messenger for it today. And that is, what if we use the community wildfire protection plans in a new and different way? What if we utilize, and Matt actually hit on this, he stole my thunder a little bit. What if we utilize natural boundaries like watersheds and firesheds to delineate and identify where work needed to happen to create the biggest impact on the values at risk we have all collectively prioritized? What if we utilize all the existing and incredible data out there, assessments and analysis, wildfire-ready watersheds, Colorado Forest Atlas? There's lots of data out there, and local, zones of concern and other geospatial data products to help inform this kind of analysis. And then what if we incorporated cost-benefit analysis and that are based on well understood strategies at the parcel, community, and watershed scales to actually answer that $50 million question? And so I'm going to leave you all with, I guess, one additional concept, and that is that there are many partners working in this space. Many of them have an expertise of knowledge, a wealth of knowledge and expertise in our local land management agencies. We have the Forest Service, obviously Chad with the GMUG. We have the BLM, the National Parks, the Bureau of Rec, NRCS, Natural Resource Conservation Service, Colorado State Forest Service, Colorado Water Conservation Board, Colorado Department of Natural Resources, Colorado Division of Homeland Security, Office of Emergency Management. All of these and many other agencies are involved in this work. County governments play a critical role, especially in the planning departments and emergency management departments, natural resource departments for those counties that have those. They're all critical actors. We also have to be thinking about special districts, including fire protection districts and conservation districts. So there's a lot of different organizations. There's also nonprofits like West Region Wildfire Council, the organization I work for, plays a critical role in this work. And so I guess here's the thing I'm going to say on this. We don't have to put all of our eggs in one basket. We don't have to work at just one scale. And in fact, we don't have to even limit ourselves to this $50 million question. It's really just a way to frame things up. But what I do think we need to do is work together. We need to work across that continuum of scales. And we need to drive that success through taking action, doing on-the-ground work. And we can attract funding and support based on that kind of momentum and local investments and the local investments and the success from that. And Matt definitely stole my thunder, which was success does beget success. I'm going to go ahead and agree with him on that. So I guess with that, once again, thank you to Club 20 and everyone here for having me. And I look forward to continuing to work with many of you in a proactive way on this big issue.
Thanks, Jamie. And I don't think we have time for questions, but if you can stick around, I think we'll have you in the room, and obviously anybody online can shoot you an email.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you. Sorry I went too long on my.
That's all right. That's all right.
Hey, 3 minutes, Jamie. We give you that one. Thank you very much, Jamie. I think you can tell from our last conversation in the Water Committee, they talk about a navigation tool. You need a navigation tool on the forestry tool, and they need to mesh together, and they don't. I don't have my video on because my internet's getting too unstable, and that takes up too much bandwidth. So we're going to conclude today with just a little conversation on connecting the dots. Molly Pitts is going to introduce the concept of the capacity of the industry. And then I want to end with a plea. I'm ready to launch a meeting of our PLNR, water, or ag people, any of those. We're also interconnected, to sit down and have like a little think tank. How do we, you can't write a resolution on every one of these issues, and I'd like to brainstorm an effective path forward on some of these issues, knowing that Chad faces people losing consensus. Not everybody agrees. I appreciate what he has to face. How do we help them navigate people that don't understand ecosystems, people that don't want to cut a live tree? How do you navigate all of that with an effective message? So I'm going to be sending out an email asking folks to join a think tank meeting. We'll do a doodle poll, hopefully when we have a new director. But with that, I'd like to introduce you to Molly Pitts. She works with the timber industry. She's worked there for 10 years now. Well, it's getting there. She works full time. She works both on federal issues and state of Colorado issues. And so Molly, if you want to add more, she's a forester. She used to work in Arizona, a lot of experience working in forests that have suffered from very large scale fires. And she represents the entire timber industry in Colorado. So Molly, can you join us?
Thanks, Nancy. And I think you about covered it. So I was telling some kids last week, I've been a forester for 25 years and have been working closely with the timber industry, both in Arizona and Colorado for the past 20. So it's near and dear to my heart. And Nancy, I think Matt and Chad did a really good job, and Jamie too, of kind of setting the stage. And one of the things that Matt said that I really want to highlight is industry is the best tool, or is one of the tools to help lower the cost of treatment. And that's really how I think of the work that we do, right? We're one of the tools in the toolbox, but we definitely, when we have utilization, help reduce the cost of treatment and allow those dollars to go further. And it's really important that folks recognize that our existing industry is key. Now, is there a potential with all this new funding, both on the federal side and the state side, to stand up some additional businesses? Yes, but that's no guarantee. And so it's really important that we recognize our existing industry, especially on the utilization front, and the role that they play. And then long-term planning is super important for our businesses. And earlier this week, I had the opportunity to testify with the Wildland Fire Mitigation and Management Commission at the national level. And this was exactly the question they were asking, which is, what role does industry play in helping, reduce costs and help with fire mitigation? And myself and Bill and Bergama, who works at the federal level, really talked about the role our existing businesses play and the role that a long-term supply plays in additional investment. So I just wanted to share, and I can email this out, or Nancy can, every year or every couple of years, we do what is called a gap analysis, which is really looking at all of our existing businesses. How much would they need to run efficiently, and what is being supplied locally? We call it the gap analysis. And what I will share is that almost all of our businesses have additional capacity to take more wood. It always comes down to a matter of cost and transportation. But I will share that we have a couple businesses in Colorado that are at a critical juncture. 65 to 75% of the wood that our businesses use come off of federal lands. And so when you have catastrophic events like the East Troublesome and Cameron Peak, and it takes a while for a forest to recover, some of our businesses are in jeopardy. And I think as I look towards the entire wood basket, I think the work that Jamie's doing and the work that other folks are doing on private land is going to be super important in helping meet the needs of our businesses so that they can stay on the landscape. I think we're all very excited about the sheer amount of money that's coming down, but we're not sure if it's going to come again, right? Like once the bill money and the IRA money goes away, what's that next thing look like? And so keeping our existing businesses are super important. So with that, Nancy, I hope that connected some of the dots. I know we don't have a lot of time, but I thought I'd leave some time for questions.
I just think it's something that sometimes we forget about is that capacity issue. And Matt mentioned how many forestry jobs they're advertising for. And I know NFF, National Forest Foundation, is hiring people. And I know that you guys are hiring people. And it's interesting that I wouldn't have told my kids to become foresters back in the day, but today there's a lot of opportunities there and we haven't all geared up. And I even know at the Forest Service level statewide, they got a lot of money and they had a lot of retirements. They were hard pressed to fill positions to get some of these projects out the door. So it's a wonderful opportunity. There's a lot of money, but you need the human capital. And that was something else that Matt said.
Nancy, I'll just add that when I got out of forestry school in '98, I couldn't buy myself a job. Now, if I was graduating this spring with a degree in forestry, I could pretty much go anywhere I wanted to go and have multiple job offers. Matt's hiring a lot of new folks. The Forest Service is hiring a lot of new folks. Although interestingly enough, Region 2 has actually went down in the number of employees they have just because there's been so many internal transfers and promotions. So it's going to take a while to get to where we need to go. And then Matt mentioned a couple things of legislation. One of them is the Senate Bill 005. It's our workforce development bill, and it includes funding for internships for the industry. It includes additional funding for school programs or certificate programs. There's a guidance counselor piece. There's a funding for a simulator, all of which we think is critical to addressing the needs. We've got it. All the money in the world is great, but if we don't have folks to actually set up the projects and implement the projects, we're not going to be making much progress.
We have a question here in the room.
Hey, Molly, thank you so much. Cindy Dozier, thanks for being with us today. So my question, all this money, how long do you think it's going to last? How long do you think that this hiring increase is going to go? And once all these folks are hired, how long can it be sustained?
Cindy, that's a great question. And it's one that I will tell you that we take very seriously in the industry, right? Because industry kind of looks at history as a kind of a basis on whether or not to do an additional investment. And so I think there's a lot of excitement, but we all know that there hasn't been a second down payment on these funds. And so it is a little concerning. Now, we are eternal optimists, otherwise we wouldn't still be in this business. So I think, folks are leaning towards additional investment, but it's something to consider. And it's a question when I ask it at the federal level, nobody seems to answer very well. I will share too, it's a little concerning because it's taken so long for the federal dollars to actually hit the ground. Everybody talks in these big numbers, but it's taking a long time for that money to hit the ground. So that kind of doesn't, breed optimism.
Do our other panelists have anything in total to sum up or to ask any questions or any follow-up comments they might have for this afternoon's presentation? I'm talking Matt, Chad, Jamie, any other comments? Even Cindy Dozier, because I pick on her because she's been an active participant in so many of these collaboratives.
Nancy, this is Matt. I would just, my request for Club 20 and certainly the membership and the represented elected leadership is to just, to engage, to source who those individuals are in your community or regional area or your national forest that you're adjacent to or have included in your jurisdiction and engage on these issues and ask those questions about how can we participate, how can we best position ourselves to get ready to receive and execute on these unique investments. And your question about how do we sustain these in the long run? Governance is all about investing in things that work and that the public supports where they can see a solid return on investment. And we're doing everything we possibly can to move in that direction. And we have an incredibly valuable assets in this state, and that's a bunch of elected leaders, all from the local level all the way to the national representation that are fluent in these issues and fighting really hard and having success in bringing these resources to bear because of the unique situation that Colorado finds itself in. It's our quality of life that's defined by these forests and these natural landscapes in many regard. And yet we also have a national responsibility to effectively manage and steward these landscapes as well, acknowledging food supplies and water supplies and a variety of other things are contingent upon successful stewardship of the natural landscapes in the state. So I say that because I want to impart this sense of responsibility that I hope all of us take seriously, more so than we ever have in the past, because I've been talking about my entire professional life about increasing the pace and scale of of restoring and putting resiliency back into our landscapes. Congress and the state legislature and elected leaders in counties as well are stepping into the plate, and they're sort of saying we're all in and calling us on these rhetorical devices that we've been relying on our entire careers. And now it's time to deliver. But the overarching message that I want to share is that we cannot do it on our own. We absolutely need the participation, the interest, the support, and the engagement of our leaders from the NGO community, elected leadership, our administrators, everyone that has purchase in this game. Now's the time to act. And so I look forward to outreach from you at our field level and certainly to me direct. And thanks again for giving me the opportunity to participate.
Can we give everybody a round of applause to all the afternoon speakers? Thank you. And as a concluding comment from Chelsea and I'd like to say we really do need to have a think tank meeting. There's a bunch of issues here. I've listed everything from ag issues to water issues to PLNR forestry issues that we really, they fall between the cracks of all of our resolutions. So I would like to come up with a strategy to address them all. Jeff Comstock brought up the idea if we get any more resolutions that is voted on by the entire state, but only affects a part of the state, I think we need to address that. I think we need to take a stand on those kind of issues because you guys on my committees that come to these meetings, you guys have a lot of expertise. I don't know another group quite like the Club 20 group. So I like to think of us as a think tank. So you'll be seeing some communication from us. Chelsea, do you have any parting comments, or Brad McLeod, our chairperson? Where it's time to call it a day.
Nancy, this is Brad. Thank you very much. And Ron has been kind and gracious enough to remind me we don't have an hour and a half for me to bloviate. So I would like to thank everybody who participated in the last couple of days. I would like to thank all of our sponsors who made this possible, all of our members who have been engaged. Annabelle and Brittany, thank you both so much. It's yeoman's work, especially doing it as a two-person staff, putting this all together. I think everybody deserves to give them a round of applause. And lastly, also, I think we should, say thank you to our host in Ute Water for allowing us to utilize this space as always.
And
we
another
certainly
thank you to
appreciate it.
Lois
It works out very
Dunn.
well. Never
One
mind, I'll
more
give it
thank
back
you
to
to
Nancy
Lois
now.
Dunn.
Let me hand it back to Nancy. That's all yours. Thank you, Nancy.
No, I just want to thank Lois Dunn because she supported us in this particular meeting. Thank you again to Brittany and Annabelle. I agree with you 100% on that. And please email me if you have a response to today. I don't know about you guys. I think about stuff after I go home and then I have questions. Please feel free. It's nancyfishering@gmail. What we could help bring more information to you. And Chelsea, do you have anything to add? Because I keep forgetting energy gets intertwined with all of this as well. We cannot work on these things separately.
Drive safe, stay warm. Joining us, I just have one more quick save the date for everyone. Make sure you put it on your calendar. Our spring conference this year will be hosted at the DoubleTree here in town, April 13th and 14th. Drive safe, grab some snacks and some drinks for the road, please.